Archaeology has uncovered millions of artifacts and thousands of ancient sites, yet only a small number continue to defy explanation long after their discovery. These are the mysteries that refuse to fit neatly into history. Some appear to serve no obvious purpose. Others display unusual designs, unexplained symbols, or engineering features unlike anything found in their time. Decades of excavation, scientific testing, and academic debate have produced countless theories, but no definitive answers. The discoveries in this video are not necessarily the oldest or most famous ever found. They are among the strangest enigmas that challenge conventional interpretations and reveal just how much of humanity's distant past remains uncertain, fragmented, and hidden from view. Pecos Pueblo is one of the most important ancient settlements in North America, yet it remains one of the least known to the general public. Located in present-day New Mexico, the site was occupied for hundreds of years before European contact and eventually grew into a large pueblo community that played a crucial role in the history of the American Southwest. Archaeologists believe the settlement began around the 12th century and expanded steadily over the following centuries into a complex of multi-story adobe buildings housing hundreds and later thousands of people. Today, only weathered ruins remain, but beneath those ruins lies the story of a community that controlled major trade routes, connected distant cultures, and then mysteriously faded from power. The greatest mystery of Pecos Pueblo is not how it was built, but how a settlement located on the edge of the Great Plains became one of the most influential centers in the region, and why that influence eventually disappeared. The location of Pecos Pueblo was unlike most major ancient settlements. It was positioned near a natural passage through the mountains, creating a gateway between the Pueblo communities of the southwest and the nomadic groups of the Great Plains. This location gave Pecos access to people, goods, and ideas coming from multiple directions. Archaeological discoveries have revealed evidence of an enormous trade network passing through the settlement. Researchers have found turquoise, obsidian, pottery, shells, and other materials originating far from the site itself. Some items travelled hundreds of kilometres before reaching Pecos. Such discoveries suggest the settlement was not simply a farming village, but a major commercial centre linking different cultures across a vast area of North America. This trading role forms the first major mystery surrounding the site. Pecos was influential far beyond what its size alone would suggest. Unlike ancient empires that relied on military conquest, there is little evidence that Pecos controlled surrounding regions through force. Instead, archaeologists believe its power came from its position within regional trade networks. Exactly how the community maintained this influence remains unclear. Some researchers argue that Pecos acted as a neutral marketplace, where different groups could exchange goods safely. Others believe the settlement controlled important travel routes that gave it economic advantages. Whatever the explanation, the scale of its influence continues to surprise archaeologists. The first Europeans to record Pecos Pueblo arrived in 1540 with the expedition of Spanish explorer Francisco Vázquez de Coronado. According to Spanish accounts, Pecos was one of the largest and most prosperous communities in the region. The settlement contained impressive multi-story structures and supported a substantial population. To the Spanish, it appeared to be a thriving centre of commerce and culture. Yet these same records also mark the beginning of a dramatic decline that would eventually lead to the abandonment of the site. European contact brought diseases that spread rapidly through indigenous populations. Communities that had never been exposed to smallpox and other illnesses suffered devastating losses. At the same time, changing political conditions, warfare, environmental pressures, and colonial policies disrupted traditional life. Over the next 2 centuries, the population of Pecos steadily decreased. By the early 19th century, only a small number of residents remained. In 1838, the final inhabitants left the settlement and joined the people of Jemez Pueblo. After centuries of continuous occupation, Pecos became effectively abandoned. The exact reasons for this collapse remain one of the site's greatest mysteries. Disease certainly played a major role, but many archaeologists believe it cannot fully explain the disappearance of such an important community. Evidence suggests that periods of drought may have reduced agricultural productivity. Increasing conflict with plains groups may have weakened regional stability. Trade networks that once brought prosperity may have shifted elsewhere. Instead of a single cause, Pecos appears to have faced multiple crises over generations. The combination of these factors eventually overwhelmed a community that had survived for centuries. Among the most fascinating discoveries at Pecos are its ceremonial structures known as kivas. These circular chambers were central to religious life throughout the Pueblo world. Several kivas have been excavated at Pecos, revealing complex construction techniques and evidence of long-term ceremonial use. Some were rebuilt multiple times, suggesting they remained important for generations. Archaeologists have identified ventilation systems, ritual features, and carefully designed layouts, but many questions remain unanswered. The exact ceremonies conducted within these chambers are largely unknown. Much of the spiritual world of Pecos disappeared before it could be recorded in detail, leaving only architectural clues behind. Large-scale archaeological excavations began in the early 20th century under the direction of Alfred Vincent Kidder, one of the most influential archaeologists in American history. His work at Pecos transformed archaeological methods and produced an extraordinary amount of information about the settlement. Excavations uncovered thousands of artifacts, numerous buildings, and extensive burial areas. The discoveries revealed that Pecos had undergone centuries of growth, change, and adaptation. Yet the findings also raised new mysteries. Why were certain buildings expanded while others were abandoned? Why did some cultural practices change dramatically over time? How much influence came from neighboring communities? One of the most important discoveries involved human burials. Thousands of individuals were eventually documented, providing researchers with a rare opportunity to study an ancient population over a long period of time. Analysis of skeletal remains revealed changes in diet, health, and living conditions. More recent scientific studies have suggested that the population may have been more diverse than previously believed. Evidence indicates that people from different regions may have moved into Pecos over the centuries. This supports the idea that the settlement functioned as a crossroads where cultures mixed rather than as an isolated community. Another remarkable chapter in the history of Pecos involves the Pueblo Revolt of 1680. This uprising remains one of the most successful indigenous rebellions against European colonial rule in North America. Pecos participated in the coordinated effort that temporarily expelled Spanish authorities from much of the region. Historians continue to debate how communities separated by large distances managed to organize such a complex operation. Traditional accounts describe messages being carried between settlements using knotted cords to count down the days until the revolt. Whether this system alone explains the level of coordination remains uncertain. The event demonstrates that Pecos was part of a much larger network of communication and cooperation than many early observers realized. The architecture of Pecos Pueblo provides additional clues about its importance. At its height, the settlement consisted of hundreds of interconnected rooms arranged in large residential blocks. Construction occurred over generations, creating a complex landscape of old and new structures. Some buildings were enlarged repeatedly, while others were deliberately abandoned. Archaeologists believe these changes reflect shifts in population, social organization, and religious practices. However, many details remain unclear. The original functions of several structures are still debated, and researchers continue to investigate how the community was organized internally. Chaco Canyon is one of the greatest archaeological mysteries in North America. Located in the desert of present-day New Mexico, it was the center of the Chacoan culture between roughly AD 850 and 1150. At its peak, the canyon contained some of the largest buildings ever constructed north of Mexico before European contact. Massive stone complexes known as Great Houses dominated the landscape, the most famous being Pueblo Bonito, a structure containing more than 600 rooms and several stories in height. The scale of construction was extraordinary, especially considering the harsh environment. Rainfall was limited, farmland was scarce, and natural resources were relatively poor. Yet for more than 3 centuries, people invested enormous amounts of labor into transforming this remote canyon into one of the most important centers in the ancient Southwest. Archaeologists first began seriously studying the ruins during the late 19th century and were immediately confronted by a difficult question. Why was such a large center built here at all? Most major ancient civilizations developed beside rivers, fertile valleys, or major trade routes. Chaco Canyon offered none of these advantages. Excavations throughout the 20th century only deepened the mystery. Researchers discovered sophisticated masonry, carefully planned architecture, extensive trade networks, and evidence of social organization on a scale few had expected. The canyon seemed to function as the heart of a much larger regional system, but exactly how that system worked remains debated today. One of the most impressive aspects of Chaco was the construction effort itself. The great houses required huge quantities of timber, yet large forests do not exist within the canyon. Scientific analysis of wooden beams showed that many came from mountain ranges more than 70 kilometers away. Tens of thousands of trees were cut and transported across difficult terrain. Without wheeled vehicles or large draft animals, every beam would have needed to be moved by human labor. The logistical challenge was enormous. The fact that such a project was completed suggests a highly organized society capable of coordinating thousands of workers over generations. The most famous mystery of Chaco Canyon, however, is its road system. During the 20th century, aerial photography revealed a network of ancient roads spreading outward from the canyon in multiple directions. Some roads were nearly 9 meters wide and stretched for dozens of kilometers. What puzzled archaeologists was that many did not appear to connect major settlements, water sources, or agricultural areas. Some even continued straight across difficult terrain instead of following easier routes. The strangest example is the Great North Road, a route extending toward the horizon with no obvious destination. Researchers have proposed that these roads were ceremonial pathways, pilgrimage routes, or symbolic features connected to religious beliefs. Others argue they may have linked communities that have not yet been discovered. Despite decades of research, no explanation fully accounts for their unusual design. Another mystery involves astronomy. Many Chacoan structures appear aligned with important solar and lunar events. Researchers have identified architectural orientations connected to solstices, equinoxes, and the complex 18.6-year lunar cycle. The most famous example is found at Fajada Butte, where sunlight passing between rock slabs illuminates spiral carvings during key moments of the year. Known as the sun dagger, the phenomenon demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of celestial movements. Such precision raises important questions. Why was astronomy so important to the people of Chaco? Was it used to regulate agriculture, organize ceremonies, legitimize political authority, or all three? No one knows for certain. The purpose of Chaco Canyon itself remains controversial. For many years, archaeologists viewed it as a large city occupied by thousands of permanent residents. More recent research has challenged that idea. Some scholars now believe the resident population may have been relatively small and that the canyon functioned primarily as a ceremonial center. Under this interpretation, people from across the southwest traveled to Chaco for rituals, gatherings, trade, and political events. The enormous great kivas found throughout the canyon support this theory because they appear designed for large communal activities rather than everyday life. If this interpretation is correct, Chaco may have been one of the largest pilgrimage destinations in prehistoric North America. One of the most important discoveries in recent years came from genetic analysis. In 2017, researchers studied DNA from individuals buried in a special crypt beneath Pueblo Bonito. The results showed that several elite individuals belonged to the same maternal family line over a period of roughly 330 years. This was a remarkable finding because it provided strong evidence for hereditary leadership. Rather than being governed by loosely organized communities, Chaco may have been controlled by an elite dynasty whose influence lasted for centuries. The discovery changed how archaeologists think about power in the ancient Southwest. Yet it also created new mysteries. How much authority did this ruling family possess? Did they control trade, religion, or both? And how far did their influence extend beyond the canyon? Evidence suggests that Chaco's influence reached far beyond its immediate surroundings. More than 100 great houses have been identified across the broader region, many sharing architectural features with structures in the canyon itself. Exotic goods found at Chaco include turquoise, marine shells, macaw feathers, and cacao residues imported from distant regions. The presence of cacao was particularly surprising because it originated hundreds of kilometers to the south in Mesoamerica. These discoveries indicate long-distance connections that linked Chaco to a much wider world. Exactly how those relationships functioned remains unclear, but they demonstrate that the canyon was far from isolated. Then, sometime during the 12th century, the system began to unravel. Construction slowed, populations declined, and many major buildings were abandoned. Tree ring studies show that severe drought affected the region during this period, making agriculture increasingly difficult. Yet drought alone may not explain the collapse. Other societies have survived similar environmental challenges. Some researchers believe political instability weakened the system. Others suggest social tensions emerged as resources became scarcer. Another possibility is that religious authority began to fail, undermining the leadership structure that held the region together. Whatever the cause, Chaco's era of dominance came to an end surprisingly quickly. Eski Kerman is one of the most unusual ancient settlements ever carved into stone. Perched on a flat-topped limestone plateau in southwestern Crimea, the city emerged during the Byzantine period, most likely in the 6th century AD, when the Eastern Roman Empire was strengthening its defences across the northern Black Sea region. At first glance, Eski Kerman appears to be little more than a rocky mesa rising above the surrounding valleys, but hidden within its cliffs is an entire world cut directly into the stone. More than 350 artificial caves have been identified across the site, creating a vast underground network of homes, storage chambers, workshops, religious spaces, defensive positions, and passageways. Unlike many ancient cave settlements that evolved gradually from natural caverns, most of Eski Kerman was deliberately excavated by human hands, transforming an isolated plateau into a fortified city that survived for centuries before vanishing almost completely from history. The city occupied a naturally defensible position. Steep cliffs protected nearly every side of the plateau, leaving only a few narrow approaches through which visitors or invading armies could enter. Archaeological investigations have shown that the settlement was not merely a collection of caves, but a thriving urban centre. Stone houses once stood on the plateau above the cave complexes. Streets connected different districts. Churches served the local population, and agricultural lands stretched across the nearby valleys. Scholars estimate that several thousand people may have lived here during its peak. Yet despite its importance, Eski Kerman remains far less famous than other ancient rock-cut cities, making it one of the most overlooked mysteries of the medieval world. The first major mystery begins with the caves themselves. Many chambers clearly served practical purposes. Some contain feeding troughs and indicate the keeping of animals. Others include storage pits, shelves carved into walls, or evidence of food processing. However, dozens of caves continue to puzzle researchers. Certain rooms feature carefully shaped stone benches, unusual niches, and channels cut into the floor whose purpose remains uncertain. Some chambers appear too elaborate to function as simple storage spaces, but lack the features expected in homes or churches. Archaeologists have proposed numerous explanations ranging from workshops and administrative offices to ritual spaces, yet no consensus has emerged. Even after decades of study, parts of the city remain functionally anonymous, frozen in stone but silent about their original purpose. Among the most fascinating discoveries are the religious structures hidden within the cliffs. Several cave churches have been identified throughout the settlement, revealing that Christianity played a central role in the community's life. One church contains carved architectural details and traces of decorative elements that suggest it once held considerable importance. Another preserves burial chambers and evidence of repeated religious use over generations. These discoveries indicate that Eski Kerman was more than a military outpost. It was a living community with spiritual traditions, local institutions, and connections to the wider Byzantine world. Yet historical records describing the people who lived here are surprisingly scarce. We know the churches existed, we know thousands of people occupied the plateau, but the identities, languages, and daily lives of many residents remain frustratingly obscure. The city's defensive system presents another remarkable mystery. Excavations have revealed a settlement seemingly designed to withstand attack. Observation points were carved into strategic positions overlooking the surrounding landscape. Defensive walls once guarded key entrances. Narrow access routes could easily be controlled by a relatively small number of defenders. Some cave complexes appear specifically engineered for military purposes, including chambers overlooking approaches to the city. The question is why such extensive defences were considered necessary. During the early medieval period, Crimea stood at the crossroads of numerous powers including Byzantines, Khazars, steppe nomads, and later various Turkic groups. Eski Kerman may have been constructed as a response to this unstable frontier environment, but the scale of its fortifications suggests that its inhabitants anticipated serious threats. The city seems to have been built with siege warfare in mind, as though danger was not an occasional possibility, but a constant expectation. Perhaps the most impressive feature discovered by archaeologists is the city's water system. Water is the fundamental challenge for any settlement located atop a rocky plateau. Without a reliable supply, even the strongest fortress becomes vulnerable. For years, researchers wondered how Eski Kerman sustained its population. Excavations eventually revealed one of the site's most extraordinary engineering achievements: a deep siege well carved directly into the bedrock. Reached through a steep staircase descending into the cliff, the well provided access to groundwater even during prolonged blockades. The amount of labour required to create such a structure was enormous. Workers had to remove vast quantities of stone while maintaining the stability of the surrounding rock. The existence of this well demonstrates advanced planning and significant organisational capacity, yet it also raises another mystery. Who possessed the authority and resources to coordinate such a massive project in this relatively remote region? Modern archaeological research has gradually uncovered more details about the city. Investigations during the 20th century documented residential districts, churches, defensive structures, and extensive cave networks. Excavators recovered ceramics, metal tools, household objects, and religious artifacts that helped reconstruct life within the settlement. These finds revealed a community engaged in agriculture, trade, craftsmanship, and regional exchange. Imported goods indicate connections extending beyond the immediate area, suggesting that Eski Kerman was integrated into broader economic networks. At the same time, evidence of local production demonstrates a degree of self-sufficiency. The city was not an isolated refuge, but an active participant in the medieval world. Yet the greatest mystery surrounding Eski Kerman concerns its destruction. Archaeological evidence points toward a catastrophic end during the late 13th century. Layers of burning, collapsed structures, and abandoned possessions suggest a sudden and violent event rather than a gradual decline. Many historians associate this destruction with the campaigns of the Mongol commander Nogai Khan, whose forces operated across Crimea during this period. According to this interpretation, Eski Kerman was overwhelmed during a military campaign and never recovered. The evidence appears compelling, but questions remain. Why was the city abandoned so completely afterward? Other settlements devastated by warfare were often rebuilt. Eski Kerman, however, seems to have entered a long silence. The population disappeared, the streets fell empty, and nature gradually reclaimed the plateau. A place that had endured for centuries effectively vanished from history. This disappearance contributes to the site's haunting atmosphere today. Visitors encounter hundreds of empty chambers cut into silent cliffs, remnants of churches whose congregations are long gone, and defensive works that no longer guard anything. Unlike famous ancient cities that left extensive written records, Eski Kerman survives primarily through archaeology. Stone preserves the physical traces of its inhabitants, but their voices have largely been lost. Every excavation answers one question while creating several more. Why were certain caves designed in unusual ways? How exactly was the city governed? What cultural groups formed its population over the centuries? What events unfolded during its final days? And why did such an impressive settlement fade so completely from historical memory? What makes Eski Kerman especially compelling is that its mystery is grounded not in legend, but in tangible evidence. The caves are real, the churches are real, the siege well is real, the destruction layers are real. Archaeologists can walk through the city's streets and document its structures, yet fundamental aspects of its history remain uncertain. The result is a rare kind of ancient mystery, one built not on speculation but on the gaps that still exist between what survives in stone and what has been lost in time. More than 1,000 years after its creation and centuries after its abandonment, Eski Kerman continues to challenge researchers, standing as a forgotten city carved into a mountain and a reminder of how entire communities disappear while leaving only fragments behind for future generations to decipher. Calivantin Durg is one of the most extraordinary mountain fortifications in India, standing atop a narrow basalt pinnacle in the western Ghats of Maharashtra. Rising approximately 686 meters above sea level, the site overlooks ancient routes that once connected the Konkan coast with the interior Deccan Plateau. Today, it is famous for a staircase carved directly into the mountainside, a structure so dramatic that many visitors initially assume it must be a modern creation. Yet despite its growing popularity, the true history of Calivantin remains surprisingly uncertain. No surviving inscription identifies its builders, no detailed record explains its construction, and no contemporary document reveals exactly why such an immense effort was devoted to a summit that appears almost impossible to reach. Most historians believe Calivantin was connected to the nearby hill fortress of Prabalgad, a strategic stronghold that controlled trade and military movement through the region. Various kingdoms occupied the area over the centuries, including the Yadavas, Bahmani rulers, and later the Marathas. Historical sources suggest that Prabalgad played an important military role, but Calivantin itself remains far more mysterious. Unlike many famous forts that contain palaces, temples, inscriptions, or extensive ruins, Calivantin offers remarkably little evidence regarding its original purpose. What survives is the mountain, the staircase, and a series of unanswered questions. The feature that makes Calivantin famous is its incredible rock-cut stairway. Hundreds of steps snake upward along the exposed cliff face, following the natural contours of the basalt pinnacle. In several places, the path narrows dramatically, leaving sheer drops on both sides. Even today, the climb is considered dangerous, especially during the monsoon season when the stone becomes slippery. Modern visitors often require extreme caution to reach the summit. This immediately raises a fascinating question. If climbing the mountain is difficult with modern footwear and equipment, how did medieval builders carve hundreds of precise steps into solid rock while suspended on such steep terrain? The challenge becomes even more remarkable when the geology of the site is considered. Calivantin consists largely of basalt, an extremely hard volcanic rock formed millions of years ago during the eruptions that created the Deccan Traps. Basalt is durable and resistant to weathering, but it is also difficult to cut. Every step visible today required workers to remove large quantities of stone using hand tools. Archaeologists and historians can see the finished result, but the construction process itself remains largely unknown. There are no surviving descriptions explaining how workers reached the upper sections of the pinnacle during excavation, how materials were transported, or how accidents were prevented. The staircase stands as evidence of a major engineering project whose methods have largely vanished from history. One of the biggest mysteries surrounding Calivantin is the question of purpose. Many forts across India were designed to support garrisons, store supplies, and withstand lengthy sieges. Calivantin appears different. The summit area is relatively small compared to major military forts. This has led some researchers to suggest that the pinnacle may have served as an observation point rather than a primary fortress. From the top, enormous stretches of surrounding countryside become visible. Watchmen stationed there could have detected approaching armies or monitored movement along trade routes far below. Such a role would explain the strategic location, but it does not entirely explain the extraordinary effort required to carve the staircase. Another theory proposes that Calivantin functioned as a final defensive refuge connected to Prabalgad. In times of invasion, defenders may have retreated to the pinnacle after lower fortifications fell. The steep approach would have made any assault extremely difficult. Yet this explanation also leaves important questions unanswered. The summit lacks clear evidence of the infrastructure normally associated with long-term occupation. Water storage, shelter, and supply systems appear limited compared to what would be expected for a fortress intended to hold large numbers of people. A more intriguing possibility is that Calivantin carried symbolic or ceremonial significance. Throughout history, difficult-to-reach mountaintops have often been associated with authority, prestige, or religious activities. Reaching such places required effort, endurance, and commitment. The journey itself could have been meaningful. While no direct evidence currently confirms ritual use at Calivantin, the unusual nature of the site has encouraged speculation that its importance extended beyond purely military functions. The problem is that archaeology has yet to uncover enough material evidence to confirm any single interpretation. The broader region around Calivantin has provided important clues about the site's history. Surveys and archaeological work conducted around Prabolgad have revealed fortification remains, water reservoirs, defensive walls, and traces of long-term occupation. These discoveries confirm that the surrounding mountains formed part of a significant strategic landscape. Control of elevated positions was essential for kingdoms competing to dominate Western India. However, while the regional context is becoming clearer, Calivantin itself continues to resist simple explanations. Archaeologists understand why the area mattered. They still struggle to explain why this particular pinnacle was transformed into such an extreme architectural achievement. The mystery is amplified by the absence of written evidence. Across the ancient and medieval world, rulers often celebrated major construction projects through inscriptions or official records. Such documents help historians understand who built a structure, when it was built, and why it was important. Calivantin offers none of these advantages. The staircase survives, but the identities of the people responsible have disappeared almost completely. Their tools are gone, their records are gone, their motivations remain uncertain. The result is a rare situation in which the engineering achievement is obvious, but the human story behind it has largely vanished. Modern drone photography has only increased fascination with the site. Images captured from above reveal how improbable the staircase truly is. The steps appear to cling to the side of a giant stone needle rising from the landscape. Viewed from certain angles, the structure seems almost impossible, more like something imagined fiction than a genuine historical monument. Yet every step is real, every cut was made by human hands, and every section represents labor performed centuries before modern machinery existed. Unlike many historical mysteries that rely on legends or supernatural claims, the mystery of Calivantin is rooted in reality. The unanswered questions are practical rather than mythical. Who designed the staircase? Which kingdom financed the project? How many workers participated? How long did construction take? What exact role did the summit serve within the wider defensive network? These questions remain open because the available evidence is incomplete. Beit Shearim Catacombs is one of the most unusual archaeological sites ever discovered in the ancient world. Located in the Lower Galilee region of northern Israel, the site began as a Jewish town during the Hellenistic period and continued to flourish under Roman rule. At first glance, there is little to suggest that it was different from countless other settlements scattered across the eastern Mediterranean nearly 2,000 years ago. Above ground, the remains consist of houses, public buildings, streets, and fortifications typical of the period. The true mystery, however, lies beneath the surface. Hidden under the limestone hills is a vast underground necropolis containing dozens of interconnected catacombs, hundreds of chambers, and thousands of burials. What makes Beit Shearim extraordinary is not simply its size, but the astonishing role it came to play in the ancient world. Somehow, a relatively modest town became one of the most desired burial destinations in the Roman Empire, attracting the dead from places hundreds and even thousands of kilometers away. The question that still fascinates archaeologists today is simple. Why did so many people go to such extraordinary lengths to be buried here? The story begins in the 2nd century AD, during a turbulent period in Jewish history. Following the destruction of Jerusalem by the Romans in AD 70 and the failure of the Bar Kokhba revolt in AD 135, Jewish religious and political life shifted northward into Galilee. During this period, Beit Shearim became associated with one of the most influential figures in Judaism, Rabbi Judah Hanasi, the scholar traditionally credited with compiling the Mishnah, one of the foundational texts of Rabbinic Judaism. Historical sources indicate that he lived in the town and was buried there around AD 220. What happened afterward appears almost unprecedented. Within a relatively short period, Beit Shearim transformed into a sacred burial center whose reputation spread across the Jewish diaspora. Wealthy families, religious leaders, merchants, and pilgrims from distant regions began transporting their remains to this small settlement. The phenomenon became so widespread that some historians have compared it to a form of ancient religious tourism centered not on the living but on the dead. The scale of the underground cemetery remained unknown until the 20th century. In 1936, a member of a local kibbutz, accidentally discovered one of the entrances while exploring the hillside. The find led to systematic excavations directed by Israeli archaeologist Benjamin Mazar beginning in the late 1930s. What emerged from the darkness shocked researchers. Instead of isolated tombs, they found an enormous network of catacombs carved directly into the bedrock. Some chambers contained dozens of stone sarcophagi. Others opened into large halls supported by pillars. Long corridors twisted through the hill, connecting burial rooms that had remained sealed for centuries. To date, more than 30 catacomb systems have been identified, though archaeologists believe additional sections may still remain undiscovered. One of the most remarkable aspects of the site is the sheer diversity of the people buried there. Inscriptions found throughout the catacombs reveal names and origins from across the Mediterranean world. Some individuals came from Phoenician cities such as Tyre and Sidon. Others arrived from Syria, Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Arabia. The inscriptions appear in multiple languages including Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, and Palmyrene. This linguistic mixture provides direct evidence that Beit She'arim served an international community. In some chambers, the inscriptions read almost like a map of the ancient world. Few cemeteries from the Roman period contain such a broad representation of distant populations. The discovery raises a fascinating mystery. Transporting a body over long distances in antiquity was difficult, expensive, and often dangerous. Why were so many families willing to undertake such a journey merely to secure a burial place beneath these hills? The most widely accepted explanation centers on the burial of Judah Hanasi. Many scholars believe that his tomb transformed Beit She'arim into a sacred destination whose prestige spread throughout Jewish communities abroad. Being buried near such a revered figure may have been viewed as spiritually beneficial or socially prestigious. Yet the evidence is far from complete. No tomb has been conclusively identified as belonging to Judah Hanasi. Ancient traditions point towards several possibilities, but none have been definitively proven. Ironically, the man whose presence may have created the entire necropolis remains one of its great mysteries. Archaeologists know that thousands came because of the site's sacred reputation, but the precise origin of that reputation remains elusive. Another surprising feature of the catacombs is their artwork. Visitors expecting simple religious burials often encounter something entirely different. The stone sarcophagi are decorated with elaborate carvings including lions, eagles, wreaths, geometric patterns, mythological motifs, and architectural designs inspired by Greco-Roman culture. One of the most striking discoveries was the appearance of Medusa imagery, a figure from Greek mythology traditionally associated with protection and the warding off of evil. The presence of such imagery inside a Jewish necropolis has generated decades of debate. Some researchers argue that these symbols had lost their original pagan meaning and had become purely decorative. Others suggest they reflect the cultural blending that characterized Jewish communities living under Roman rule. Whatever the explanation, the artwork challenges simplistic assumptions about ancient religious identities and reveals a world far more interconnected than many imagine. The catacombs also contain evidence of immense wealth. Many of the stone sarcophagi weigh several tons and required considerable labor to carve, transport, and install. Some chambers were carefully planned and decorated on a monumental scale. The investment of resources is difficult to ignore. Above ground, Beit She'arim was never one of the largest cities in the region. Yet below ground, the necropolis rivals some of the most ambitious burial complexes of the Roman world. This imbalance has puzzled archaeologists for decades. It appears that the town's true importance was not as a centre of commerce or politics, but as a destination for the dead. In effect, the economy and reputation of the settlement may have become tied to burial activity itself. Excavations have uncovered countless personal stories hidden within the chambers. Inscriptions reveal references to community leaders, merchants, scholars, and entire families. Some epitaphs express grief and affection in surprisingly emotional language. Others record places of origin that help reconstruct ancient migration networks. Together they provide a rare glimpse into the lives of people scattered across the Roman Empire. The catacombs function almost like a time capsule, preserving connections between communities separated by great distances, but united through shared cultural and religious traditions. Not every mystery at Beit She'arim has been solved. Many sections of the necropolis remain only partially explored. Some chambers were looted in antiquity, leaving behind unanswered questions about their original contents. Archaeologists continue to debate the exact chronology of different catacomb systems, and whether the complex expanded according to a central plan or developed gradually over generations. There is also uncertainty regarding the full population buried there. While thousands of interments have been documented, estimates vary significantly, and some researchers believe the actual number may have been much higher than currently known. El Paraiso is one of the oldest and most enigmatic monumental complexes ever discovered in the Americas. Located in the Chillon Valley near modern-day Lima, Peru, the site was occupied between roughly 3000 and 1800 BC, making it contemporary with some of the earliest pyramids of ancient Egypt and among the oldest large-scale ceremonial centers in the New World. Covering more than 50 hectares and consisting of at least a dozen major structures, El Paraiso challenges long-standing assumptions about how early civilizations developed in South America. Unlike later cultures such as the Inca, the people who built El Paraiso left no written records, no known kings, and no clear historical tradition. Yet they organized massive construction projects requiring enormous amounts of labor, planning, and resources. The result is a sprawling complex that appears unexpectedly sophisticated for its age, raising one of archaeology's most intriguing questions. Who built El Paraiso and why? The site first attracted scholarly attention during the 20th century, but extensive investigations did not begin until the 1960s when archaeologists recognized its true scale. What they found was astonishing. El Paraiso was not a simple village or isolated temple. It consisted of huge platform mounds, large plazas, ceremonial spaces, storage areas, and interconnected architectural compounds. Some structures stretched hundreds of meters in length, at a time when many societies elsewhere in the world were still relatively small agricultural communities. The inhabitants of El Paraiso were already constructing monumental architecture on a remarkable scale. Yet despite decades of research, archaeologists still struggle to explain the exact function of the complex. Was it a city, a ceremonial center, a political headquarters, or something entirely different? One of the most fascinating aspects of El Paraiso is that it emerged during a period when the Peruvian coast was undergoing dramatic social change. Evidence suggests that its inhabitants relied on a combination of agriculture and marine resources. Cotton, beans, squash, and other crops were cultivated inland, while fish and shellfish were obtained from the nearby Pacific coast. This economic system may have provided the surplus needed to support large construction projects. However, the mystery lies not in how they survived, but in why they invested such extraordinary effort into building monumental structures. The complex required coordinated labor from hundreds, perhaps thousands, of people. Such organization implies a level of social complexity that archaeologists are still trying to understand. The site's greatest mystery emerged dramatically in 2013 when archaeologists uncovered what became known as the Fire Temple. Hidden within one of the pyramidal structures, the discovery revealed a ceremonial chamber unlike anything previously found at El Paraiso. The room contained a square altar at its center, evidence of repeated burning events, and walls coated with carefully prepared yellow clay. Archaeologists found traces of charcoal, ash, and offerings that suggested ritual activities had taken place there for generations. The discovery immediately transformed interpretations of the site. Rather than functioning solely as an administrative or residential center, El Paraiso now appeared to possess a deeply ceremonial purpose. The Fire Temple hinted at religious practices whose meaning has been lost for nearly 5,000 years. What makes the Fire Temple particularly intriguing is the level of care invested in its construction and maintenance. The repeated use of fire appears to have been deliberate and symbolic rather than practical. Some researchers believe the chamber served as a sacred space where rituals connected communities across the region. Others suggest it may have been associated with elite religious specialists who controlled access to ceremonial knowledge, yet no consensus exists. Unlike many later civilizations, the builders left no inscriptions, no sculptures depicting gods, and no written explanations of their beliefs. The altar continues to raise more questions than answers. Another enduring mystery concerns the unusual architectural practices observed throughout the complex. Excavations have revealed that certain rooms and structures were intentionally buried beneath layers of stone and fill material. In many cases, these spaces were not destroyed by natural disasters or warfare. Instead, they appear to have been deliberately sealed before new construction was built above them. This pattern has been documented at several ancient Peruvian sites, but its purpose remains uncertain. Some archaeologists interpret it as a ritual act similar to retiring a sacred building after its ceremonial life had ended. Others see it as evidence of changing political authority or shifting religious traditions. Whatever the explanation, the repeated burial of perfectly usable structures suggests that the builders viewed architecture as something more than mere construction. Buildings may have possessed symbolic or spiritual significance that required formal closure before replacement. Excavations have also uncovered evidence of sophisticated planning. The orientation of structures appears intentional, and some researchers have proposed possible astronomical alignments linked to seasonal events. Although many of these theories remain debated, they add another layer to the mystery. If El Paraiso functioned partly as a ceremonial center, knowledge of celestial cycles may have played a role in its rituals and agricultural calendar. Similar patterns are seen in other ancient societies around the world. Yet the exact significance of these alignments at El Paraiso remains unresolved. The relationship between El Paraiso and other early Peruvian centers is equally intriguing. The site existed during the same broad era as the ancient city of Caral, often regarded as the oldest known civilization in the Americas. Both locations demonstrate that complex societies emerged on the Peruvian coast thousands of years before many people realize. Some scholars believe these centers were connected through trade networks, shared religious traditions, or cultural exchange. Others argue that they developed independently while responding to similar environmental conditions. The lack of definitive evidence has left the nature of this relationship open to debate, creating another puzzle at the heart of Peru's earliest history. The Taj Fortified Oasis settlement is one of the most intriguing ancient sites hidden within the vast deserts of the Arabian Peninsula. At first glance, it appears to be little more than the remains of walls, towers, and abandoned buildings scattered around a precious source of water. Yet beneath those ruins lies evidence of a society that managed to survive, prosper, and defend itself in an environment where permanent settlement should have been nearly impossible. Located within a region dominated by extreme heat, scarce rainfall, and shifting sands, the settlement formed around an oasis that served as a lifeline for both local inhabitants and travelers crossing the desert. Archaeological evidence suggests that the site flourished during a period when long-distance trade routes connected southern Arabia with Mesopotamia, the Levant, and beyond. What makes the settlement remarkable is not simply its existence, but the enormous effort invested in fortifying and organizing a community in a landscape that appears hostile to large-scale habitation. The earliest investigations of the site revealed a complex arrangement of defensive walls surrounding cultivated land and residential zones. Unlike many ancient settlements that relied on rivers or fertile valleys, the people of Taj built their community around a limited and fragile water source. Archaeologists quickly realized that the settlement was not a temporary encampment, but a carefully planned oasis center. Thick defensive walls enclosed large portions of the inhabited area, suggesting that protection was considered essential from the very beginning. The question that immediately emerged was simple but fascinating. Who were they defending themselves against? The desert was not empty. Ancient Arabia was crossed by merchants, nomadic tribes, caravans, and competing regional powers. Yet the scale of the fortifications implies a level of concern that may have extended far beyond ordinary raids. Some researchers believe the walls protected valuable agricultural land and water supplies. Others suggest they may have served as symbols of authority, marking control over one of the most precious resources in the desert. As excavations expanded, archaeologists uncovered evidence of sophisticated water management systems. This discovery transformed the settlement from a simple fortified village into a genuine mystery of ancient engineering. The survival of a large population in such an arid environment required more than a natural spring. Researchers found traces of irrigation channels, storage facilities, and agricultural zones carefully organized around the oasis. Every drop of water appears to have been managed with extraordinary precision. The settlement demonstrates a level of environmental adaptation that rivals some of the most famous hydraulic civilizations of the ancient world. Yet unlike Egypt, Mesopotamia, or the Indus Valley, the people of Taj achieved this without the benefit of a major river. The ability to sustain crops, livestock, and permanent residences in the middle of the desert remains one of the site's most impressive achievements. One of the most interesting aspects of the settlement is its position within broader trade networks. Ancient Arabia occupied a strategic location between Africa and the Mediterranean world. Caravans carrying incense, aromatics, precious stones, metals, and luxury goods crossed the region for centuries. The oasis likely functioned as a crucial stop along these routes. Archaeological finds indicate contact with distant cultures, suggesting that Taj was not an isolated outpost but part of a much larger economic system. This raises another mystery. If the settlement occupied such an advantageous position, why was it eventually abandoned? Many ancient cities declined because of war, environmental collapse, or economic disruption. Yet no single explanation fully accounts for the disappearance of the community. The fortifications remained, the oasis continued to exist, but the people eventually left. Climate change has emerged as one possible answer. Scientific studies across Arabia have revealed that environmental conditions shifted dramatically throughout antiquity. Regions that once supported larger populations gradually became drier, water sources shrank, agricultural productivity declined, and communities were forced to adapt or relocate. Some researchers argue that the abandonment of fortified oasis settlements reflects these broad climatic transformations. Others point out that human societies often survive environmental stress for centuries. If climate alone were responsible, why did some settlements disappear while others endured? The evidence suggests that multiple factors may have interacted, creating a slow process of decline rather than a sudden collapse. The defensive architecture presents another unresolved puzzle. Excavations revealed substantial walls that required considerable labor and resources to construct. Building such structures in a desert environment would have demanded coordination, planning, and social organization. This suggests the existence of a powerful local authority capable of mobilizing large numbers of people. Yet archaeologists still know surprisingly little about the political system governing the settlement. Was it controlled by a local elite, a tribal confederation, a regional kingdom? The physical remains demonstrate authority and organization, but written records are scarce. As a result, much of the settlement's social structure remains hidden behind the walls its inhabitants left behind. Perhaps the strangest mystery surrounding the site is what it reveals about ancient Arabia itself. For generations, deserts were often imagined as empty spaces separating major civilizations. Modern archaeology has dramatically changed that perception. Fortified oasis settlements like Taj demonstrate that the Arabian Peninsula supported complex communities, trade networks, engineering projects, and political systems long before many historians once believed. The site challenges traditional narratives by showing that deserts were not barriers to civilization but environments where unique forms of civilization emerged. The people who lived here developed strategies for survival that were perfectly adapted to their surroundings. They transformed a fragile oasis into a thriving center of human activity and maintained it for centuries. Recent archaeological research has further expanded interest in fortified oasis settlements across Arabia. Surveys using satellite imagery, aerial photography, and modern excavation techniques have revealed networks of walled oases scattered throughout the region. Some share similarities with Taj, suggesting that the settlement may have been part of a larger pattern rather than an isolated phenomenon. This discovery raises new questions about communication, cooperation, and culture exchange among desert communities. Were these settlements connected politically? Did they share technologies and traditions? Or did different groups independently develop similar solutions to the challenges of desert life? The answers remain uncertain. The story of the Baal Cycle began in 1928 when a farmer near the Mediterranean coast of modern Syria accidentally uncovered an ancient tomb while ploughing his field. The discovery led archaeologists to the nearby ruins of Ugarit, a powerful Bronze Age city that had been buried and forgotten for more than 3,000 years. Excavations soon revealed palaces, temples, royal archives, and thousands of clay tablets. Among these discoveries was a collection of texts now known as the Baal Cycle, one of the most important mythological records ever found in the ancient Near East. These tablets offered a rare glimpse into the beliefs of a civilization that vanished during the Great Bronze Age collapse and exposed a series of mysteries that scholars are still trying to understand today. Ugarit flourished between roughly 1450 and 1200 BCE as a wealthy trading kingdom connecting Egypt, Anatolia, Mesopotamia, and the Levant. Merchants from across the ancient world passed through its harbour, making the city one of the region's most important cultural crossroads. Yet despite its significance, Ugarit disappeared so completely that its name vanished from memory. When archaeologists uncovered its archives, they found something unexpected. The tablets were written in a unique alphabetic cuneiform script containing only around 30 symbols. At a time when neighbouring civilizations relied on writing systems containing hundreds of signs, Ugarit had developed one of the earliest known alphabet-based scripts. The question remains how such a remarkably simple system emerged and whether it helped influence later alphabets used throughout the Mediterranean world. The most famous texts discovered at Ugarit tell the story of Baal, the storm god worshipped throughout much of the ancient Levant. At first glance, the story appears to be mythology, but many researchers believe it may preserve deeper memories of environmental disasters, political struggles, and the way ancient people understood the forces shaping their lives. The narrative begins with a challenge from Yam, the god of the sea. Yam seeks authority over the divine world and demands that Baal submit to him. Instead, Baal prepares for war. Armed with magical weapons forged by the craftsman god Kothar Wakasis, he confronts Yam in a dramatic battle and ultimately defeats him. To ancient audiences, this victory represented the triumph of order over chaos, yet the symbolism is striking. For a coastal civilization dependent on trade and vulnerable to storms, the sea was both a source of wealth and a constant threat. Some scholars have suggested that the conflict between Baal and Yam may have reflected real fears of destructive storms, floods, or maritime disasters that affected Bronze Age communities. The most fascinating part of the Baal cycle comes later. After defeating Yam, Baal establishes his authority and receives a magnificent palace among the gods. His victory appears complete. Then a new enemy emerges. This adversary is Mot, the god of death. Unlike Yam, Mot cannot simply be defeated through strength. He represents drought, decay, and the unavoidable reality of death itself. According to the surviving tablets, Baal descends into the realm of Mot and disappears. The consequences are immediate. Fertility vanishes, crops fail, and the land becomes barren. Eventually, Baal returns, restoring life to the world. The story closely mirrors seasonal cycles familiar to agricultural societies, where fertile periods are followed by drought before renewal returns. Yet the mystery is larger than agriculture. Similar stories involving dying and returning gods appear across numerous ancient civilizations. Why so many cultures developed comparable narratives remains a topic of debate. Some researchers see evidence of cultural exchange, while others believe these stories emerged independently as humanity tried to explain the rhythms of nature. One reason the Baal cycle remains mysterious is that the tablets were not found intact. Many survived only as broken fragments scattered throughout the ruins. Scholars spent decades translating and reconstructing the text piece by piece. Even today, important sections are missing. Entire passages may never be recovered, leaving gaps in the story that continue to generate competing interpretations. Some details about the gods, the sequence of events, and the original meaning of certain passages remain uncertain. Every newly discovered fragment has the potential to alter long-standing theories about the text. As excavations expanded throughout the 20th century, archaeologists uncovered far more than mythology. The archives of Ugarit contain diplomatic correspondence, trade records, legal agreements, and administrative documents. These texts revealed a kingdom deeply connected to the major powers of its era. Among the most dramatic discoveries were letters written during the city's final years. Several messages suggest that enemy forces were approaching while Ugarit's defences were weakened. The tone of these documents is urgent and desperate. They read almost like warnings sent in the final moments before disaster struck. These letters have become some of the most chilling records from the end of the Bronze Age because they appear to capture a civilization witnessing its own collapse in real time. The destruction of Ugarit remains one of archaeology's greatest unsolved mysteries. Around 1200 BCE, the city was destroyed and never rebuilt. Archaeological evidence confirms a sudden catastrophe, but the exact cause remains unknown. Some historians blame the mysterious sea peoples, groups often associated with widespread destruction across the eastern Mediterranean. Others point to earthquakes, famine, economic collapse, or a combination of multiple disasters occurring simultaneously. Whatever happened, Ugarit vanished during a period when several major civilizations collapsed within only a few decades. Trade networks disappeared, kingdoms fell, and entire regions entered centuries of decline. The fall of Ugarit became part of a larger historical mystery that scholars are still attempting to solve. Perhaps the most surprising aspect of the Baal Cycle is how much influence a forgotten civilization may have had on later traditions. The tablets contain themes that appear repeatedly throughout the ancient Near East. Divine councils, cosmic battles between order and chaos, storm gods wielding immense power, and struggles against forces represented by the sea or death. These similarities have led researchers to investigate how stories and religious ideas travelled between neighbouring cultures. Rather than existing in isolation, Ugarit appears to have been part of a much larger network of shared myths and beliefs stretching across the ancient world. More than 3,000 years after the city was destroyed, the Baal Cycle remains one of the most remarkable archaeological discoveries ever made. It preserves the voice of a civilization that vanished from history and reveals how its people understood life, death, nature, and the universe around them. The greatest mystery is not whether Baal truly existed, but how an entire religious tradition that once influenced millions could disappear so completely that only broken clay tablets remained. Buried beneath the ruins of a lost city, these fragments survive the collapse of kingdoms, the rise of empires, and thousands of years of silence before finally telling their story again. Today, the Baal Cycle stands as both a mythological masterpiece and a reminder that some of history's most important civilizations can vanish so thoroughly that only archaeology can bring them back to life. Tutankhamun, known as the Boy King of ancient Egypt, ruled for less than a decade and died at around 19 years of age. For centuries, he was little more than a forgotten name buried among the long list of Egyptian pharaohs. Yet in November 1922, everything changed. Deep within the Valley of the Kings near Luxor, British archaeologist Howard Carter made a discovery that would become one of the most shocking archaeological finds in human history. While countless royal tombs had already been looted over the centuries, Carter uncovered something almost unimaginable: a royal burial chamber that had remained largely untouched for more than 3,300 years. The discovery instantly captivated the world and transformed Tutankhamun from an obscure ruler into the most famous pharaoh on earth. The search itself had seemed almost hopeless. By the early 20th century, many experts believed the Valley of the Kings had already revealed all of its secrets. Excavations had been ongoing for decades, and most archaeologists had assumed that any remaining tombs had either been destroyed or robbed long ago. Howard Carter disagreed. Supported financially by Lord Carnarvon, he spent years searching an increasingly crowded archaeological landscape. After several disappointing seasons and mounting pressure to abandon the project, Carter uncovered a stone step hidden beneath ancient debris on November 4, 1922. Further excavation revealed a sealed doorway bearing royal seals. 3 weeks later, Carter famously peered through a small opening and was asked whether he could see anything inside. His reply became one of archaeology's most legendary quotes: "Yes, wonderful things." What Carter found exceeded every expectation. Beyond the sealed chambers lay more than 5,000 artifacts packed into a surprisingly small tomb. Golden shrines, ceremonial beds, chariots, statues, weapons, jewellery, furniture, and ritual objects filled nearly every available space. Archaeologists had never before encountered such an extensive royal collection preserved in its original context. Many of these objects appeared almost untouched since the late Bronze Age. The sheer quantity of treasures forced researchers to spend nearly a decade cataloguing and conserving the contents. Compared to most royal burials discovered previously, which often contained little more than fragments left behind by ancient thieves, Tutankhamun's tomb represented a unique archaeological time capsule frozen in time. Among all the discoveries, none became more iconic than the golden funerary mask. Crafted from approximately 11 kilograms of gold and decorated with lapis lazuli, quartz, obsidian, and coloured glass, the mask demonstrated a level of craftsmanship that astonished both scholars and the general public. Even today, more than a century after its discovery, it remains one of the most recognisable artefacts ever found. The precision of its features, the symmetry of its design, and the quality of its materials challenged assumptions about the technological capabilities of the ancient Egyptians. For many observers in the 1920s, the mask served as proof that a civilization more than 3 millennia old possessed artistic and metallurgical skills rivaling those of far later societies. Yet one of the greatest mysteries surrounding the discovery was not what was found, but who it belonged to. Tutankhamun was not considered one of Egypt's greatest rulers. Unlike powerful pharaohs such as Ramesses II or Thutmose III, he achieved few major military victories and left behind relatively little evidence of political influence. His reign lasted only about 9 years. This created an intriguing question that remains relevant today. If a relatively minor king possessed such extraordinary wealth in death, how magnificent must the tombs of Egypt's most powerful rulers once have been before they were looted? The treasures of Tutankhamun offered a glimpse into a level of royal wealth that had largely vanished from the archaeological record. The discovery also triggered one of the most famous archaeological controversies in history, the so-called Curse of the Pharaoh. Shortly after the tomb was opened, Lord Carnarvon died in Cairo following complications from an infected mosquito bite. Newspapers around the world seized upon the event. Reports quickly spread, claiming that an ancient curse protected the tomb and punished those who disturbed it. Journalists linked numerous deaths, illnesses, and accidents to the excavation, creating an atmosphere of fear and fascination. Although modern research has found no convincing evidence for a supernatural curse, the story became a global media sensation. The legend helped transform Tutankhamun from an archaeological discovery into a cultural phenomenon known even by people with little interest in ancient history. As scientific techniques improved throughout the 20th and 21st centuries, researchers turned their attention to another mystery, the death of Tutankhamun himself. Initial examinations revealed various injuries and abnormalities, leading some scholars to speculate that he had been murdered. Others suggested a chariot accident, while later studies pointed toward disease. CT scans conducted in 2005 provided new insights into the mummy's condition, and DNA studies published in 2010 suggested that Tutankhamun suffered from multiple health problems, including malaria and genetic disorders associated with royal inbreeding. Despite these advances, debate continues regarding the exact sequence of events that led to his death. More than 3,000 years later, the final days of the boy king remain uncertain. The tomb continued to generate headlines long after its discovery. In 2015, British Egyptologist Nicholas Reeves proposed that hidden chambers might exist behind the painted walls of the burial chamber. According to his theory, the tomb may have originally been intended for another royal figure, possibly Queen Nefertiti, one of the most famous women in ancient history. Ground-penetrating radar surveys appeared to provide tantalizing hints that voids could exist beyond the walls. The possibility of finding an undiscovered royal burial sparked worldwide excitement. Subsequent investigations, however, produced conflicting results, with some studies supporting the possibility and others finding no evidence at all. The debate remains unresolved, demonstrating that even the most thoroughly studied archaeological discoveries can still contain unanswered questions. Pompeii, known as the city that time forgot, stands near the Bay of Naples in southern Italy, at the foot of Mount Vesuvius. For centuries, it existed only as a distant memory preserved in ancient Roman texts. Then, in one of the most astonishing archaeological discoveries ever made, an entire city emerged from beneath layers of volcanic ash, almost exactly as it had appeared on a single day nearly 2,000 years earlier. Few discoveries have shocked historians, archaeologists, and the wider world as profoundly as Pompeii. Unlike most ancient sites that survive only as ruins, fragments, or scattered artifacts, Pompeii preserved streets, houses, businesses, artwork, tools, food, and even the final moments of its inhabitants. It offered humanity something no other archaeological site had ever provided: a direct window into everyday life in the Roman Empire frozen in time. The story begins in 79 CE when Mount Vesuvius erupted catastrophically. Ancient accounts written by Roman author Pliny the Younger describe a towering eruption column rising high into the atmosphere before enormous quantities of ash, pumice, and superheated gases descended upon nearby settlements. Pompeii, along with neighbouring Herculaneum and several smaller communities, disappeared beneath volcanic deposits. Over time, knowledge of the city's precise location faded. Fields, vineyards, and villages gradually covered the buried landscape. For more than 16 centuries, the city remained hidden beneath the ground. The first accidental rediscoveries occurred during the late 16th century, when engineer Domenico Fontana encountered ancient walls while constructing a canal in 1599. However, the true significance of the site was not recognized. Systematic excavations began much later in 1748 under the patronage of King Charles VII of Naples. What initially appeared to be a collection of buried structures soon revealed itself to be something extraordinary. Excavators were not uncovering isolated monuments, they were uncovering an entire Roman city. The shock experienced by 18th century Europe is difficult to exaggerate. Archaeologists expected ruins similar to those found elsewhere across the Roman world. Instead, they found homes with painted walls still displaying vivid colours. Shops still contained merchandise. Kitchens still contained cooking equipment. Wine jars remained in storage rooms. Bread was discovered inside ovens. Graffiti remained visible on walls exactly where ordinary citizens had written it centuries earlier. Pompeii transformed archaeology from the study of monuments into the study of everyday human life. One of the greatest mysteries surrounding Pompeii emerged from the remarkable state of preservation itself. How could an entire city survive for nearly 2,000 years with such extraordinary detail intact? Modern geological studies suggest that the answer lies in the unique sequence of the eruption. Layers of volcanic ash accumulated rapidly, sealing structures from weather, oxygen, and human disturbance. In effect, the eruption created a giant protective capsule, yet even today, experts continue debating why certain buildings survived almost completely while others suffered catastrophic collapse. Small variations in ash depth, roof design, and exposure to pyroclastic flows appear to have produced dramatically different outcomes across the city. The most shocking discoveries came not from buildings but from the people themselves. During excavations in the 19th century, Italian archaeologist Giuseppe Fiorelli made an observation that transformed the study of Pompeii forever. He noticed empty cavities within hardened volcanic deposits. These voids had formed when human bodies decomposed over centuries, leaving hollow spaces in the ash. Fiorelli developed a revolutionary technique. By pouring liquid plaster into the cavities, he created detailed casts of the victims. The results stunned the world. For the first time in history, archaeologists could see the final positions of individuals who had died nearly 2,000 years earlier. Men, women, and children appeared frozen in their last moments. Some covered their faces. Others attempted to shield loved ones. One famous cast preserved a dog still struggling against its chain. These haunting figures transformed Pompeii from an archaeological site into a human tragedy preserved with unprecedented realism. As excavations expanded, another revelation shocked scholars. Pompeii challenged long-standing assumptions about Roman society. Throughout Europe, the Roman Empire had often been portrayed as a model of refinement, discipline, and moral order. Yet the city revealed a far more complex reality. Walls were covered with political slogans, advertisements, jokes, insults, and declarations of love. Thousands of graffiti inscriptions survived. Some promoted election candidates. Others recorded debts, business transactions, or personal rivalries. Pompeii provided the ancient equivalent of social media, allowing historians to hear the voices of ordinary citizens rather than emperors and generals. Even more controversial were the discoveries related to sexuality. Archaeologists uncovered numerous erotic frescoes, sculptures, and symbols distributed throughout homes, bathhouses, and commercial establishments. One of the most famous discoveries was the Lupanar, a brothel containing explicit wall paintings believed to advertise services offered inside. For many 19th century Europeans, these findings were deeply unsettling. Some artifacts were locked away in restricted collections known as secret museums, where only approved visitors could view them. The discoveries forced historians to reconsider assumptions about morality, culture, and daily life in the Roman world. Another enduring mystery concerns the exact cause of death for Pompeii's inhabitants. For For generations, people imagined victims slowly suffocating beneath falling ash. However, modern forensic research has revealed a far more terrifying scenario. Studies conducted during the late 20th and early 21st centuries suggest that many residents were killed almost instantly by pyroclastic surges, fast-moving clouds of superheated gas and volcanic material capable of reaching temperatures exceeding 250 to 300 degrees Celsius. Evidence from skeletal remains indicates that exposure to extreme heat may have caused rapid thermal shock. Some researchers argue that many victims died before significant ash accumulation even began. This interpretation dramatically changed scientific understanding of the disaster. Pompeii has also become one of the world's most important laboratories for archaeological science. Techniques unavailable to earlier generations continue revealing new information. DNA analysis has challenged previous assumptions about the identities and relationships of victims. Studies published in the 21st century demonstrated that several famous plaster casts had been misidentified for decades. Individuals once believed to be family members were not necessarily related. Supposed mothers and children sometimes turned out to be unrelated adults. These discoveries remind researchers that even the most iconic archaeological interpretations can change when new evidence emerges. The city continues producing remarkable discoveries despite more than 2.5 centuries of excavation. In 2021, archaeologists announced the discovery of an exceptionally preserved ceremonial chariot in a suburban villa north of Pompeii. Unlike ordinary transport vehicles, the chariot featured elaborate bronze decorations and appears to have been associated with elite rituals or processions. The find was immediately hailed as one of the most important discoveries in decades. Other recent excavations have uncovered snack bars, richly decorated rooms, preserved inscriptions, and human remains that continue expanding knowledge of Roman society. 1991. High in the frozen Alps near the border between Italy and Austria, 2 hikers noticed what appeared to be the body of a recently deceased mountaineer emerging from the ice. Rescue teams treated it as a modern accident. Nobody imagined they were looking at a man who had died more than 5,300 years earlier. The discovery of Otzi the Iceman would become one of the most shocking archaeological finds ever made, not because it revealed a lost city or hidden treasure, but because it preserved an entire human life in astonishing detail. For the first time, scientists could examine the body, clothing, tools, diet, health, and even the final hours of a person who had lived during the Copper Age. At first glance, Otzi seemed impossible. Human remains normally decompose within years, yet this man had survived for more than 5 millennia beneath layers of glacier ice. His skin, muscles, organs, and personal belongings remained remarkably intact. Archaeologists recovered a complete toolkit that included a copper axe, a flint knife, unfinished arrows, a bow, containers made from birch bark, and clothing constructed from several animal species. Instead of isolated artifacts scattered across a site, researchers had uncovered what was essentially a perfectly preserved snapshot of prehistoric daily life. Every object found beside him offered direct evidence rather than speculation, allowing scientists to reconstruct a level of detail rarely possible in archaeology. The greatest surprise emerged when researchers began examining the technology he carried. Before Otzi's discovery, many people imagined Europeans of the Copper Age as relatively simple farming communities possessing limited technical knowledge. The copper axe challenged that assumption immediately. Metallurgical analysis showed that the blade was made from highly refined copper, requiring sophisticated extraction and smelting techniques. Producing such an object demanded specialized knowledge, access to raw materials, and established trade networks. Suddenly, the technological capabilities of European societies more than 5,000 years ago appeared far more advanced than previously believed. The axe became one of the oldest and best preserved metal tools ever discovered, forcing scholars to reconsider how quickly metallurgy had spread across prehistoric Europe. Yet the body itself contained even more astonishing secrets. Detailed CT scans revealed an arrowhead embedded deep within Otzi's left shoulder. The projectile had severed a major artery, causing massive blood loss. Additional evidence suggested trauma to the head shortly before or during death. What initially seemed to be a victim of exposure was transformed into something entirely different, one of the oldest known homicide investigations in human history. Scientists could analyze wounds, blood traces, weapon damage, and movement patterns in ways normally reserved for modern forensic cases. The discovery blurred the line between archaeology and criminal investigation, creating an unprecedented opportunity to examine violence in prehistoric society. As researchers continued their work, they uncovered another remarkable clue hidden inside his digestive system. Advances in imaging technology eventually allowed scientists to locate and analyze his stomach contents. The results revealed the final meal he consumed before death. It included meat from wild mountain goats, red deer, ancient grains, and significant amounts of animal fat. The composition suggested preparation for physically demanding travel through alpine terrain. By combining dietary evidence with pollen grains found inside his body, researchers reconstructed not only what he ate but also the season of his death and portions of his final journey. Few individuals in human history, ancient or modern, have had their last day reconstructed with such precision. One of the most debated mysteries surrounding Otzi involves the dozens of tattoos covering his body. More than 60 tattoo markings have been identified, consisting mainly of lines and crosses rather than decorative images. Their locations are particularly intriguing. Many correspond closely to areas where examinations revealed joint degeneration, arthritis, or chronic physical stress. Some researchers have proposed that these markings may represent an early therapeutic practice resembling acupuncture. If true, they would push the origins of certain forms of medical treatment thousands of years further into the past than previously documented. While the theory remains controversial, the unusual placement of the tattoos continues to raise questions about prehistoric knowledge of pain, management, and healthcare. The scientific surprises did not stop there. Genetic analysis opened an entirely new window into the ancient world. Researchers extracted and sequenced Otzi's DNA, revealing information about ancestry, physical characteristics, disease susceptibility, and population movements. The data suggested that he belonged to genetic groups very different from many modern Europeans living in the same region today. Scientists identified markers associated with cardiovascular disease, lactose intolerance, and other biological traits. For perhaps the first time in archaeology, investigators could construct something resembling a medical profile for an individual who lived more than 5,000 years ago. The discovery transformed ancient remains from skeletons into identifiable human beings with unique biological histories. What makes Otzi truly extraordinary is not any single mystery, but the convergence of many different fields of science within one discovery. Archaeology provided context. Forensics revealed the cause of death. Genetics reconstructed ancestry. Medicine identified diseases. Botany traced environmental conditions. Chemistry analyzed materials and technology. Together, these disciplines transformed a frozen corpse into one of the most comprehensively studied humans in history. Every new analytical technique developed over the past 3 decades has been applied to the Iceman, and each generation of scientists has extracted new information from the same body. Even today, more than 30 years after his discovery, debates continue. Was he a hunter, a trader, a warrior, or a community leader? Was he fleeing enemies when he climbed into the mountains, or was he pursuing someone else? Who fired the fatal arrow and why? Did he die alone, or were others present during his final moments? The evidence provides clues but rarely definitive answers. This uncertainty is precisely what makes the story so compelling. Unlike many archaeological mysteries that rely on legends or speculation, the mystery of Otzi is grounded in physical evidence. Scientists possess the body, the weapons, the clothing, the food, the DNA, and the wounds, yet crucial parts of the story remain beyond reach. More than 5,000 years after his death, Otzi continues to challenge assumptions about prehistoric life. He revealed unexpected technological sophistication, evidence of long-distance connections, possible medical practices, and one of the oldest documented murders ever investigated. His discovery fundamentally changed how archaeologists study ancient individuals and demonstrated that a single human body can rewrite entire chapters of history. Few discoveries have delivered such a combination of scientific value, forensic intrigue, and human drama. Emerging from the ice in 1991, Otzi did not simply become an archaeological sensation. He became a messenger from a vanished world, carrying secrets that researchers are still struggling to fully understand today. Lascaux Cave is one of the most shocking archaeological discoveries ever made. not because it revealed a lost kingdom, a hidden treasure, or an ancient tomb filled with gold, but because it forced scientists to completely rethink what prehistoric humans were capable of. Located in southwestern France near the village of Montignac, the cave contains some of the most extraordinary Paleolithic art ever discovered. Today, the paintings are estimated to be around 17,000 years old, dating to the Upper Paleolithic period. Yet when the cave was accidentally discovered in September 1940 by 4 local teenagers and their dog, the world was confronted with a mystery that challenged decades of assumptions about human intelligence, creativity, and technological ability. The discovery occurred during one of the darkest moments of the 20th century. Europe was already engulfed in World War II when Marcel Ravadat and his friends entered a hole exposed on a hillside and found themselves standing inside a vast underground chamber. What they saw illuminated by their lamps seemed almost impossible. The walls and ceilings were covered with hundreds of enormous paintings depicting horses, aurochs, deer, bison, and other animals. The images appeared so sophisticated that some observers initially struggled to believe they could have been created by people living during the Ice Age. At a time when many still imagined prehistoric humans as primitive cave dwellers focused solely on survival, Lascaux delivered a shock comparable to discovering an ancient masterpiece in the middle of a wilderness. Professional archaeologists soon arrived to investigate. Among the most influential was French prehistorian Abbé Henri Breuil, who helped document and authenticate the paintings. As studies progressed, the scale of the discovery became clear. More than 600 painted figures and approximately 1,500 engravings were identified throughout the cave system. Some chambers, particularly the famous Hall of the Bulls, contained animals measuring more than 5 meters in length. Even by modern artistic standards, the compositions displayed an extraordinary understanding of movement, proportion, and visual storytelling. The paintings were not random markings. They demonstrated planning, skill, and artistic intention on a level few experts expected from humans living 17 millennia ago. The first great mystery emerged immediately. How could people without writing, metal tools, agriculture, or cities create art of such sophistication? Before Lascaux, many scholars viewed cultural development as a gradual process that accelerated only after the rise of farming civilization. Yet the cave suggested that advanced symbolic thinking and artistic creativity existed far earlier than previously believed. The discovery became a turning point in understanding human cognitive evolution. Suddenly, Ice Age hunters were no longer seen merely as survivors battling harsh environments. They appeared capable of complex imagination, abstract thought, and cultural expression that rivaled much later societies. The second mystery involved the sheer technical challenge of creating the paintings. Many of the most impressive artworks are located deep within the cave, far from natural daylight. Some appear on ceilings several meters above the ground. Archaeologists discovered evidence that prehistoric artists used stone lamps fueled by animal fat to illuminate the darkness. They also found traces suggesting the use of scaffolding. However, numerous questions remain. Constructing stable platforms underground, transporting pigments through narrow passages, maintaining light sources, and executing large-scale paintings in confined spaces would have required organization and planning far beyond what many once assumed possible for Paleolithic communities. The more researchers examined the logistics involved, the more remarkable the achievement became. Equally astonishing was the quality of the pigments. The artists used materials such as charcoal, manganese dioxide, and iron-rich minerals including hematite to create black, red, yellow, and brown colors. Modern analyses have shown that these pigments were carefully selected and processed. Some appear to have been ground into fine powders before being applied with brushes, pads, or even sprayed through hollow tubes. The survival of this for roughly 17,000 years raised another question. How did prehistoric people develop techniques capable of producing images that would remain visible longer than most monuments built in recorded history? While the cave's stable environment helped preserve the paintings, the sophisticated use of natural materials suggests a surprisingly advanced understanding of available resources. Among all the images in Lascaux, none has generated more debate than the scene known as the shaft scene. Unlike the overwhelming majority of animal depictions, this composition includes a human figure. The figure appears to have a bird-like head and is shown near a wounded bison whose entrails seem to be spilling out. Nearby stands a staff topped with a bird. The image is unlike anything else in the cave and remains one of the most enigmatic scenes in prehistoric art. Researchers have proposed countless interpretations. Some argue it represents a hunting accident. Others suggest a religious vision, a mythological narrative, or evidence of early shamanistic beliefs. More than 80 years after its discovery, no consensus exists. The scene remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of Ice Age symbolism. The purpose of the cave itself may be even more puzzling. If Lascaux served as a living space, evidence of everyday occupation should be abundant. Yet the distribution of artworks and archaeological remains suggests another possibility. Many scholars believe the cave functioned as a ceremonial or ritual center rather than a permanent settlement. Some theories propose that the paintings were linked to hunting magic, intended to influence the success of future hunts. Others argue that the cave served as a sacred location where spiritual ceremonies took place. More recent interpretations explore the possibility that the artwork encoded social knowledge, cultural traditions, or cosmological beliefs. Every theory explains part of the evidence, yet none fully explains the entire site. Another controversial mysteries emerged during the late 20th century, when some researchers suggested that certain arrangements of animals corresponded to constellations visible in the ancient sky. Comparisons were made between groups of painted figures and star patterns, such as the Pleiades. If correct, this would imply a sophisticated astronomical awareness thousands of years before the earliest known written star records. Critics argue that such interpretations rely too heavily on coincidence and subjective pattern recognition. Nevertheless, the debate highlights a recurring theme in the study of Lascaux. Nearly every attempt to explain the cave uncovers new questions rather than definitive answers. Ironically, the cave's fame soon created another crisis. After opening to the public following World War II, thousands of visitors entered every year. Human breath introduced carbon dioxide, moisture and microorganisms into the delicate environment. By the 1950s and early 1960s, visible damage began appearing on the paintings. In 1963, French authorities made the difficult decision to close the cave to the public. Later studies confirmed that continued tourism would likely have destroyed one of humanity's greatest artistic treasures. The closure itself became a reminder of how fragile the discovery was and how easily a record preserved for 17,000 years could disappear within a single generation. 1972. A construction worker digging a trench on the western shore of the Black Sea in Bulgaria uncovered a handful of strange golden objects buried beneath the soil. What began as an ordinary workday would soon trigger one of the most shocking archaeological discoveries ever made. The site became known as Varna Necropolis, and the findings forced historians to reconsider some of the most fundamental assumptions about the origins of wealth, power, technology, and social hierarchy in human civilization. Before the discovery of Varna, scholars generally believed that Europe during the 5th millennium BCE was inhabited by relatively simple farming communities with limited social differences and modest technological capabilities. Varna shattered that picture almost overnight. As excavations expanded throughout the 1970s, archaeologists uncovered nearly 300 graves dating between approximately 4600 and 4200 BCE. What emerged from the earth was unlike anything previously seen from prehistoric Europe. More than 3,000 gold artifacts were discovered, weighing over 6 kilograms in total. At the time, this represented the oldest large collection of worked gold ever found anywhere in the world. The significance of that fact is difficult to overstate. The Great Pyramid of Giza would not be built for another 2,000 years. Stonehenge did not yet exist. Most of the civilizations commonly associated with ancient power and wealth had not even begun to emerge. Yet here, on the shores of the Black Sea, an unknown society was already producing sophisticated gold objects on a remarkable scale. The shock deepened as researchers began studying the individual graves. Rather than finding a community where wealth was distributed relatively evenly, archaeologists encountered dramatic differences between burials. Some contained only a few simple objects, while others held extraordinary quantities of precious items. The most famous example became Grave 43, Inside lay the remains of an adult male accompanied by more than 1,000 gold artifacts, including bracelets, necklaces, ceremonial objects, gold-covered weapons, and what many researchers interpret as symbols of authority. The amount of wealth buried with this individual exceeded that found in most of the other graves combined. Such inequality suggested the existence of a powerful elite class thousands of years earlier than many scholars had believed possible in Europe. Suddenly, Varna was no longer just an ancient cemetery. It had become evidence for one of the earliest known examples of social stratification on Earth. The craftsmanship itself created another mystery. The gold objects were not crude experiments produced by inexperienced artisans. Many display remarkable precision, symmetry, and consistency. Tiny beads, carefully shaped ornaments, intricate decorative patterns, and standardized forms indicate specialized knowledge passed down through generations. Producing such objects required not only access to gold deposits, but also a sophisticated understanding of extraction, processing, shaping, and polishing techniques. Even today, archaeologists continue to debate how a society of this age developed such advanced metallurgical skills. The technological leap appears surprisingly early in the archaeological record, raising questions about how knowledge spread across prehistoric Europe and whether lost networks of innovation connected communities far more effectively than previously imagined. Equally puzzling is the evidence for extensive trade. Materials found within the necropolis originated from different regions, suggesting that the people of Varna participated in long-distance exchange networks spanning hundreds of kilometers. Copper, exotic shells, rare stones, and other valuable resources moved across vast territories during an age often portrayed as technologically primitive. Such trade implies organized routes, economic relationships, and perhaps even forms of political control capable of coordinating the movement of goods over large distances. The discovery challenged another long-standing assumption, that complex economic systems emerge much later in human history. Instead, Varna revealed a society that may have been integrated into a surprisingly advanced prehistoric world. Among the most intriguing discoveries were graves that contained enormous quantities of gold, but no human skeletons. These so-called symbolic burials remain one of the site's greatest mysteries. In several cases, archaeologists found carefully arranged artifacts, ceremonial objects, and clay masks placed where a body would normally rest. Yet no actual human remains were present. The significance of these empty graves remains uncertain. Some researchers suggest they were memorials dedicated to individuals whose bodies could not be recovered. Others believe they held religious meaning connected to beliefs about death, ancestry, or divine authority. Whatever their purpose, these symbolic burials demonstrate that the people of Varna possessed complex ritual traditions far beyond what many scholars once expected from prehistoric communities. The social implications of the necropolis continue to generate debate. Grave goods indicate clear differences in status, gender roles, and access to wealth. Certain individuals appear to have possessed extraordinary influence, while others were buried with far fewer possessions. Such evidence suggests a structured society with defined hierarchies, specialized occupations, and possibly inherited power. If correct, Varna represents one of the earliest known examples of an elite ruling class in Europe. The discovery forced historians to reconsider when social inequality first emerged and how rapidly human societies were capable of developing complex political structures. Yet perhaps the greatest mystery is not how the Varna culture achieved such success, but why it disappeared. Around the end of the 5th millennium BCE, the society associated with the necropolis began to decline. The extraordinary concentration of wealth vanished from the archaeological record. No clear evidence of conquest, massacre, or catastrophic destruction has been found. Instead, researchers have proposed multiple explanations. Some point toward climatic instability that may have disrupted agriculture and trade. Others suggest environmental changes around the Black Sea region altered settlement patterns and economic systems. Additional theories focus on migrations, social upheaval, or the collapse of long-distance exchange networks upon which the culture may have depended. Despite decades of research, no single explanation has gained universal acceptance. Modern scientific techniques have only increased the fascination surrounding Varna. Radiocarbon dating confirmed the extraordinary age of the site. Isotopic analyses revealed information about diet mobility and social differences among individuals. DNA studies continue to provide clues about population movements during prehistoric Europe, yet each new discovery seems to raise additional questions. How did such wealth become concentrated so early? What political mechanisms maintained social hierarchy? Where did the metallurgical knowledge originate? Why were symbolic graves treated with the same reverence as those containing actual human remains? And why did a society capable of accumulating unprecedented wealth vanish from history, with so few traces of its final chapter? 1928. In the scorching deserts of southern Iraq, archaeologist Leonard Woolley lowered his team into what appeared to be an ordinary burial pit in the ancient city of Ur. What emerged from the dust would become one of the most shocking archaeological discoveries ever made. Beneath layers of earth lay not a single grave, but an entire royal cemetery dating back more than 4,500 years. Gold crowns glittered where no human eyes had seen them for millennia. Harps decorated with precious stones rested beside skeletons. And most disturbing of all, dozens of perfectly arranged bodies surrounded their rulers as if they had willingly followed them into death. The discovery transformed humanity's understanding of the ancient world overnight. Before Ur, many scholars imagined early civilizations as relatively simple societies struggling to survive. The royal tombs of Ur revealed something entirely different. A wealthy, highly organized kingdom capable of extraordinary craftsmanship, long-distance trade, and rituals so complex and unsettling that researchers still debate them today. The ancient city of Ur flourished around 2600 BCE in what is now Iraq, at the heart of the Sumerian civilization. During Woolley's excavations between 1922 and 1934, more than 1,800 graves were uncovered. Most were modest burials, but 16 stood apart from all the others. These became known as the royal tombs, and the treasures they contained rivaled anything previously found in Egypt. Gold vessels, silver tools, intricate jewelry, ceremonial weapons, musical instruments, and imported luxury materials filled the chambers. The sheer quantity of wealth stunned the archaeological community. Some artifacts displayed levels of craftsmanship that many experts had not believed possible for a civilization that old. Delicate gold leaves were hammered into crowns so thin they resembled real foliage. Beads of lapis lazuli had travelled over 500 kilometers from the mountains of Afghanistan. Carnelian likely arrived from the Indus Valley. Shells came from distant coastal regions. Together, these objects revealed a trade network spanning thousands of kilometers across the ancient world, centuries before many historians thought such connections existed. Among all the discoveries, one tomb immediately captured international attention. Known today as the Tomb of Queen Puabi, it contained one of the richest collections of artifacts ever recovered from the ancient Near East. Puabi herself was buried wearing an elaborate headdress composed of gold ribbons, leaves, and floral ornaments. Around her neck hung multiple strands of gold, carnelian, and lapis lazuli beads. Gold rings adorned her fingers. Nearby stood cosmetic containers, drinking vessels, and luxury items crafted with astonishing precision. Yet the greatest mystery was not the queen herself. Surrounding her were attendants who appeared to have accompanied her into death. Their bodies were arranged with remarkable order. Some wore jewellery. Others held ceremonial objects. None appeared to have been thrown carelessly into the tomb. Instead, they seemed to have taken their places in a carefully orchestrated ritual that unfolded more than 4 millennia ago. The mystery deepened further with the discovery of what Woolley called the Great Death Pit. Here archaeologists found the remains of approximately 70 individuals arranged in neat rows. Many wore elaborate clothing and jewellery. Some appeared to be musicians, servants, guards, or members of the royal household. The scene was unlike anything previously discovered. Rather than evidence of warfare, massacre, or natural disaster, the bodies suggested a deliberate ceremony. Woolley proposed that these attendants had voluntarily consumed poison before lying down beside their ruler, accepting death as part of a sacred ritual. For decades, this explanation dominated both academic literature and popular imagination. It painted a dramatic picture of loyalty extending beyond life itself, a society in which servants willingly followed kings and queens into the afterlife. Modern science, however, introduced new complications. Advances in forensic analysis allowed researchers to examine several skulls recovered from the cemetery. CT scans conducted decades after the original excavation revealed evidence of blunt force trauma on some individuals. Rather than peacefully drinking poison, certain attendants may have been killed by deliberate blows to the head. Additional evidence suggested that bodies could have been treated with heat or preservation techniques before burial. These findings transformed one of archaeology's most famous stories into an even darker mystery. Were the attendants willing participants in a sacred ceremony or victims of ritual sacrifice carried out by the state? Did they believe death guaranteed eternal service to their rulers, or were they compelled to take part? Despite years of research, no definitive answer has emerged. The royal cemetery also challenged assumptions about social organization in the 3rd millennium BCE. Coordinating such elaborate burials would have required enormous resources and administrative control. The construction of the tombs, procurement of luxury materials, preparation of ceremonial objects, and organization of dozens of participants point toward a highly centralized political system. The rulers of were not merely local chiefs governing small settlements. They presided over a sophisticated urban civilization with complex economic networks and specialized craftsmen. Every artifact recovered from the site reinforces this conclusion. Goldsmiths demonstrated extraordinary technical skill. Musicians played instruments decorated with intricate artistic scenes. Builders created tomb chambers capable of surviving thousands of years underground. The civilization behind these achievements was far more advanced than early 20th century scholars had imagined. Among the most famous objects discovered was the Standard of a beautifully crafted wooden box decorated with mosaics made from shell, limestone, and lapis lazuli. One side depicts scenes of war, while the other portrays peace and celebration. Together they provide an extraordinary glimpse into Sumerian society. Soldiers march in organized formations. Prisoners are presented before rulers. Banquets unfold beneath carefully arranged social hierarchies. The artifact functions almost like a visual document from a lost world, preserving details about clothing, transportation, warfare, and government that written records alone could never fully convey. Its discovery added further weight to the realization that complex civilizations were flourishing in Mesopotamia at a remarkably early date. The cemetery also reshaped understanding of ancient religion. The willingness to invest immense wealth into burial rituals suggests that beliefs concerning death and the afterlife occupied a central place in Sumerian culture. Yet unlike Egyptian tombs, which often contain extensive inscriptions explaining religious concepts, the royal tombs of remain frustratingly silent. The dead left behind magnificent objects but few direct explanations. Archaeologists can reconstruct ceremonies, estimate social ranks, and analyze artifacts, but the deep meaning behind many rituals remains uncertain. This silence is one reason the site continues to fascinate researchers. Every answer uncovered by excavation seems to generate new questions about belief, power, and human behavior. Nearly a century after Woolley first descended into the ancient graves, the royal tombs of remain one of archaeology's most astonishing discoveries. Their treasures revealed a forgotten civilization of immense sophistication. Their artifacts exposed trade routes stretching across continents. Their architecture demonstrated remarkable organizational capabilities. Yet the greatest mysteries still among the rows of silent attendants who entered the tombs thousands of years ago. Whether they walked willingly toward death, were sacrificed by royal command, or participated in rituals whose meanings have long been lost, they transformed a remarkable archaeological discovery into one of history's most haunting puzzles. The royal tombs of did more than uncover buried treasure. They forced the modern world to confront an uncomfortable possibility: that one of humanity's earliest great civilizations possessed levels of wealth, power, and ritual complexity far beyond what anyone had imagined, and that some of its deepest secrets may remain buried forever. Dead Sea Scrolls is one of the most shocking archaeological discoveries ever made, a discovery that transformed the study of ancient history, religion, and the origins of some of the world's most influential texts. Hidden for nearly 2,000 years in cave overlooking the northwestern shore of the Dead Sea, these manuscripts remained untouched while empires rose and fell around them. Their accidental discovery in 1947 stunned scholars because the scrolls pushed the known history of biblical manuscripts back by more than 1,000 years and revealed a forgotten world that existed during one of the most turbulent periods of ancient Judea. The story began near Qumran, a remote desert region in what is now the West Bank. According to the most widely accepted account, a young Bedouin shepherd searching for a lost goat threw a stone into a cave and heard the sound of breaking pottery. Curious, he entered the cave and found several large clay jars containing ancient scrolls wrapped in linen. What seemed like a simple chance discovery quickly turned into one of the greatest archaeological investigations of the 20th century. Between 1947 and 1956, archaeologists and local explorers identified 11 caves containing manuscripts and fragments. By the end of the excavations, nearly 900 separate texts and more than 25,000 manuscript fragments had been recovered. The first shock came from the age of the documents themselves. Prior to the discovery, the oldest complete Hebrew Bible manuscripts available to scholars dated to around the 10th century CE. The Dead Sea Scrolls changed everything. Scientific dating methods, including paleographic analysis and later radiocarbon testing, indicated that many scrolls were written between the 3rd century BCE and the 1st century CE. This meant that some biblical texts were more than 1,000 years older than any previously known copies. Historians suddenly possessed a direct window into a period that had long been obscured by centuries of copying and transmission. Among the most remarkable finds was a nearly complete copy of the Book of Isaiah. When scholars compared this manuscript with medieval versions copied over a millennium later, they found an astonishing degree of consistency. The discovery provided unprecedented evidence regarding the preservation of ancient texts across centuries. Yet the similarities were only part of the story. Differences between manuscripts revealed that multiple textual traditions existed simultaneously, challenging the long-held assumption that there had always been a single standardized version. Instead of answering every question, the scrolls opened entirely new debates that continue today. The next mystery centered on the identity of the people who created and preserved the manuscripts. For decades, many researchers favored the theory that the scrolls were produced by a Jewish sect known as the Essenes, a community described by ancient writers such as Josephus, Philo, and Pliny the Elder. Archaeological remains at Qumran appeared to support this idea. Ritual baths, communal facilities, and evidence of organized living suggested the presence of a disciplined religious group. However, not all scholars agree. Some argue that the collection represents manuscripts brought from libraries in Jerusalem and hidden during the chaos of war. Others suggest that multiple groups contributed to the collection over time. More than 70 years after their discovery, no universal consensus exists regarding who wrote the scrolls or who ultimately concealed them. The reason for their concealment is another mystery that has fascinated historians. The most common explanation links the hiding of the manuscripts to the First Jewish-Roman War, which erupted in 66 CE. As Roman forces advanced through Judea, communities may have hidden valuable texts in caves to prevent their destruction. The theory appears logical, yet it raises an obvious question. If the scrolls were hidden for safekeeping, why did nobody return to recover them? The manuscripts remained undisturbed for nearly 2 millennia. Whether their guardians perished during the conflict or were permanently displaced remains unknown. Perhaps the most sensational discovery among the collection was not written on parchment or papyrus at all. It was engraved on copper. Known today as the Copper Scroll, this artifact differs dramatically from every other manuscript found near Qumran. Instead of religious teachings, prayers, or biblical texts, it contains a list of locations associated with buried treasures. The document describes caches of gold, silver, and sacred objects supposedly hidden across the region. Estimates based on the text suggest quantities that could amount to dozens of tons of precious metals. The implications were extraordinary. If the treasure existed, it would rank among the greatest hidden fortunes in history. Yet the Copper Scroll created more questions than answers. Archaeologists have spent decades attempting to interpret its cryptic directions. Some locations are impossible to identify. Others may have changed beyond recognition over 2,000 years. No verified discovery matching the scale described in the document has ever been made. As a result, researchers remain divided. Some believe the text records actual temple treasures hidden during a time of crisis. Others suspect it may represent symbolic, legendary, or administrative information rather than a literal treasure map. The mystery persists, and the possibility that enormous riches remain undiscovered continues to captivate both scholars and the public. Another shocking aspect of the scrolls involves their apocalyptic worldview. Several manuscripts describe an impending cosmic conflict between forces of light and darkness. These texts portray a final battle that would determine the fate of humanity and establish divine rule. Written more than 2,000 years ago, they provide rare insight into the beliefs and expectations circulating in Judea during the period surrounding the emergence of Christianity. The scrolls revealed that concepts often considered unique to later traditions were already being discussed and debated within ancient Jewish communities. This discovery reshaped scholarly understanding of the religious landscape of the era. The excavation process itself produced another remarkable challenge. Most manuscripts were not found intact. Instead, they survived as thousands of fragile fragments scattered across multiple caves. Scholars spent decades reconstructing texts from pieces sometimes no larger than a fingernail. The effort resembled assembling an enormous puzzle with many missing parts and no reference image. Advances in photography, infrared imaging, digital reconstruction, and artificial intelligence have continued to reveal previously unreadable passages. Even today, researchers occasionally uncover new insights from fragments that have been studied for generations. What makes the Dead Sea Scrolls particularly extraordinary is that they combine archaeology, history, religion, and mystery into a single discovery. They rewrote timelines, challenged established assumptions, and exposed a world that had been hidden since the age of the Roman Empire. Few archaeological finds have altered multiple academic disciplines at once. The discovery provided the oldest known biblical manuscripts, revealed lost religious writings, introduced the enigmatic copper scroll, and generated debates that remain unresolved decades later. More than 75 years after the first cave was opened, the Dead Sea Scrolls continue to stand as one of the most astonishing ancient discoveries ever made, not because all of their secrets have been revealed, but because some of the most important questions surrounding them still have no definitive answer. Ceruti Mastadon site is one of the most controversial archaeological discoveries ever uncovered in North America. Located near San Diego, California, the site appears unremarkable at first glance. The fragmented remains of a mastodon, an extinct relative of modern elephants. Yet, when scientists began studying the bones more closely, they encountered evidence that would ignite one of the fiercest debates in modern archaeology. If the interpretation is correct, the discovery suggests that human-like beings may have reached the Americas more than 130 years ago, a claim so extraordinary that it challenges nearly every established model of early human migration. The story began in 1992 during construction work for a highway project in San Diego County. Workers unexpectedly exposed a concentration of large fossilized bones buried within ancient sediment layers. Paleontologists and archaeologists were called to investigate, and what they found initially appeared to be a typical Ice Age fossil deposit. The remains belonged to a mastodon, a massive mammal that once roamed North America. However, unlike many fossil discoveries, the bones displayed unusual patterns of breakage. Several large limb bones had been fractured in ways that appeared deliberate rather than accidental, while heavy stones were found nearby in positions that resembled primitive hammerstones and anvils. For years, the site remained relatively obscure as researchers carefully documented every detail. Then, in 2017, a team led by archaeologist Richard Fullegar and paleontologist Thomas Desmarais published their findings in one of the world's most prestigious scientific journals. Using uranium series dating techniques, the researchers concluded that the mastodon remains were approximately 130,700 years old. The age itself was astonishing, but what truly shocked the scientific community was the team's argument that the bones had been intentionally broken by human ancestors. Within days of publication, headlines around the world suggested that human history in the Americas might need to be rewritten. To understand why the claim was so explosive, it is necessary to consider the accepted timeline of human arrival in the New World. For most of the 20th century, archaeologists believed that the first people entered the Americas around 13,000 years ago through a land bridge connecting Siberia and Alaska during the last ice age. This theory was supported by the famous Clovis culture, identified by its distinctive stone spear points. Although later discoveries such as Monteverde in Chile pushed the date of human occupation back around 14,500 years ago, the overall timeline remained within the range of tens of thousands of years. Ceruti Mastadon site proposed something radically different. Instead of arriving 13,000 or 15,000 years ago, human-like beings could have been present more than 130,000 years ago. The difference was not a few centuries or even a few millennia. It was over 100,000 years. The evidence centered on the condition of the bones themselves. Researchers noted that several large mastodon limb bones had spiral fractures commonly associated with fresh bone breakage. Experimental archaeology has shown that when fresh bones are struck with heavy stones to extract nutritious marrow, they often break in distinctive ways. Similar patterns have been documented at archaeological sites across Africa, Europe, and Asia where early humans processed animal carcasses. At Ceruti, the fractured bones appeared to match those patterns. Some fragments had been transported away from the original skeleton, while dense bone portions were concentrated in specific areas. The arrangement suggested purposeful activity rather than random natural destruction. Equally intriguing were the stones discovered among the fossils. 2 large cobbles weighing several kilograms showed signs of impact damage. According to the research team, these stones may have functioned as hammerstones and anvils used to crack open the mastodon's bones. When experiments were conducted using comparable stones and elephant bones, scientists produced fracture patterns remarkably similar to those observed at the site. This experimental evidence strengthened the argument that intelligent agents had manipulated the remains. Yet the age of the site immediately raised an even larger mystery. If someone had broken those bones 130,000 years ago, who were they? Homo sapiens had not yet spread widely across the globe at that time. Modern humans were primarily confined to Africa and parts of the Middle East. Neanderthals inhabited Europe and Western Asia, while Denisovans occupied portions of Asia. No confirmed evidence places any of these groups in North America during that period. As a result, Ceruti Mastadon site introduced a possibility that bordered on the unimaginable. Perhaps an unknown population of archaic humans reached the Americas tens of thousands of years before previously believed. The implications were staggering. Such a migration would require ancient hominins to cross enormous geographic barriers long before the development of advanced maritime technology. Even reaching North America from Asia would involve journeys that many researchers consider unlikely for populations living 130,000 years ago. Yet archaeology has repeatedly demonstrated that ancient humans were capable of surprising achievements. Evidence from islands in Southeast Asia shows that hominins crossed significant stretches of open water hundreds of thousands of years ago. The discovery of Homo floresiensis on the Indonesian island of Flores, for example, revealed that ancient human relatives possessed abilities once thought impossible. Ceruti therefore forced researchers to confront an uncomfortable question. Had science underestimated the capabilities of archaic humans? Not everyone was convinced. In fact, criticism emerged almost immediately. Many archaeologists argued that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence and pointed out a major weakness in the site's interpretation. No actual human remains were found. There were no teeth, no skull fragments, no DNA, no footprints, and no clearly manufactured stone tools. The entire argument depended upon broken bones and several large stones. Critics suggested that geological processes, sediment pressure, construction equipment, or natural impacts could potentially explain the fractures. Some researchers argued that the supposed hammerstones lacked the unmistakable characteristics normally associated with human-made tools. The debate intensified because Ceruti remains largely unique. If hominins occupied North America 130,000 years ago, many scientists expect additional sites from the same period should exist. Archaeological records spanning the continent have produced thousands of discoveries, yet none currently provide evidence comparable in age and interpretation. This absence of supporting sites has become one of the strongest arguments against the Ceruti hypothesis. Nevertheless, supporters counter that the archaeological record is notoriously incomplete. Vast regions remain unexplored, and entire chapters of human history have been rewritten before following unexpected discoveries. What makes Ceruti Mastadon site particularly fascinating is that neither side has achieved a definitive victory. More than 3 decades after its discovery, and years after the publication that sparked international controversy, the site continues to resist a final explanation. The dating results remain difficult to dismiss. The fracture patterns remain unusual. The stones remain present. Yet the absence of direct human evidence leaves critical questions unanswered. Was this truly the work of ancient hominins? Was it an extraordinary coincidence of natural processes? Or does the site represent something entirely different that modern archaeology has not yet recognized? History contains several discoveries that force scientists to abandon long-held assumptions. The acceptance of prehistoric cave art, the recognition of Neanderthal intelligence, and the discovery of Denisovans all transformed our understanding of the human story. Ceruti Mastadon site occupies a similar position on the boundary between accepted knowledge and scientific uncertainty. It stands as a reminder that the past is often far more complicated than textbooks suggest. More than any single bone or stone, the true mystery of Ceruti lies in its implications. If the interpretation is correct, then human history in the Americas began not 13,000 years ago, but more than 10 times earlier. Entire migration models would need revision. Archaeologists would be forced to search for forgotten populations that vanished without leaving obvious traces. If the interpretation is wrong, then researchers must still explain why the evidence appears so unusual and why it continues to generate debate among experts. Until new discoveries provide clearer answers, Ceruti Mastadon site remains one of the most shocking and controversial archaeological mysteries ever uncovered, a discovery capable of challenging humanity's understandings of its own past with a single question that still has no definitive answer. Who broke the bones? Deir el-Medina ostraka should not exist in the form we know them today. Most ancient civilizations left behind monuments, temples, palaces, and royal inscriptions designed to project power across centuries. Ancient Egypt was no exception. The walls of temples celebrated military victories, pharaohs were depicted as divine rulers, and official text carefully controlled how history would be remembered. Yet on the west bank of the Nile near modern Luxor, archaeologists uncovered something entirely different. Scattered across the ruins of Deir el-Medina, a workers' village occupied between approximately 1550 and 1070 BC during Egypt's New Kingdom period, were thousands upon thousands of broken limestone flakes and pottery fragments covered with writing and drawings. These objects, known as ostraka, were never intended to survive. They were the notebooks, memoranda, sketches, complaints, calculations, and personal records of the craftsmen responsible for excavating and decorating the royal tombs in the nearby Valley of the Kings and Valley of the Queens. What makes the discovery extraordinary is not simply the number of texts recovered. It is the fact that these fragments reveal an Egypt that official monuments never intended anyone to see. The village itself was established during the reign of Pharaoh Amenhotep I and continued to operate for roughly 5 centuries. Its inhabitants were highly skilled specialists employed by the state to construct and decorate royal tombs. Excavations conducted by French archaeologist Bernard Bruyère between the 1920s and 1950s transformed Deir el-Medina into one of the most intensively studied archaeological sites in Egypt. Thousands of ostraka emerged from houses, rubbish dumps, workshops, and abandoned structures. Unlike papyrus, which was relatively expensive, broken limestone flakes and discarded pottery provided convenient surfaces for writing. The result was an accidental archive, unlike anything else from the ancient world. Scholars estimate that more than 10,000 inscribed ostraka have been recovered from the site, preserving text written primarily in hieratic, the cursive script used for daily administration, alongside examples of hieroglyphic writing and sketches created by artists working on royal projects. One of the greatest mysteries raised by these texts concerns literacy. For much of the 20th century, historians assumed that literacy in ancient Egypt was restricted to a small administrative elite. The ostraka from Deir el-Medina complicate that picture significantly. The village contained scribes, foremen, craftsmen, painters, stonecutters, and labourers, yet written communication appears throughout every aspect of daily life. Researchers such as Jack Jansen and Andrea McDowell have documented evidence suggesting that literacy, or at least functional familiarity with written texts, was far more widespread within this specialised community than previously believed. Numerous exercises used for teaching writing have been discovered among the ostraca, indicating that literacy was actively transmitted across generations. Some families produced scribes for centuries, creating hereditary traditions of education. The question that continues to intrigue scholars is whether Deir el-Medina was an exceptional case because of its connection to royal projects, or whether literacy levels elsewhere in New Kingdom Egypt have been systematically underestimated due to a lack of surviving evidence. The ostraca also preserve one of the most remarkable episodes in labour history. During the reign of Pharaoh Ramesses III in the 12th century BC, workers began experiencing delays in the grain payments that formed their wages. Official records and related ostraca reveal growing frustration within the community. Instead of continuing work, the labourers abandoned their tasks and staged organised protests. They marched to nearby temples, demanded overdue rations, and refused to resume work until their grievances were addressed. Egyptologist Yaroslav Cherny and later scholars identified these documents as evidence for what is widely regarded as the earliest recorded labour strike in human history. The event shattered the traditional image of an all-powerful state functioning without resistance. It revealed economic instability, bureaucratic failures, and social tensions during the later New Kingdom. More importantly, it demonstrated that ordinary workers possessed enough collective organisation and confidence to challenge royal authorities when their livelihoods were threatened. Another mystery emerges from the relationship between the villagers and the tombs they built. The craftsmen of Deir el-Medina possessed intimate knowledge of some of the most secure burial complexes in Egypt. They knew the locations of hidden chambers, the layout of tunnels, and the placement of valuable funerary goods. During the political and economic crises that affected Egypt toward the end of the New Kingdom, tomb robbery became increasingly common. Judicial papyri from the period describe investigations into widespread looting, while ostraca provide additional glimpses into local concerns and administrative responses. Historians continue debating the extent to which members of the royal workforce may have participated in these crimes. No definitive evidence proves that the majority of workers engaged in tomb robbery, yet the possibility remains difficult to dismiss. If individuals with unparalleled access to royal tombs became involved in looting, the greatest threat to Egypt's sacred burials may have come not from foreign invaders, but from those entrusted with protecting them. The artistic ostraca discovered at Deir el-Medina introduce another layer of mystery. Many contain preliminary sketches used by artists before transferring designs onto tomb walls. These drawings provide rare insight into the creative process behind some of the most famous monuments of ancient Egypt. Figures were carefully proportioned according to established artistic conventions, and corrections made by individual artists can still be traced on the stone surfaces. Archaeologists have compared these sketches to modern architectural drafts because they preserve stages of planning that are normally lost once a project is completed. Certain ostraca contain alternative designs that were never executed, raising questions about how artistic decisions were made and who possessed the authority to approve final compositions. They reveal a level of experimentation that official monuments often conceal. Among the most puzzling finds are the satirical and humorous drawings that appear on some ostraca. Unlike the highly formal art associated with temples and tombs, these images often depict a world turned upside down. Cats are shown serving mice, animals perform human activities, and traditional social hierarchies appear inverted. One famous example portrays mice as noble figures while cats occupy subordinate roles. Egyptologists have debated the meaning of these scenes for decades. Some interpret them as political satire, others view them as visual jokes, and still others argue that they may have illustrated stories or moral lessons now lost to history. Because no accompanying explanations survive, their true meaning remains uncertain. What is clear is that these drawings expose a side of Egyptian culture rarely visible in official state-sponsored art. They demonstrate that humour, parody, and social commentary existed alongside religious and political authority. The ostraca also preserve valuable evidence concerning medicine, religion, and scientific observation. Several texts record illnesses, treatments, absences from work, and consultations involving healers. Administrative records explain why workers miss shifts, sometimes citing eye infections, scorpion stings, fevers, or family emergencies. Other inscriptions contain references to religious rituals, festivals, and interactions with local deities worshipped by the community. Particularly intriguing are fragments connected to timekeeping and astronomical observations. While none provide revolutionary scientific discoveries, they suggest that practical knowledge of calendars, seasonal cycles, and celestial phenomena played an important role in organizing labor and ritual life. Because many texts survive only as fragments, scholars frequently encounter references to documents or traditions that no longer exist. This creates one of the most persistent mysteries surrounding Deir el-Medina. The ostraka represent only the surviving scraps of a much larger intellectual world. For every text recovered by archaeologists, countless others were likely destroyed by time, climate, and human activity. Naga Lion Temple is a monument that raises a question archaeologists still cannot fully answer. Why did Khmer builders place two of the most powerful symbols in their religious world, the Naga and the lion, together within a single sacred space? Across the ancient Khmer Empire, temples were designed as physical representations of the universe, and every sculpture carried meaning. Yet at Naga Lion Temple, the combination of serpent guardians associated with water and mythical ancestry, alongside lion guardians representing authority and protection, suggests a deeper purpose that remains partly hidden beneath centuries of history. The temple belongs to the architectural tradition of the Khmer civilization, one of the most powerful empires in Southeast Asia between the 9th and 15th centuries. Archaeological surveys are conducted during the French colonial period, particularly by researchers from the École Française d'Extrême-Orient, documented numerous Khmer temples where Naga balustrades and lion statues appeared as protective elements. However, the symbolism becomes more intriguing when examined together. According to Khmer tradition recorded in later Cambodian chronicles, the Khmer people trace their legendary origins to the union of the Indian prince Kaundinya and the Naga princess Soma. This myth transformed the Naga into far more than a religious creature. It became a symbol of divine ancestry and legitimacy. The lion, introduced through Indian religious influence, represented royal power and sacred protection. When visitors approached a temple guarded by both creatures, they were not simply entering a building. They were entering a carefully designed sacred landscape intended to express authority, divine approval, and cosmic order. The first mystery revolves around why this symbolic combination appears so frequently in Khmer sacred architecture. Archaeologists such as George Coedes argued during the 20th century that Khmer temples functioned as miniature models of the cosmos. In this interpretation, Naga figures represented the boundary between the human world and the divine realm. Crossing a Naga-lined causeway symbolized moving from ordinary space into sacred territory. Lions then served as guardians protecting that holy domain. The concept sounds straightforward, yet the scale of investment required to create these monuments suggests the symbolism was considered extremely important. Skilled artisans spent years carving massive sandstone sculptures that could have been replaced with simpler structures if decoration alone had been the goal. Instead, rulers repeatedly invested enormous resources into reproducing the same imagery across multiple generations. The engineering behind these sculptures creates another mystery. Khmer builders relied heavily on sandstone, a material quarried, transported, carved, and assembled without modern machinery. Research conducted at the Phnom Kulen quarries, which supplied stone for many Khmer monuments, revealed evidence of large-scale extraction and transportation operations. Some stone blocks weighed several tons. Archaeologists studying Khmer construction methods have found that builders achieved remarkable precision despite lacking iron cranes, powered tools, or wheeled transport systems capable of carrying the largest blocks. At Naga Lion Temple, the surviving sculptures demonstrate careful symmetry and proportional design. The curves of the serpent bodies and the balanced posture of the lions required planning and craftsmanship that modern observers often underestimate. The question is not whether ancient craftsmen were capable. The evidence proves they were. The question is how they consistently achieved such precision across an empire covering hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. The relationship between the Naga and water introduces another layer of mystery. Throughout Khmer civilization, water management determined survival. Seasonal monsoon cycles created periods of flooding followed by months of drought. To solve this challenge, Khmer engineers constructed one of the largest hydraulic systems in the pre-industrial world. Archaeologist Bernard Philippe Grolier first proposed the concept of Angkor as a hydraulic city, and later research using airborne LiDAR surveys led by Damien Evans confirmed the existence of vast networks of reservoirs, canals, embankments, and waterways connected across the landscape. Within this context, the Naga appears repeatedly wherever water played a significant role. The serpent was not merely a religious symbol. It represented the force that sustained agriculture, supported cities, and legitimized royal authority. At Naga Lion Temple, the presence of Naga imagery may indicate a connection to broader water management systems that once surrounded the site. If so, the sculptures served both symbolic and political purposes, reminding visitors that control over water meant control over society itself. Another puzzle involves the temple's orientation. Many Khmer monuments display precise alignments with cardinal directions. The most famous example is Angkor Wat, whose orientation and astronomical relationships have been studied extensively by scholars. While Naga Lion Temple is less famous, Khmer architects rarely ignored directional planning. Establishing accurate alignments required surveying techniques, geometric understanding, and long-term planning. Archaeologists continue to debate how much astronomical knowledge influenced Khmer architecture, but the repeated appearance of carefully organized layouts across the empire suggests these alignments were deliberate rather than accidental. The possibility that temples were designed according to celestial observations adds another dimension to the monument's significance. What survives today may represent only a fraction of the original structure. This creates one of the greatest challenges facing archaeologists. Stone sculptures endure for centuries, but many other components of Khmer temples were constructed from wood. Roofs, galleries, ceremonial structures, and decorative elements often disappeared long ago due to decay, weather, warfare, or human activity. As a result, modern researchers are forced to reconstruct entire sacred environments from incomplete remains. The lions and Naga figures visible today may once have formed part of a much larger symbolic program. Additional sculptures, inscriptions, and architectural features could have clarified the monument's purpose. Yet many of these elements have vanished forever. Looting further complicated the puzzle. Throughout the 20th century, numerous Khmer artifacts were removed from archaeological contexts and entered private collections or international art markets. When an artifact is separated from its original location, valuable information disappears with it. Archaeologists lose evidence about how sculptures were positioned, how they related to surrounding structures, and what role they played within the larger site. In many cases, the missing context is more important than the artifact itself. Naga Lion Temple likely suffered from the same problem, affecting countless ancient monuments across Southeast Asia. March 1974. A wildfire had recently burned through part of Fort George Island near Jacksonville, Florida, when Antoine and Gary Betts made a discovery that would become one of the strangest mysteries of modern America. While inspecting the scorched area around their property, they found a smooth metallic sphere resting among the burned vegetation. The object measured roughly 8 inches in diameter, weighed about 22 pounds, and appeared almost perfectly manufactured. Aside from a small triangular marking, there was nothing unusual about its appearance. The Betts family brought the sphere home simply because it looked interesting. Within weeks, however, they would claim that the object behaved in ways that seemed impossible for an ordinary steel ball. According to interviews given by the family and reported by newspapers, including the St. Petersburg Times and the New York Times during 1974, the sphere began displaying unusual movement when placed on the floor of their house. Instead of rolling in a straight line and gradually stopping, it sometimes altered direction unexpectedly. Family members claimed that when the sphere was rolled across a room, it occasionally curved away from its original path, and in some cases appeared to return toward the persons who had pushed it. Even more surprising were reports that the object seemed capable of avoiding the edges of tables. The Bettses stated that when the sphere approached a drop, it often changed direction before falling. To them, the movement appeared deliberate rather than random. As word spread among friends and neighbours, curiosity surrounding the object increased. The family continued experimenting with the sphere and reported additional strange behaviour. One of the most frequently repeated stories involved music. According to Terry Betts, the family's son, The sphere sometimes reacted when a guitar was played nearby. He claimed that certain notes appeared to trigger vibrations or resonant sounds from within the object. Newspapers covering the story described how the sphere produced humming or ringing tones that seemed unusually strong for a simple metal ball. These accounts helped transform a local curiosity into a regional mystery. By the spring of 1974, journalists had begun visiting the Beit's home to witness demonstrations firsthand. Television stations filmed the sphere rolling across floors while reporters documented the family's observations. At a time when public fascination with UFOs and unexplained phenomena was particularly high in the United States, the story quickly attracted national attention. Many readers and viewers wondered whether the sphere could be connected to something extraordinary. Some speculated that it might be a piece of advanced technology. Others suggested it could be a classified military device, a scientific instrument, or even an object of extraterrestrial origin. None of these theories were supported by evidence, but the lack of an immediate explanation allowed them to flourish. The mystery deepened because the sphere appeared unusually well constructed. Observers noted its polished surface and precise shape. Unlike a homemade object or a piece of common scrap metal, it looked professionally manufactured. This led some investigators to suspect that it had an industrial purpose. Yet the family maintained that the object's behavior could not be explained by ordinary engineering. As public interest grew, experts were invited to examine the sphere and determine whether there was anything truly unusual about it. One of the most important developments occurred when the object attracted the attention of the United States Navy. The involvement of military specialists immediately elevated the story. Many members of the public assumed that if government experts were willing to investigate, the sphere must possess unusual characteristics. Navy personnel examined the object and conducted tests to determine its composition and structure. According to reports published at the time, the sphere was found to be made primarily of stainless steel. Investigators also determined that it was not completely solid. Internal features or cavities appeared to exist within the object, a finding that could potentially explain some of the sounds reported by the family. Additional analysis revealed that the sphere closely resembled a component used in industrial ball valves. These valves regulate the flow of liquids and gases through pipelines, and often contain precisely manufactured steel balls designed to withstand extreme pressure. Engineers noted that the size, weight, and material of the Beit sphere were consistent with such equipment. This explanation was not particularly exciting, but it fit the available physical evidence better than theories involving secret technology or extraterrestrial origins. Even after this identification, however, debate continued. Supporters of the mystery argued that the industrial valve explanation failed to account for the sphere's unusual movement. Critics responded that many of the reported behaviours could be explained through ordinary physics. Floors that appear perfectly level often contain slight slopes that are difficult to detect. A heavy sphere with an uneven internal weight distribution can roll unpredictably and follow curved paths. Engineers pointed out that a hollow metallic object can also produce resonant sounds when exposed to vibrations or specific frequencies. In their view, the sphere's behaviour did not require extraordinary explanations. The disagreement reflected a broader pattern common to many famous mysteries. Witnesses observed events they considered unusual, while investigators searched for explanations rooted in known science. Because most demonstrations of the sphere occurred in informal settings rather than controlled laboratory environments, neither side was able to provide definitive proof. The family remained convinced that the object possessed unusual characteristics, while skeptics argued that expectation and observation bias played a major role in shaping perceptions of its behaviour. Throughout 1974 and 1975, the Beit sphere continued appearing in newspapers, television broadcasts, and radio discussions across the United States. The object became part of a growing collection of modern mysteries that captured public imagination during the decade. Unlike legendary lost treasures or ancient artifacts, the sphere was a contemporary mystery that ordinary people could examine and debate. Its story combined eyewitness testimony, media attention, scientific investigation, and government involvement in a way that few unexplained objects ever achieve. More than 50 years later, the Beit sphere remains one of the most famous unexplained object cases in American history. The strongest evidence suggests it was an industrial valve component discovered by chance after a wildfire on Fort George Island. Yet the reports published in 1974, the family's testimony, and the unusual circumstances surrounding the discovery continue to keep the mystery alive. What began as a simple metal sphere found in the aftermath of a fire became a national phenomenon that demonstrated how quickly an ordinary object can evolve into a lasting mystery when questions emerge faster than answers. Around 4700 BC, while most of Europe was still covered with small farming villages, a settlement in what is now northeastern Bulgaria was accumulating wealth on a scale that archaeologists once believed impossible for the period. The site is known today as Solnit-Sata, located near the modern town of Provadia, about 40 kilometers west of Varna on the Black Sea coast. When Bulgarian archaeologists began extensive excavations there under the direction of Professor Vasil Nikolov from the National Institute of Archaeology with Museum at the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences, they expected to find another prehistoric settlement. Instead, they uncovered evidence suggesting that one of Europe's earliest centres of wealth, trade, and social hierarchy had emerged here nearly 7,000 years ago. The mystery surrounding Solnit-Sata is not based on legends or lost civilizations. It is based on a far more difficult question. How did a community living long before writing, iron, or organized states become rich enough to build massive stone fortifications and possibly influence the rise of the oldest known gold culture in the world? The answer begins with something that seems ordinary today: salt. Archaeological evidence shows that Solnit-Sata developed around a natural brine spring. Excavations uncovered large quantities of specialized ceramic vessels used to evaporate salt water and produce solid salt cakes. According to research published by Bulgarian archaeologists, production began around 5500 BC and continued for many centuries. To modern people, salt appears inexpensive and abundant, but in prehistoric societies, it was one of the most valuable resources available. Salt was essential for human health, livestock, and food preservation. Without refrigeration, communities depended on salt to store meat and other foods for long periods. A settlement capable of producing large amounts of salt possessed something every surrounding population needed. This is where Solnit-Sata becomes unusual. Archaeologists believe the settlement was not merely producing salt for local consumption. Evidence suggests it was generating substantial surpluses that could be exchanged through regional trade networks. The site contains thousands of remains associated with salt production, indicating activity on a scale rarely seen elsewhere in prehistoric Europe. Some researchers have even described Solnit-Sata as Europe's earliest known salt production centre. If that interpretation is correct, the settlement effectively controlled a strategic resource during a period when few comparable sources existed. Wealth did not come from gold mines or precious stones. It came from controlling access to what many scholars have called the prehistoric equivalent of money. The economic importance of the site may explain another remarkable discovery. Solnit-Sata was surrounded by massive stone defensive walls. Excavation reports have identified several phases of fortification construction dating to the 5th millennium BC. These walls were built from large stone blocks and represented an enormous investment of labour. Professor Nikolov has argued that they are among the earliest stone fortifications known in Europe. Their existence immediately creates a mystery. Why would a prehistoric community need defences of this scale? Most contemporary settlements were relatively open villages with limited signs of military architecture. Solnit-Sata appears fundamentally different. The people living there clearly believed they possessed something worth protecting. One possibility is that the wealth generated by salt production attracted conflict. Valuable resources have often produced competition throughout human history, and prehistoric Europe was unlikely to be an exception. Communities seeking access to salt may have viewed Solnit-Sata as both an economic opportunity and a strategic target. The construction of defensive walls suggests that the inhabitants anticipated threats and possessed the organizational capacity to respond. Building such fortifications required planning, leadership, and coordinated labor. This level of organization challenges older assumptions that European societies of the period were simple agricultural communities lacking social complexity. The evidence for emerging social hierarchy becomes even more significant when Solnit-Sata is compared with discoveries made nearby at Varna. In 1972, construction worker Rachel Marinov accidentally uncovered a prehistoric cemetery near the city of Varna. Archaeological excavations led by Ivan Ivanov revealed more than 300 graves dating to approximately 4600 to 4200 BC. Among them were thousands of gold artifacts weighing over 6 kilograms in total. Today, the Varna Necropolis is widely recognized as containing the oldest known worked gold in the world. Some graves held extraordinary concentrations of wealth, particularly grave 43, where a male individual was buried with hundreds of gold objects. The discovery forced archaeologists to reconsider when social inequality first appeared in Europe. The connection between Varna and Solnitsata remains one of the most debated questions in Balkan archaeology. No document exists linking the two sites because writing had not yet appeared in the region. However, their chronology overlaps. They are located relatively close to one another, and both demonstrate unusual concentrations of wealth. Several researchers have suggested that economic activity generated by salt production may have contributed to the prosperity visible in the Varna culture. Although direct proof remains unavailable, the theory is supported by a simple observation. Valuable trade networks require valuable commodities, and few resources in prehistoric southeastern Europe appear to have been as important as salt. Another mystery concerns the technological knowledge required to maintain production. Salt extraction through evaporation sounds simple, but large-scale manufacturing required a constant supply of fuel, durable pottery, organized labor, and careful management of resources. Archaeologists have found evidence that the inhabitants repeatedly improved their production systems over centuries. This suggests accumulated technical knowledge passed between generations. The settlement was not surviving from season to season. It was operating a specialized industry long before the emergence of states, written administration, or formal economic institutions. The scale of labor visible at Solnitsata also raises questions about leadership. Someone had to organize construction projects, manage production, and coordinate trade. Yet archaeologists have not identified a palace, royal tomb, or obvious ruling center comparable to those found in later civilizations. Power may have existed in forms that leave fewer traces in the archaeological record. This uncertainty makes Solnitsata particularly fascinating because it captures a period when wealth and social hierarchy were emerging, but had not yet developed into the political systems familiar from ancient Egypt or Mesopotamia. The settlement eventually declined during the late Chalcolithic period, and researchers continue to debate why. Some point to broader disruptions that affected societies across southeastern Europe during the 5th millennium BC. Others suggest environmental changes, shifting trade routes, or increasing regional instability. The available evidence does not support a single definitive explanation. What is clear is that a community which once controlled one of the most valuable resources in prehistoric Europe gradually disappeared from history. Adam's calendar is a monument that should not be at the center of one of archaeology's most controversial debates. Standing on a hilltop near Kapshohoop in South Africa's Mpumalanga province, the site appears deceptively simple. A series of granite stones form an elliptical arrangement overlooking the surrounding landscape. There are no giant pyramids, no buried temples, no inscriptions, and no treasures. Yet this remote stone circle has generated claims so extraordinary that if proven correct, they would force historians to rewrite much of human history. The mystery is not hidden beneath the ground. The mystery is whether this monument is simply a prehistoric stone circle or evidence of knowledge that existed far earlier than anyone thought possible. The site attracted international attention in the early 2000s through the work of South African pilot Johan Heine and researcher Michael Tellinger. According to Heine, aerial observations revealed that several stones appeared aligned with significant solar positions. Further investigation suggested that shadows cast by the stones could mark seasonal changes throughout the year. This led to the modern name Adam's calendar, based on the theory that the monument functioned as an ancient astronomical calendar. The idea immediately drew comparisons with famous prehistoric observatories, such as Stonehenge in England and Newgrange in Ireland. Both structures demonstrate that ancient societies possessed sophisticated knowledge of the movements of the sun. The question was whether a similar phenomenon existed in southern Africa, and if so, how old it might be. The astronomical alignments remain one of the most intriguing aspects of the site. Researchers have reported that certain stones correspond to solstice and equinox positions, potentially allowing observers to track the annual solar cycle. Ancient cultures across the world frequently incorporated astronomy into architecture. The builders of Stonehenge aligned stones with the summer solstice sunrise. The creators of Newgrange designed a passage that fills with sunlight during the winter solstice. Peru's Chanquillo complex contains towers specifically positioned to track the sun's movement across the horizon. If Adam's calendar was intentionally aligned in a similar manner, it would suggest that prehistoric populations in southern Africa were also observing and recording celestial events. What remains uncertain is whether the alignments were deliberately engineered or are partly the result of natural coincidence. The greatest controversy surrounding Adam's calendar concerns its age. Michael Tellingus and several supporters proposed that the monument could be approximately 75,000 years old. Such a date would place it tens of thousands of years before any accepted monumental architecture currently known to archaeology. For comparison, Stonehenge is roughly 5,000 years old. The Great Pyramid of Giza is approximately 4,500 years old. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, widely recognized as one of the oldest monumental religious sites on Earth, dates to about 11,500 years ago. A confirmed age of 75, 000 years would push organized stone construction back into a period when humans were still living as hunter-gatherers. It would represent one of the most significant archaeological discoveries ever made. The problem is that no accepted archaeological evidence currently supports such an extreme date. Unlike wood, bone, or charcoal, stone itself cannot be directly radiocarbon dated. Archaeologists normally determine the age of monuments through associated artifacts, occupation layers, tools, or organic remains found nearby. In the case of Adam's calendar, no peer-reviewed study has established an age remotely close to 75,000 years. Mainstream archaeologists therefore remain highly skeptical, yet the absence of agreement has only intensified public fascination because the claim is so extraordinary. The site sits in a strange position between accepted archaeology and alternative history, where every new observation generates more questions than answers. The mystery becomes even larger when the surrounding landscape is examined. Adam's calendar is not an isolated structure. Across parts of Mpumalanga and neighbouring regions, thousands of stone circles, enclosures, and walls have been documented. Aerial surveys reveal vast networks of stone features stretching across the landscape. Archaeologists generally interpret many of these structures as settlements built by Iron Age farming communities that occupied southern Africa during the last millennium. Research by scholars including Tim Maggs has linked numerous stone-walled sites to cattle herding societies and regional agricultural economies. However, alternative researchers argue that the scale of the network suggests a far older and more complex story. Some estimates claim that tens of thousands of stone structures exist throughout the region. Whether these features represent separate settlements, interconnected communities, ceremonial landscapes, or something else entirely remains an active area of study. Another reason Adam's calendar attracted attention is its proximity to regions associated with ancient mining. Southern Africa contains some of the world's richest gold deposits. Tellinger has argued that the stone circles may have been connected to prehistoric mining activities. Archaeological evidence confirms that ancient mining existed in Africa long before recorded history. One frequently cited example is Ngwenya Mine in present-day Eswatini, where evidence indicates that prehistoric people extracted hematite tens of thousands of years ago. Archaeologists have estimated that some mining activity at the site dates back approximately 43,000 years. This demonstrates that early humans possessed greater technical abilities than many people assume. However, evidence for ancient mining does not automatically prove the existence of a lost civilization, and archaeologists caution against drawing conclusions that exceed available data. Adding another layer to the mystery are claims involving unusual acoustic properties. Some visitors have reported that certain stones produce resonant tones when struck. Tellinger suggested that the builders may have understood sound and vibration in ways that remain poorly understood today. Similar phenomena exist elsewhere in the world. Ringing rocks and naturally resonant stone formations have been documented in multiple countries. Whether the acoustic properties at Adam's calendar played any intentional role in the monument's design remains unknown. No widely accepted archaeological study has confirmed that sound was part of the site's original function, but the possibility continues to attract attention because ancient cultures often combined astronomy, ritual, and landscape architecture. Perhaps the most fascinating aspect of Adam's calendar is that both believers and skeptics agree on the basic facts, while disagreeing completely on their meaning. The stones are real, the alignments can be observed, the surrounding region contains thousands of archaeological features. Ancient mining activity is well documented elsewhere in southern Africa, yet the monument's age, purpose, and cultural context remain unresolved. To supporters, Adam's calendar may preserve traces of forgotten knowledge from humanity's distant past. To archaeologists, it represents a site where extraordinary claims have outpaced the available evidence. More than 2 decades after it entered public discussion, the stone circle continues to challenge researchers because the central mystery has never been answered. Who built it, why they built it, and whether it is merely an impressive prehistoric monument or something far more significant, remain questions that the stones themselves refused to explain. Khor Rori should never have become one of the most important ports in the ancient world. Standing on the southern coast of modern Oman, approximately 40 kilometers east of Salalah, in the Dofa region, the city occupied a narrow lagoon where the waters of Wadi Darbat met the Arabian Sea. Today the site appears isolated and quiet, surrounded by rocky hills and coastal plains, but more than 2,000 years ago it sat at the center of a commercial system that connected Arabia, India, East Africa, and the Mediterranean. Archaeologists identify Khor Rori with the ancient port of Moshe Liman, described in the 1st century text known as the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, a Greek navigational guide used by merchants sailing across the Red Sea and Indian Ocean. What continues to puzzle researchers is not simply that a port existed here, but how a relatively small settlement located on the edge of a harsh desert environment managed to control one of antiquity's most valuable trades and sustain international connections across thousands of kilometers. The site first attracted serious archaeological attention during the 20th century, and extensive excavations carried out by the Italian Archaeological Mission revealed the remains of a fortified city founded around the 3rd century BC. Inscriptions discovered within the ruins link the settlement to the Kingdom of Hadramaut, one of the powerful South Arabian states that dominated the frankincense trade. These inscriptions, combined with architectural evidence and imported artifacts, transformed Khor Rori from a forgotten ruin into one of the most important archaeological sites in Arabia. The city was not built by accident. Massive stone walls surrounded the settlement, while administrative buildings, warehouses, and storage facilities occupied strategic positions inside the enclosure. The level of planning visible throughout the site immediately raised questions about the sophistication of the people who built it. The wealth of Khor Rori came from a substance that appears surprisingly ordinary. Frankincense, harvested from boswellia trees growing in the mountains of Dhofar, was among the most sought-after commodities in the ancient world. Egyptian temples burned it during religious ceremonies. Roman elites used it in perfumes and medicine. Greek and Near Eastern cultures considered it a luxury product worthy of long-distance trade. The Roman author Pliny the Elder wrote extensively about frankincense in the 1st century AD, describing both its value and the immense profits generated by Arabian merchants. Yet transporting this resin from remote mountain valleys to distant markets required an enormous logistical operation. Caravans had to move the material across difficult terrain. Officials needed to record, store, and protect valuable cargo. Ships then carried the product across some of the busiest maritime routes of antiquity. The mystery is how such a system functioned so efficiently in a region often portrayed as technologically isolated. Archaeological excavations have uncovered evidence that Khor Rori operated less like a simple harbour and more like a carefully organised commercial hub. Large storage complexes discovered near the centre of the city suggest that significant quantities of goods were accumulated before shipment. Administrative seals and inscriptions indicate the presence of authorities responsible for managing trade activities. This level of organisation implies that local rulers possessed detailed knowledge of taxation, inventory management, and international commerce. Such findings challenge older assumptions that ancient Arabian societies depended solely on caravan trade and lacked complex urban institutions. Instead, Khor Rori reveals a highly organized economy capable of supporting large-scale international exchange. Perhaps the most intriguing mystery concerns the harbour itself. Modern visitors often notice that the lagoon beside Khor Rori appears too shallow to accommodate the kind of maritime traffic described in historical sources. Yet archaeological evidence clearly indicates that substantial commercial vessels once visited the port. Researchers have spent decades attempting to explain this contradiction. Geological studies suggest that the landscape has changed significantly since antiquity. Sediments carried by seasonal floods gradually accumulated within the lagoon, altering its depth and shape. However, many questions remain unanswered. Some scholars argue that the harbour was naturally deeper during the city's peak. Others suggest that local inhabitants may have maintained navigable channels through periodic dredging or other forms of water management. Direct evidence for such engineering has not been conclusively identified, leaving one of Khor Rori's most important mysteries unresolved. If ancient engineers were actively managing the harbour, they possessed a practical understanding of hydrology far more advanced than traditionally assumed. The location of the city creates another puzzle. Khor Rori occupied a position that appears almost perfectly optimized for trade and defense. The surrounding terrain allowed authorities to control movement between inland frankincense-producing regions and maritime routes crossing the Arabian Sea. Freshwater from Wadi Darbat supported permanent settlement despite the arid environment beyond the valley. At the same time, nearby hills provided natural protection. Such advantages required more than luck to recognize. The founders of Khor Rori demonstrated an impressive understanding of geography, environmental conditions, and economic strategy. Their choice of location suggests generations of accumulated knowledge regarding navigation, seasonal weather patterns, and regional commerce. Evidence discovered at the site reveals that Khor Rori was connected to a remarkably broad international network. Archaeologists have recovered imported ceramics originating from the Mediterranean, South Arabia, Persia, and the Indian subcontinent. Roman amphora fragments found among the ruins provide evidence of contact with territories influenced by the Roman Empire, while Indian pottery demonstrates regular interaction with ports across the Arabian Sea. These discoveries are significant because they illustrate how interconnected the ancient world had become long before modern globalization. Merchants operating through Khor Rori participated in a commercial system spanning multiple civilizations, languages, and political boundaries. Goods, ideas, technologies, and cultural influences moved alongside cargo, transforming the city into a crossroads of international exchange. The success of this network depended heavily on knowledge of the Indian Ocean monsoon system. Long before modern meteorology, sailors understood that seasonal winds change direction at predictable times of the year. By coordinating voyages with these wind patterns, merchants could travel between Arabia and India far more efficiently than would otherwise have been possible. Khor Rori occupied a strategic position within this maritime system, allowing traders to move valuable products between inland Arabia and distant overseas markets. The ability to exploit these environmental cycles required generations of observation and practical experience, suggesting that ancient navigators possessed a sophisticated understanding of their natural world. Despite centuries of prosperity, Khor Rori eventually declined. Archaeological evidence indicates that activity decreased gradually during the 4th and 5th centuries AD. The reasons remain debated. Environmental changes may have contributed to the silting of the harbour, reducing its usefulness for maritime commerce. Political instability affecting South Arabian kingdoms may have disrupted established trade networks. Changes in international demand for frankincense likely reduced the city's economic importance. The decline of Roman influence across parts of the Mediterranean may also have affected markets that once consumed large quantities of Arabian luxury goods. Unlike cities destroyed by invasion or natural disaster, Khor Rori appears to have faded slowly as the commercial world around it changed. By the time the city was abandoned, one of the most important ports in the frankincense trade had largely disappeared from history, leaving behind ruins that continue to raise questions about the scale of ancient commerce, the sophistication of Arabian maritime knowledge, and the technological capabilities of a civilization that helped connect much of the known world more than 2,000 years ago. Ulug Deppe is one of the most important ancient sites in Central Asia, yet it remains largely unknown outside archaeological circles. Rising above the plains of southern Turkmenistan, near the foothills of the Kopet Dag Mountains, the settlement appears today as a massive mound of earth and ruins. To casual observers it may seem unremarkable, but beneath its layers lies a continuous record of human occupation spanning thousands of years. Excavations conducted by French and Turkmen archaeologists have revealed evidence of settlement from the Chalcolithic period through the Bronze Age, Iron Age into the Achaemenid era. What makes Ulug Deppe extraordinary is not merely its age, but the technological, economic, and social complexity that developed in a region many people still imagine as a remote frontier. The site raises a fundamental question that archaeologists continue to debate. How did a sophisticated urban society emerge and flourish on the edge of some of Central Asia's harshest landscapes long before the Silk Road connected east and west? Ulug Deppe is located in the Ahal region of modern Turkmenistan, approximately 70 kilometers east of Ashgabat. Archaeological investigations intensified during the French Turkmen Archaeological Mission, led by archaeologist Julio Bendezu Sarmiento and colleagues from the French National Centre for Scientific Research. Their excavations demonstrated that the site was occupied for several millennia, with major development occurring during the Bronze Age. The mound itself rises more than 30 meters above the surrounding plain and covers dozens of hectares, making it one of the largest archaeological tells in southern Central Asia. Its strategic position placed it within a region associated with what scholars call the Bactria-Margiana Archaeological Complex, often abbreviated as BMAC, a Bronze Age civilization that flourished between roughly 2300 and 1700 BC across parts of present-day Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, and northern Iran. One of the greatest mysteries surrounding Ulug Deppe involves water. Modern visitors encounter a dry environment where agriculture without irrigation would be nearly impossible. Yet archaeological evidence shows that thousands of people lived here for centuries, cultivating crops, raising livestock, and supporting specialized crafts. Excavations have uncovered large storage facilities, domestic architecture, and agricultural remains indicating a stable food supply. The challenge is understanding how ancient communities maintained such productivity in an environment vulnerable to drought. Researchers have proposed that inhabitants relied upon sophisticated irrigation systems drawing water from mountain-fed streams descending from the Kopet Dag range. However, much of this hydraulic infrastructure has disappeared, leaving archaeologists to reconstruct it indirectly through settlement patterns, environmental studies, and traces preserved in the landscape. The scale of occupation suggests that water management was not a simple local activity, but a coordinated system requiring planning, labor organization, and long-term maintenance. The architecture of Ulug Deppe presents another puzzle. Most structures were built from mud brick, a material often dismissed as temporary and fragile. Yet significant portions of the settlement survived long enough to leave clear archaeological footprints after 4,000 years. Excavated buildings reveal carefully planned layouts, thick defensive walls, storage complexes, and large communal spaces. Archaeologists studying construction techniques have noted that builders understood how to maximize durability despite limited resources. The dimensions of walls, the arrangement of rooms, and the use of reinforced mud brick construction, engineering, knowledge that challenges assumptions about Bronze Age societies in Central Asia. Unlike monumental stone civilizations such as Egypt, where architecture survives through durable materials, Ulug Deppe achieved longevity using earth itself. The fact that its urban plan remains recognizable today speaks to a sophisticated understanding of construction, maintenance, and environmental adaptation. Evidence of metallurgy has further transformed scholarly views of the settlement. Excavations have uncovered metal objects and traces of metallurgical activity, indicating that the inhabitants possessed significant expertise in working copper and bronze. During the Bronze Age, metal production was among the most technologically demanding activities in the world. Successful smelting required control of high temperatures, access to raw materials, and knowledge passed through generations of craftsmen. The presence of metalworking at Ulug Deppe suggests integration into broader economic networks extending far beyond the settlement itself. Since many necessary ores were not available locally in sufficient quantities, Archaeologists believe the community participated in exchange systems connecting distant regions of Central Asia and the Iranian plateau. These discoveries challenge older models that portrayed Central Asian settlements as isolated or technologically dependent upon neighbouring civilizations. Trade may be the most fascinating aspect of Ulug Deppe because it reveals the existence of long-distance connections centuries before the Silk Road emerged. Archaeological research across the Bimak sphere has documented materials, technologies, and cultural influences moving across enormous distances. Scholars have identified links between Central Asia, the Iranian plateau, Mesopotamia, and the Indus Valley civilization. At Ulug Deppe, imported materials and technological parallels suggest participation in these wider networks. This raises an important question. How were such exchanges organized in a world lacking paved roads, centralized empires, and the transportation systems familiar today? The movement of goods over hundreds or even thousands of kilometers implies the existence of traders, intermediaries, and established routes crossing deserts, mountains, and river valleys. Long before caravans are carried silk across Eurasia, communities such as Ulug Deppe may already have formed part of a vast interconnected economic landscape. The site's occupational sequence provides an unusually detailed record of social transformation. Archaeologists have documented layers corresponding to the Chalcolithic period, the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, and later occupations associated with imperial powers. These successive layers allow researchers to examine how societies adapted to changing technologies, economies, and political conditions over thousands of years. What remains mysterious is the nature of these transitions. In many ancient civilizations, periods of decline are accompanied by evidence of invasion, warfare, natural disaster, or abrupt collapse. At Ulug Deppe, the archaeological record suggests a more gradual process. Certain phases witnessed growth and prosperity, while others experienced contraction and reorganization. The reasons behind these changes remain debated. Climate fluctuations, shifts in trade routes, political transformations, and demographic movements have all been proposed, yet no single explanation fully accounts for the evidence. Questions about political authority are equally difficult to answer. Large structures uncovered at the site suggest administrative or ceremonial functions. Some buildings are substantially larger and more complex than ordinary houses, indicating the presence of social hierarchy. Yet unlike civilizations that left extensive written records, the inhabitants of Ulug Deppe did not provide archaeologists with texts explaining how their society operated. There are no surviving chronicles describing rulers, governments, laws, or institutions. As a result, researchers must infer social organization from architecture, burial practices, material culture, and spatial analysis. The existence of coordinated construction projects, irrigation systems, and specialized production implies some form of centralized authority, but its exact nature remains uncertain. Was Ulug Deppe governed by hereditary elites, religious leaders, powerful families, or an administrative bureaucracy? The archaeological evidence offers clues but no definitive answers. The site's location has also fueled debate about its broader significance. Positioned between Iran, Afghanistan, and the heart of Central Asia, Ulug Deppe occupied a strategic crossroads long before historical records began describing major regional powers. Its geographic position would have enabled interaction with multiple cultural zones. Some archaeologists argue that settlements such as Ulug Deppe played a crucial role in transmitting technologies, agricultural practices, and cultural ideas across Eurasia. If this interpretation is correct, then the settlement was more than a local centre. It may have been part of a larger network that helped shape the development of ancient society across vast regions. The challenge lies in proving the scale of its influence because much of the evidence remains fragmented, buried, or lost to time. Recent archaeological investigations continue to reveal new information about the site. Advanced dating techniques, environmental studies, and regional surveys have refined understanding of its chronology and economic foundations. Research published through French and Turkmen archaeological collaborations has emphasized the importance of Ulug Deppe as one of the key reference sites for understanding the rise of complex societies in Central Asia. Yet each discovery seems to generate additional questions. The settlement demonstrates sophisticated urban planning without written records, successful agriculture in a difficult environment, extensive trade connections before the Silk Road. and technological capabilities that exceed traditional expectations for the region. Rather than solving the mystery, archaeology has made it more intriguing. The deeper researchers dig into Ulug Deppe, the clearer it becomes that ancient Central Asia was far more interconnected, innovative, and influential than historians once believed. La Quemada is one of the most puzzling archaeological sites ever discovered in northern Mexico, because almost everything about it raises questions that researchers still cannot answer with certainty. Perched on a series of steep hills in the Malpaso Valley of present-day Zacatecas, roughly 50 kilometers south of the city of Zacatecas, the site was already in ruins when Spanish explorers entered the region in the 16th century. The name La Quemada, meaning the burned place, was given centuries later after observers noticed extensive evidence of fire damage across many structures. Unlike famous Mesoamerican cities such as Teotihuacan, Palenque, or Chichen Itza, La Quemada left behind no deciphered inscriptions explaining who built it, why it was constructed, or what ultimately caused its destruction. The result is a city that can be studied in remarkable detail while remaining strangely anonymous, a combination that has made it one of the most debated archaeological mysteries in North America. The first systematic descriptions of the ruins appeared during the 19th century, but major archaeological investigations were not carried out until the 20th century. Excavations conducted by researchers from Mexico's National Institute of Anthropology and History revealed that the site flourished primarily between approximately AD 600 and AD 900, a period that overlaps with the decline of the great metropolis of Teotihuacan in central Mexico. What immediately surprised archaeologists was the scale of construction. La Quemada was not a small village or ceremonial outpost. It was a vast complex covering hundreds of hectares, containing elevated terraces, defensive walls, plazas, pyramidal platforms, causeways, staircases, residential sectors, and monumental public buildings. Many of these structures were erected on steep slopes that required extensive modification of the natural terrain. Builders cut into hillsides, created artificial platforms, and transported enormous quantities of stone to locations that would have presented serious logistical challenges, even with modern equipment. The most striking feature visible today is the immense network of terraces climbing the hillsides. Archaeologists estimate that thousands of tons of stone were used to create retaining walls capable of supporting large architectural complexes. Unlike cities located on relatively flat terrain, La Quemada required its inhabitants to reshape the landscape itself before major construction could begin. This alone suggests the existence of a highly organized society capable of coordinating large labor forces over long periods of time. Yet the identity of that society remains one of the greatest mysteries surrounding the site. Some early scholars propose that La Quemada was a northern outpost of Teotihuacan, largely because of similarities in certain architectural elements and evidence of long-distance trade connections. Later research challenged this interpretation. Excavations revealed that while contacts with central Mexico certainly existed, La Quemada possessed its own architectural traditions and cultural characteristics that do not fit neatly into the Teotihuacan model. Today, many researchers associate the site with the Chalchihuitl culture, which occupied parts of northwestern Mesoamerica during the first millennium AD, but even this explanation does not fully resolve the question of who controlled the city at its height. The uncertainty surrounding its builders becomes even more intriguing when the site's defensive character is examined. Many Mesoamerican cities contain ceremonial centers and elite compounds, but La Quemada often resembles a fortress more than a conventional urban settlement. Massive stone walls surround portions of the complex. Access routes are restricted by narrow passages and elevated approaches. Strategic observation points overlook the surrounding valley from multiple directions. Archaeologists studying the architecture have noted that the site's layout would have allowed defenders to monitor movement across large areas of the landscape. Such precautions imply that security was a major concern. The question is why? Was La Quemada defending valuable trade routes? Was it protecting agricultural resources in a harsh environment? Or was it positioned on a frontier where conflict between competing groups was common? Evidence recovered during excavations suggests that warfare may indeed have played an important role in the region's history. One of the most famous structures at La Quemada is the Hall of Columns, a monumental building that continues to challenge efforts to understand the site's function. The structure consists of a large elevated platform containing rows of stone columns that once supported a roof. Even in its ruined state, the scale of the building is impressive. Archaeologists have debated whether it served political, ceremonial, administrative, or military purposes. Unlike many buildings in central Mexican cities, the Hall of Columns does not fit perfectly into known architectural categories. Its size indicates that it hosted activities involving substantial numbers of people, yet no consensus exists regarding exactly what those activities were. The structure's prominence within the site suggests that it formed part of the city's core power center, but whether that power was religious, political, economic, or military remains uncertain. Equally mysterious are the extensive causeways associated with the settlement. Researchers have documented a network of stone-built roads extending outward from La Quemada into the surrounding landscape. Some of these routes continue for kilometers beyond the main ceremonial center. Their construction required significant planning and labor, indicating that the city was connected to a broader regional system rather than functioning in isolation. Archaeologists, including Ben Nelson of Arizona State University, have argued that these roads may have facilitated trade, communication, political control, or ceremonial movement between communities. The scale of the infrastructure suggests a level of regional organization far greater than scholars once believed existed in northern Mexico during this period. Yet the exact nature of that organization remains unclear because no written records survive to explain how the network operated. The site's economic foundations also remain controversial. Northern Mexico lacks many of the environmental advantages enjoyed by regions farther south. Rainfall is less predictable and large-scale agriculture is more difficult to sustain. Despite these limitations, La Quemada supported substantial construction projects and a significant population for several centuries. Some researchers believe its prosperity was linked to trade networks connecting central Mexico with areas farther north. Archaeological evidence indicates the movement of valuable goods, including turquoise and other resources, across vast distances. If La Quemada occupied a strategic position along these exchange routes, control of commerce may have generated the wealth necessary to finance monumental architecture. However, the available evidence is not sufficient to determine whether trade was the primary driver of the city's growth or merely one component of a more complex economy. Perhaps the most dramatic mystery concerns the site's destruction. Archaeological excavations have uncovered extensive evidence of burning across multiple sectors of the city. Charred architectural remains and fire-damaged structures indicate that a major destructive event occurred near the end of La Quemada's occupation. The scale of the burning was significant enough to inspire the modern name of the site itself. Researchers generally agree that the city experienced a period of decline between the 9th and 10th centuries, but they continue to debate exactly what happened. One possibility is that warfare led to the destruction of important buildings. Another is that internal political instability weakened the settlement before an attack occurred. Environmental stress, resource shortages, and disruptions to regional trade networks have also been proposed as contributing factors. Because multiple challenges may have occurred simultaneously, it is difficult to isolate a single cause. The archaeological record reveals the outcome but not the sequence of events that produced it. Human remains recovered from the site have added another layer to the mystery. Excavations uncovered evidence suggesting that violence was not uncommon during certain phases of occupation. Some skeletal remains exhibit signs consistent with conflict, while other discoveries indicate that ritual practices involving human remains may have taken place. Researchers remain cautious when interpreting such evidence because burial patterns and ritual behavior can vary considerably between cultures. Nevertheless, the discoveries reinforce the impression that La Quemada existed in a world where political tensions, warfare, and displays of power may have been important elements of daily life. The site's enigmatic reputation grew even further because of attempts to connect it with one of the most famous legends in Mexican history. During the 19th and early 20th centuries, some scholars speculated that La Quemada might be linked to Aztlan, the legendary homeland described in later Aztec traditions. According to these accounts, the ancestors of the Mexica people migrated southward, from a distant northern homeland, before eventually founding Tenochtitlan. Because the location of Aztlan has never been identified with certainty, numerous sites have been proposed as candidates. La Camado attracted attention because its impressive ruins seemed capable of matching the scale associated with a legendary ancestral center. Modern archaeologists generally reject a direct identification between La Camada and Aztlan due to the lack of supporting evidence, but the theory remains an important chapter in the site's history because it demonstrates how little was understood about northern Mexico's ancient civilizations when systematic research first began. Val Camonica was not discovered in a lost temple or a buried city. Its mystery emerged from thousands of marks carved into exposed stone. In 1909, the young geographer Walther Lang documented unusual engravings in a valley of northern Italy. What initially appeared to be isolated carvings soon revealed itself as something extraordinary. Across the slopes and rock surfaces of Val Camonica, archaeologists uncovered one of the largest collections of prehistoric rock art ever found. More than 140,000 figures have been officially documented, while some estimates place the total number between 200,000 and 300,000. The engravings span nearly 8,000 years, making the valley one of the longest continuously used symbolic landscapes known to archaeology. UNESCO later recognized the site as Italy's first World Heritage Site. Yet despite more than a century of research, one fundamental question remains unanswered. What exactly were the people of Val Camonica trying to communicate? The valley lies within the Italian Alps in Lombardy. Generations of prehistoric communities return to the same stone surfaces again and again, leaving behind images of hunters, warriors, animals, weapons, geometric symbols, ritual scenes, footprints, maps, and mysterious human figures. Unlike Egyptian hieroglyphs or Mesopotamian cuneiform, these carvings have never been fully translated because no written key survives. Archaeologists can classify many images according to style and date, but the deeper meanings often remain uncertain. The result is a prehistoric archive containing hundreds of thousands of messages whose language has largely vanished. One of the strangest mysteries involves the so-called astronaut figures. Several carvings depict human-like beings with circular heads surrounded by radiating lines. To modern eyes, they appear remarkably similar to people wearing helmets. These images became famous during the 20th century, when proponents of ancient astronaut theories claimed they represented extraterrestrial visitors. Archaeologists reject this interpretation because there is no evidence connecting the figures to alien contact. Instead, many researchers suggest they may depict ritual masks, ceremonial headdresses, divine beings, or symbolic representations of spiritual power. Yet the mystery remains because nobody knows exactly what the radiating lines were intended to represent. Were they feathers, rays of sunlight, supernatural energy, or something entirely different? More than 3,000 years after they were carved, the true meaning remains hidden. Equally puzzling are the geometric compositions scattered across the valley. Some engraved surfaces contain intricate arrangements of rectangles, pathways, grids, and enclosed spaces. The most famous examples from Bedolina have often been described as topographic maps. If that interpretation is correct, they may represent some of the oldest large-scale landscape maps in Europe. Researchers have compared certain patterns with agricultural field systems, settlements, and territorial boundaries, yet no consensus exists. Some scholars argue they depict real landscapes. Others believe they are symbolic diagrams connected to religion or social organization. The problem is that the carvings preserve the image but not the explanation. We can see the design with extraordinary clarity while remaining uncertain about its purpose. The chronology of the site creates another mystery. Most prehistoric monuments belong to relatively short periods. Stonehenge evolved over roughly 1,500 years. The pyramids of Giza were constructed within a few generations. Val Camonica remained active for nearly 8 millennia. The earliest engravings date back to the end of the last ice age, while others continued into Roman and even medieval times. This means hundreds of generations repeatedly return to the same rocks. Such continuity is almost unprecedented. Why did this particular valley retain its sacred or cultural importance for so long? Archaeologists can identify changing artistic styles through time, but the mechanism that preserved the site's significance across thousands of years remains largely invisible. The animal carvings introduce another layer of uncertainty. Deer appear repeatedly throughout the valley. In some periods, they dominate entire compositions. Hunting scenes are common, yet many depictions seem too elaborate to be simple records of successful hunts. Some animals are shown in highly stylized forms, suggesting symbolic meanings beyond everyday life. Similar patterns occur in prehistoric art from Scandinavia, the Sahara, and the Iberian Peninsula, where animals often played important religious roles. Researchers suspect that certain species carried spiritual significance for the people of Val Camonica, but determining exactly what those beliefs were is extraordinarily difficult without written records. The enormous number of weapons carved into the rocks has also generated debate. Daggers, axes, shields, spears, and swords appear in remarkable quantities, particularly during the Copper Age and Iron Age. Some panels contain dozens of weapons carefully arranged in patterns. These images may reflect warrior elites, ceremonial offerings, territorial displays, or social status. Comparable weapon symbolism appears in Bronze Age Scandinavia and among Celtic cultures centuries later. Yet archaeologists still struggle to determine whether the carvings represented actual events, symbolic rituals, or visual statements of power. The stones preserve the images but not the intentions behind them. Another mystery concerns the apparent sophistication of information storage. Viewed individually, many engravings seem simple. Viewed collectively, they form an immense visual database documenting social change across thousands of years. Researchers can observe transitions from hunting societies to farming communities, from stone tools to metal weapons, and from small groups to more organized social structures. Few prehistoric sites provide such a long, continuous record. Some scholars have even described the valley as a gigantic open-air archive. Yet if it truly functioned as a system for preserving cultural knowledge, how was that knowledge transmitted? Without writing, communities somehow maintained symbolic traditions over immense stretches of time. The mechanisms behind that continuity remain poorly understood. The survival of the carvings themselves presents a final puzzle. Many images remain visible despite thousands of years of weathering. Ancient artists used a technique known as pecking, repeatedly striking stone surfaces with harder tools to create patterns of small depressions. Modern experiments demonstrate that producing large panels could require enormous labor investments. Some engraved surfaces contain hundreds of figures layered over centuries. This suggests that particular rocks were recognized as important landmarks long before later generations added their own contributions. The result resembles a conversation occurring across millennia, with each generation responding to messages left by people they would never meet. Bonkuklu Tala is one of the strangest archaeological sites ever found in the cradle of civilization. Hidden for thousands of years beneath the soil of southeastern Turkey, near the upper Tigris River, this settlement has forced archaeologists to reconsider some of the most fundamental assumptions about the origins of complex society. For decades, textbooks described a gradual transition from small groups of hunter-gatherers to farming villages and eventually to organized communities with public buildings, social hierarchy, and specialized technology. Bonkuklu Tala does not fit comfortably into that model. Dating to more than 12,000 years ago, the site appears during a period when humanity was supposedly only beginning to experiment with permanent settlement. Yet the evidence emerging from excavations suggests a community possessing architectural knowledge, social organization, symbolic culture, and perhaps even engineering capabilities far more advanced than expected for its time. The mystery is not simply who lived here. The mystery is how they achieved so much, so early in human history. The site was discovered in 2008 during archaeological surveys conducted before construction related to the Elisu Dam project. Excavations began in 2012 and quickly revealed that what initially appeared to be another prehistoric settlement was something far more significant. Archaeologists uncovered multiple occupation layers stretching from the late Epipaleolithic into the pre-pottery Neolithic period. Radiocarbon analysis and stratigraphic studies indicated that some of the oldest levels may date back to around 10,000 BCE or even earlier. The settlement therefore emerged at a time when the last ice age had only recently ended, and when agriculture was still in its earliest stages across much of the Near East. One of the greatest mysteries concerns the site's age compared with other famous prehistoric centres. Stonehenge would not appear in Britain for another 6,000 years. Number: the Great Pyramid of Giza was still roughly 7,000 years in the future. Even many of the earliest urban experiments in Mesopotamia had not yet begun. Yet Bonkuklu Tala already contains substantial architecture and communal spaces. Archaeologists have identified dozens of structures, including houses and large public buildings that appear to have served functions beyond ordinary domestic life. The existence of such structures raises an uncomfortable question. Why were people investing enormous amounts of labour into communal construction before the emergence of fully developed agriculture and state-level societies? The public buildings are particularly puzzling. Excavations have revealed large structures with carefully planned layouts and stone architectural elements. Some researchers compare them to the communal buildings found at Göbekli Tepe, another revolutionary Neolithic site located several hundred kilometers away. At Bonkuklu Tala, these structures appear to have been rebuilt multiple times, suggesting long-term traditions rather than temporary experiments. Such continuity implies the existence of social institutions capable of organizing labor across generations. In modern societies, this type of coordination is typically associated with political leadership, religious authority, or administrative systems. Yet no written records exist from this period. How these communities organize themselves remains largely unknown. Perhaps the most controversial mystery involves what excavators described as an early drainage or sewer system. Channels and infrastructure associated with water management have been reported from the site. If these interpretations are correct, Bonkuklu Tala may preserve one of the oldest sanitation systems ever discovered. The implications are extraordinary. Water management is often considered a hallmark of later civilizations such as those of Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and Rome. Finding evidence of comparable concepts thousands of years earlier would suggest that prehistoric communities understood environmental engineering far sooner than previously believed. Some archaeologists remain cautious, emphasizing that additional study is required before definitive conclusions can be reached. Nevertheless, the possibility alone has generated significant debate throughout the archaeological community. Another mystery lies in the astonishing quantity of ornamental objects recovered from the settlement. More than 100,000 beads have been discovered, and more recent reports place the number above 200,000. The sheer scale is difficult to explain. Producing a single stone bead requires selecting suitable raw material, shaping it, polishing it, and often drilling a tiny hole. Repeating this process hundreds of thousands of times represents an enormous investment of labour. Such production implies specialised craftsmanship, and perhaps even forms of social differentiation. Were these beads symbols of status? Did they serve religious functions? Were they used in trade networks extending across large regions? Archaeologists have not yet reached a consensus. The human burials found at the site deepen the mystery. More than 130 skeletons have been uncovered, with later excavations reporting over 200 individuals. These burials provide valuable information about health, diet, social customs, and biological relationships. Yet they also reveal practices that remain difficult to interpret. Some individuals appear to have been buried within settlement areas, a tradition seen at other Neolithic sites across Anatolia and the Levant. Such practices suggest strong connections between the living and the dead, but the exact meaning remains uncertain. Recent discoveries of body ornaments associated with human remains have further complicated interpretations, indicating that symbolic behaviour and personal identity may have been more elaborate than previously assumed. Bonkuklu Tala also challenges traditional theories about the relationship between agriculture and civilization. For much of the 20th century, archaeologists believed that farming created food surpluses, which then allowed large settlements, social complexity, and monumental architecture to emerge. Sites such as Bonkuklu Tala and Göbekli Tepe suggest that the process may have been more complicated. large communal projects seem to appear surprisingly early. Some researchers now argue that social cooperation, ritual activity, and collective identity may have encouraged the development of agriculture rather than simply resulting from it. If correct, this reverses one of archaeology's most influential narratives. The connection with Göbekli Tepe remains one of the most intriguing puzzles. Both sites belong to a broader cultural landscape in southeastern Anatolia, often referred to as the Taş Tepeler region. Across this area, archaeologists have identified multiple settlements containing monumental architecture, stone pillars, ritual spaces, and evidence of organized communities dating to the dawn of the Neolithic. The similarities suggest that Bonkuklu Tala was not an isolated anomaly but part of a wider cultural phenomenon. Yet the nature of that network remains unclear. Did ideas spread through trade, through migration, through shared religious traditions? The archaeological evidence provides hints but no definitive answers. Dighton Rock is a 40-ton boulder covered with mysterious carvings that have confused scholars for more than 3 centuries. Resting today inside a museum in Massachusetts, the stone appears unimpressive at first glance. Yet few archaeological mysteries have inspired as many competing theories. Vikings, Phoenicians, Portuguese explorers, Native Americans, and even ancient Chinese voyagers have all been proposed as its creators. The strange part is not merely that nobody agrees on what the carvings mean. The truly remarkable mystery is that generations of researchers have looked at the same stone and seen completely different civilizations staring back at them. The story begins along the Taunton River in what is now Massachusetts. For centuries, the rock sat partially submerged in a tidal section of the river. At high tide, much of its surface disappeared beneath the water. At low tide, a face of weathered sandstone became visible, revealing hundreds of engraved lines, geometric shapes, human-like figures, and symbols resembling writing. The rock itself measures roughly 3.4 meters long, nearly 3 meters wide, weighs approximately 40 tons, and was likely deposited by glaciers thousands of years ago. In 1963, authorities removed it from the river to preserve the carvings, allowing archaeologists to examine it under controlled conditions. Yet despite modern technology, the mystery remains unsolved. The first known detailed record of the inscriptions dates to 1680, when Reverend John Danforth sketched the carvings. His drawing survives today and is among the most important pieces of evidence in the entire mystery. However, almost immediately a problem emerged. Later observers produced sketches that differed dramatically from Danforth's version. Some symbols appeared in one drawing but not another. Certain figures seemed larger or smaller. Entire sections appeared transformed. This created a puzzle that still frustrates researchers today. Were the carvings changing through erosion? Were observers making mistakes? Or were they unconsciously seeing patterns they expected to find? The disagreement became so extreme that Dighton Rock developed a reputation as archaeology's version of a Rorschach test. In psychology, a Rorschach test presents ambiguous images and asks people what they see. Dighton Rock appears to function similarly. One observer sees letters, another sees animals, a third sees maps, a fourth sees religious symbols. The stone's weathered surface contains enough ambiguity that interpretations often reveal more about the observer than about the carvings themselves. Even modern historians have noted that researchers repeatedly projected their own cultural expectations onto the rock. Perhaps the most famous theory involves the Vikings. During the 19th century, some scholars argued that several markings resembled Norse runes. This idea gained popularity after growing evidence showed that Norse explorers had indeed reached North America centuries before Columbus. Archaeological discoveries at L'Anse aux Meadows in Newfoundland later confirmed Viking presence in the New World around the year 1000. If Dighton Rock also proved to be Norse, it would provide another remarkable piece of evidence for early transatlantic exploration. Yet a major problem emerged. Specialists in Viking history examined the supposed runes and found little consensus. Many symbols failed to match known Norse inscriptions. Others appeared so eroded that reliable identification became impossible. Today, most archaeologists remain unconvinced by the Viking interpretation. The Phoenician hypothesis is even more extraordinary. In 1783, Yale president Ezra Stiles proposed that ancient Phoenician sailors might have crossed the Atlantic and carved the inscriptions. The Phoenicians were among the greatest navigators of the ancient world, establishing trade networks throughout the Mediterranean. However, no accepted archaeological evidence demonstrates that they reached North America. Critics note that the proposed Phoenician characters on Dighton Rock often require selective interpretation, with researchers choosing only the markings that support their theory while ignoring others. Despite centuries of debate, no definitive Phoenician translation has gained scholarly acceptance. Another controversial theory emerged in the early 20th century, when Professor Edmund de la Barre argued that the carvings recorded the presence of Portuguese explorer Miguel Corte Real. According to his interpretation, the inscription stated that Corte Real reached New England in 1511 and became a leader among indigenous people. The theory attracted enormous public attention because it suggested European contact before many traditionally accepted accounts. Yet subsequent researchers identified serious weaknesses in the proposed translation. Many symbols required imaginative reconstruction, and alternative readings produced entirely different meanings. Modern historians generally regard the Portuguese interpretation as unproven. Among all the competing explanations, the indigenous origin theory currently receives the strongest archaeological support. Native American peoples across North America created thousands of petroglyph sites featuring geometric figures, animals, human forms, and symbolic markings carved into stone. Researchers have identified stylistic similarities between elements of Dighton Rock and indigenous rock art from the northeastern United States. Some specialists estimate that at least portions of the carvings may date between 1000 and 1500 years ago. The location also makes sense. Rivers served as transportation corridors, territorial boundaries, ceremonial landscapes, and places of cultural significance for many indigenous communities. A prominent stone along a tidal river would have been an ideal place for symbolic marking. Yet even the indigenous explanation does not solve every mystery. One major question concerns chronology. Did a single group create all the carvings, or were new symbols added over generations? Some researchers suspect the rock accumulated markings across centuries. If true, attempts to interpret the entire surface as one coherent message may be fundamentally misguided. The stone could instead represent a layered record created by multiple people at different times for different purposes. Such a scenario would explain why the imagery appears so varied and why no single translation successfully accounts for every symbol. Modern technology has provided new tools but not definitive answers. High-resolution photography, digital enhancement, laser scanning, and three-dimensional modeling allow researchers to distinguish genuine carved grooves from natural cracks and erosion patterns. Scientists can now study details invisible to earlier generations. Surprisingly, these advances have strengthened some conclusions while weakening others. Certain supposed letters and symbols promoted by earlier theories appear less convincing under detailed examination. Yet technology cannot reveal who carved the lines or what they meant. It can document the mystery with unprecedented precision, but it cannot solve it. Comparisons with other petroglyph sites make the puzzle even more fascinating. Across North America, sites such as those in the American Southwest contain carvings whose cultural origins are relatively well understood because they remain connected to living traditions or nearby archaeological evidence. Dighton Rock is different. Centuries of erosion, colonial disruption, competing historical narratives, and ambiguous imagery have obscured its context. The result is a rare archaeological object that exists in a grey zone between evidence and interpretation. Every line is real, every carving exists, yet the story behind them remains uncertain. This uncertainty is precisely what has kept Dighton Rock alive in public imagination for more than 300 years. Most archaeological mysteries disappear once better evidence emerges. Dighton Rock has survived because each generation discovers something new while failing to reach a final conclusion. The stone has inspired debates about exploration, indigenous history, lost voyages, ancient navigation, and the reliability of historical interpretation itself. In many ways, the greatest mystery is no longer who carved the rock. The greatest mystery is why one weathered surface of sandstone has repeatedly convinced intelligent people that they were looking at entirely different histories. Dighton Rock remains a reminder that the past is not only shaped by evidence, it is also shaped by the way humans choose to interpret what they see. Malta is covered with tracks that should not exist. Across the limestone landscape of this small Mediterranean archipelago, thousands of parallel grooves cut through the bedrock like the remnants of an ancient railway system. Some climb steep hills, some intersect in bewildering networks, some abruptly stop in open countryside, others run directly into the sea and disappear beneath the waves. Archaeologists have studied them for more than a century. Yet nobody can say with certainty who made them, when they were made, or what purpose they served. Known as the cart ruts of Malta, they remain one of the strangest archaeological mysteries in Europe. The most famous concentration of cart ruts lies at Misrach Gar el-Kabir, a prehistoric site near the Dingley Cliffs on the island of Malta. The area is so densely covered with intersecting grooves that British archaeologists nicknamed it Clapham Junction, after one of London's busiest railway stations. From the air, the resemblance is astonishing. The grooves split, merge, cross one another, and create what appears to be an organised transportation network. Yet these tracks were carved thousands of years before railways existed. The grooves typically occur in pairs and often maintain a relatively consistent separation ranging between approximately 1.1 and 1.4 metres. Some are only a few centimetres deep, while others reach depths of more than 60 centimetres. Their dimensions suggest repeated use over long periods rather than a single construction event. The deeper examples resemble channels worn into the rock by centuries of friction. Yet the pattern is far more complicated than ordinary wear would suggest. One of the first mysteries concerns their age. Dating the cart ruts has proven extremely difficult because the grooves themselves contain almost no organic material suitable for radiocarbon analysis. Various researchers have proposed dates ranging from the Neolithic Temple period, roughly 3,800–2,500 BCE, to the Roman era and even the Middle Ages. Evidence from some sites indicates that certain ruts must be older than approximately 700 BCE because later structures were built across them. Other examples appear associated with ancient quarrying activity from Punic and Roman times. This has led some scholars to suggest that the cart ruts may not all belong to a single period. Instead, they could represent a phenomenon that continued for centuries or even millennia. The traditional explanation is that the grooves were created by wheeled vehicles transporting heavy loads. Malta possesses extensive limestone deposits and numerous ancient quarries. Massive stone blocks were required to construct the island's famous megalithic temples, some of the oldest freestanding monuments on Earth. According to this theory, carts repeatedly travelled along the same routes, gradually cutting into soft limestone and creating the grooves visible today. At first glance, this explanation seems reasonable. In 2008, geomorphologists from the University of Portsmouth examined the cart ruts using engineering and geological analysis. Their calculations suggested that wooden-wheeled carts carrying moderate loads could indeed carve grooves into Malta's limestone under certain conditions. The researchers noted that wet limestone loses much of its strength. Repeated traffic could therefore create progressively deeper tracks. Once the grooves became too deep for a cart's ground clearance, transporters would simply shift slightly and create a new parallel route. This process could explain the extraordinary density of tracks in some areas. However, the cart theory encounters serious problems. Many cart ruts run across terrain that appears unsuitable for wheeled transport. Some climb steep slopes, others descend abruptly toward cliffs. In several cases, the grooves intersect at sharp angles that would be impractical for heavily loaded vehicles. Even more puzzling, no ancient carts have ever been discovered in Malta that clearly correspond to the dimensions of the ruts. Researchers are therefore forced to infer the existence of such vehicles from the tracks themselves rather than from direct archaeological evidence. Another mystery involves the remarkable standardization of the grooves. A major study published in 2022 analysed the morphology of hundreds of cart ruts throughout the Maltese islands. The results showed that despite local variations, many measurements remain surprisingly consistent. Such uniformity may suggest a common purpose, a shared technological tradition, or perhaps a transportation system operating according to standardized vehicle dimensions. Yet because no direct evidence survives, these possibilities remain speculative. The most controversial aspect of the mystery lies underwater. Along several parts of the Maltese coastline, cart ruts continue directly toward the sea. At locations near St. George's Bay and other coastal areas, researchers and divers have documented submerged examples beneath modern sea level. Some tracks appear to continue offshore before vanishing into deeper water. This observation has inspired decades of debate. If the grooves were created on dry land, then either sea levels were lower when they were made or the land itself has subsided since their construction. Sea level studies provide an intriguing comparison. Around the end of the last ice age, global sea levels were significantly lower than today. If some submerged cart ruts truly originated on exposed land surfaces, they could potentially be older than many archaeologists currently estimate. Yet extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Most specialists remain cautious because the underwater examples are difficult to date, and because natural geological processes may have altered the landscape over thousands of years. Still, the image of ancient tracks disappearing beneath the Mediterranean remains one of the most compelling aspects of the mystery. The cart ruts become even stranger when compared with transportation systems elsewhere in the ancient world. The Greeks constructed the diolkos, a stone trackway across the Isthmus of Corinth used to move ships over land. Roman roads demonstrate extraordinary engineering precision, yet neither resembles the chaotic networks seen in Malta. The Maltese grooves lack the standardized paving, curbstones, drainage systems, and infrastructure normally associated with organized road construction. They appear simultaneously systematic and disorderly. This contradiction is one reason the phenomenon continues to resist explanation. Some researchers have proposed entirely different interpretations. Perhaps the grooves guided sledges rather than wheeled carts. Others suggest they were associated with quarrying operations, agricultural transport, or systems for moving stone rollers. A few have argued that different groups of cart ruts may have served different functions in different eras. The archaeological evidence currently supports none of these explanations conclusively. Every theory explains some features while failing to account for others. What makes the cart ruts of Malta so fascinating is not simply their appearance, but their persistence. Scholars have investigated them since at least the 17th century. Detailed studies, aerial surveys, geological analyses, and archaeological excavations have generated vast amounts of data. Yet the central question remains unanswered. The grooves are real. Their scale is undeniable. Their distribution across Malta and Gozo is extraordinary. But the civilization, technology, or economic system responsible for creating them remains hidden behind thousands of years of lost history. The Yongle Encyclopedia disappearance. Most historical mysteries revolve around missing treasures, vanished cities, or lost rulers. This mystery is different. What disappeared was knowledge itself. Somewhere between the height of the Ming dynasty and the turmoil that followed, the greatest encyclopedia on Earth vanished from history. It contained centuries of accumulated science, engineering, medicine, literature, philosophy, geography, and statecraft. Thousands of scholars spent years creating it. Emperors protected it. Generations preserved it. Yet despite its immense size, the original collection disappeared so completely that historians still cannot explain where it went. More than 600 years later, the Yongle Encyclopedia remains one of the largest losses of knowledge ever recorded. The story began in 1403 when the Yongle Emperor ordered the creation of an unprecedented intellectual project. His goal was not merely to produce a reference book, but to gather the entirety of Chinese knowledge into a single collection. More than 2,000 scholars, editors, and scribes were recruited from across the empire. After 5 years of work, the encyclopedia was completed in 1408. The finished work contained approximately 22,877 chapters organised into 11,095 manuscript volumes and roughly 370 million Chinese characters. No encyclopedia anywhere in the world approached its scale at the time. For centuries it remained the largest encyclopedia ever compiled. What made the work extraordinary was its method. Modern encyclopedias summarise information. The Yongle Encyclopedia preserved original texts. Instead of shortening historical records, scientific observations, poems, technical manuals, and philosophical writings, compilers copied them directly into the collection. As a result, the encyclopedia became a vast archive of earlier documents, many of which would later disappear. In some cases, surviving fragments of the encyclopedia preserve texts that no longer exist anywhere else. The encyclopedia covered an astonishing range of subjects. It contained records of astronomy, mathematics, agriculture, medicine, engineering, religion, military strategy, literature, geography, and government administration. Scholars often compare it to a snapshot of Chinese civilization at the beginning of the 15th century. If modern historians could access the complete work today, it would provide an unparalleled view into one of the most advanced societies of its era. Yet from the beginning, the encyclopedia possessed a hidden vulnerability. Every volume was written by hand. There was no complete printed edition. Only a single original manuscript existed. The accumulated knowledge of centuries depended upon the survival of one collection stored inside the imperial court. That vulnerability became apparent during the reign of the Jiajing Emperor. Historical records indicate that concerns emerged regarding the safety of the encyclopedia after a fire threatened parts of the imperial palace complex. Fearing the loss of the collection, the emperor ordered a complete duplicate to be created. Thousands of scribes spent years reproducing all 11,095 volumes by hand. It was one of the largest copying projects in human history. At the time, few could have imagined how important that decision would become. Sometime after the duplicate was completed, the original encyclopedia disappeared. This is the central mystery. Historians know the encyclopedia existed. They know where it was stored. They know a copy was made. Then the historical trail suddenly ends. No surviving document records the destruction of the original. No official report describes its removal. No inventory lists its transfer to another location. There is no evidence of theft, fire, flood, or deliberate destruction. The largest manuscript collection in the world simply vanishes from the historical record. The absence of evidence is what makes the mystery so remarkable. Large historical objects rarely disappear without leaving traces. Armies leave records, fires leave ruins, looters leave witnesses. Yet no comparable explanation exists for the original Yongle Encyclopedia. Historians have spent centuries attempting to reconstruct its fate, but every theory encounters significant problems. The most famous theory involves the Jiajing Emperor's tomb. Jiajing ruled from 1521 to 1567 and invested enormous resources in the construction of his mausoleum. He was known for his fascination with immortality and his devotion to elaborate burial preparations. Because the original encyclopedia disappears from historical records after his reign, some scholars have suggested that it may have been secretly placed inside his tomb as a treasured possession intended to accompany him into the afterlife. The theory gained support because it explains several puzzling details. A hidden burial would account for the absence of destruction records and could explain why the encyclopedia suddenly vanished despite its importance. More importantly, the emperor possessed both the authority and resources necessary to conceal such an operation. If the encyclopedia was buried, only a small number of trusted officials may have known about it. The problem is that there is no direct evidence. Jiajing's mausoleum, known as Yongling, remains largely unexplored. Chinese authorities have generally avoided opening major imperial tombs because previous excavations demonstrated how easily artifacts can be damaged when preservation technology is insufficient. As a result, the theory remains impossible to verify. The encyclopedia may be inside the tomb, it may not. Until new evidence emerges, the question remains unanswered. Other historians favour a different explanation. They believe the encyclopedia was destroyed during the collapse of the Ming dynasty in the 17th century. Rebellions, invasions, and political upheaval devastated much of northern China. Government archives were scattered, burned, or abandoned. Under this scenario, the encyclopedia may have been lost amid the chaos that accompanied the fall of imperial rule. Yet this theory also faces difficulties. Such a monumental loss would likely have attracted attention from contemporary officials and scholars. The lack of clear documentation remains difficult to explain. Once again, the evidence is frustratingly incomplete. While the fate of the original remains unknown, the duplicate copy survived for a time. Unfortunately, its story became almost as tragic. Over the centuries, volumes disappeared through neglect, warfare, theft, and accidental destruction. The damage accelerated during periods of instability. By the 19th century, substantial portions of the collection had already been lost. Additional volumes vanished during the Boxer Rebellion in 1900, when foreign troops entered Beijing and numerous cultural treasures were looted or destroyed. Bimini Road is a stone formation lying beneath the shallow waters off North Bimini in the Bahamas. At first glance, it appears to be exactly what its name suggests, an ancient road stretching across the seafloor. Massive rectangular limestone blocks form a remarkably linear arrangement, nearly 800 meters long, creating one of the most controversial archaeological mysteries ever discovered beneath the ocean. Since its discovery in 1968, researchers, divers, explorers, and believers in lost civilizations have debated a single question. Is Bimini Road merely a natural geological formation, or is it the surviving remnant of a forgotten civilization that vanished beneath the sea thousands of years ago? The discovery itself was surprisingly recent. In September 1968, a group of divers exploring the waters near Bimini noticed an unusual alignment of large stone blocks, resting roughly 5 to 6 meters below the surface. Unlike the chaotic appearance normally associated with natural rock formations, these stones appeared organized. Many possessed flat surfaces, straight edges, and shapes resembling giant paving stones. Photographs quickly spread through newspapers, magazines, and television documentaries. What might have remained a local curiosity suddenly became an international mystery. Part of the excitement stemmed from a strange coincidence. Decades earlier, the American psychic Edgar Cayce had predicted that evidence connected to the legendary lost continent of Atlantis would be discovered near Bimini during the late 1960s. When divers found the stone formation in exactly that region, and during roughly the same period, speculation exploded. For many people, Bimini Road immediately became more than an underwater curiosity. It became potential evidence for one of history's most famous lost civilizations. The visual appearance of the site fuels much of the mystery. The largest blocks measure several meters across and can weigh many tons. They form an arrangement that resembles a roadway, breakwater, harbour wall, or artificial platform. Certain sections appear almost intentionally engineered. Some blocks seem fitted together. Others appear stacked. Divers have reported what look like secondary layers beneath the visible stones, creating the impression of construction rather than random geological activity. Underwater photographs often intensify this impression. Viewed from certain angles, the formation looks astonishingly similar to masonry produced by human hands. Supporters of the artificial origin hypothesis argue that the geometry is simply too organized to be accidental. They point to the alignment of the stones, the apparent consistency of block sizes, and the way many slabs rest side by side. Some researchers have suggested that Bimini Road may once have been part of a harbour complex built when sea levels were lower. Others have proposed that it formed a ceremonial platform or coastal defense structure. More speculative theories connect it to Atlantis itself, suggesting that the visible stones represent only a small surviving fragment of a much larger submerged city. The Atlantis connection remains the most famous aspect of the mystery. The story originates with the ancient Greek philosopher Plato, who described a powerful island civilization that supposedly disappeared beneath the sea after a catastrophic event. According to Plato's account, Atlantis existed approximately 9,000 years before his own time. Over the centuries, countless locations have been proposed as the lost civilization's final resting place. Few have captured the public imagination as strongly as Bimini Road because the site combines underwater ruins, unusual geometry, and a discovery date that appears to align with Casey's prediction. Yet the deeper scientists investigated, the more complicated the picture became. Geologists examining the stones discovered that the material consists primarily of limestone known as beach rock. Beach rock forms naturally when sediments near coastlines become cemented together through chemical processes involving seawater and minerals. Similar formations exist in many tropical coastal environments around the world. Over time, cracks develop within these rock layers. Waves, tides, erosion, and shifting sediments can then separate the rock into large polygonal blocks. Under the right conditions, these fractured sections can resemble human-made masonry. This geological explanation appears straightforward, but Bimini Road refuses to fit neatly into any simple category. One reason is that natural formations rarely produce structures that look so convincingly artificial. Human brains are highly sensitive to patterns. We instinctively recognize straight lines, symmetry, and geometric arrangements. At Bimini, these characteristics appear frequently enough to create persistent doubt. Even experienced observers sometimes struggle to determine whether they are looking at geology or engineering. Adding to the puzzle are reports of unusual features discovered during various underwater surveys. Some divers have described stones that seem stacked in multiple layers. Others have identified cavities and gaps beneath visible blocks. Sonar imaging conducted during different expeditions occasionally revealed structures interpreted by enthusiasts as foundations, walls, or buried chambers. Critics argue that such interpretations often exceed the available evidence. Nevertheless, the reports continue to generate debate because they hint at complexity hidden beneath the seafloor. Dating the formation has also produced controversy. Geological analyses generally indicate that the visible beach rock formed within the last several thousand years. This presents a problem for Atlantis theories. If Plato's chronology is even approximately correct, Atlantis would be far older than the currently exposed stones. Some proponents attempt to resolve this discrepancy by suggesting that the visible rocks merely cover older structures beneath them. Others argue that Plato's dates were symbolic rather than literal. Neither explanation has achieved broad scientific acceptance, but the disagreement ensures that the mystery remains alive. Sea level changes further complicate interpretation. During the last ice age, global sea levels were dramatically lower than they are today. Vast areas of continental shelf that are now submerged once existed above water. The Bahamas experienced significant environmental transformations as glaciers melted and oceans rose. This means that regions presently underwater could indeed have been habitable thousands of years ago. While this fact does not prove that Bimini Road is artificial, it does demonstrate that prehistoric coastal settlements could theoretically have existed in areas now hidden beneath the sea. Comparisons with confirmed ancient structures create another intriguing dimension. Human-built harbours throughout the Mediterranean often contain massive stone blocks arranged in long, linear formations. Ancient breakwaters at ports in Greece, Rome, and Egypt sometimes resemble portions of Bimini Road, yet there are also striking differences. Genuine archaeological sites usually produce artifacts, pottery, tools, inscriptions, foundations, or other unmistakable evidence of human activity. At Bimini, such evidence remains absent. Despite decades of investigation, no artifact assemblage has emerged that conclusively demonstrates construction by an ancient civilization. Modern technology has repeatedly returned researchers to the site. High-resolution sonar, underwater photography, geological sampling, and computer modeling have all contributed valuable information. Each new study refines our understanding of the formation's structure and composition. yet none has completely eliminated uncertainty. The geological explanation remains the dominant scientific interpretation, but the formation's appearance continues to challenge intuition. It occupies a rare space where expert conclusions and visual impressions seem to point in different directions. Hallan Cemi is a small mound in southeastern Turkey near the upper Tigris River. At first glance, it appears insignificant compared with famous prehistoric sites such as Göbekli Tepe or Jericho, yet buried beneath less than 2 hectares of soil lies one of the strangest archaeological mysteries ever discovered. More than 11,000 years ago, long before cities, kings, writing, metal tools, or organized agriculture, a community of hunter-gatherers created permanent architecture, built communal structures, organized large-scale feasts, maintained long-distance trade networks, and may have taken the first steps toward animal domestication. Hallan Cemi forces archaeologists to confront a disturbing possibility. Many of the foundations of civilization may have appeared before agriculture rather than as a consequence of it. The site was discovered during surveys connected to the construction of the Batman Dam in eastern Anatolia. Excavations led by Michael Rosenberg during the early 1990s revealed a settlement dating to approximately 11,300 years before present, placing it among the oldest permanently occupied communities known in Anatolia. What researchers expected to find was a typical hunter-gatherer camp. What they actually uncovered challenged decades of archaeological theory. For much of the 20th century, the accepted model of human development appeared straightforward. People domesticated plants, agriculture produced food surpluses, larger populations emerged, villages formed, and eventually social complexity developed. Hallan Cemi does not fit that sequence. Evidence from plant remains shows no clear signs of cultivated cereals. Archaeologists recovered lentils, peas, almonds, pistachios, and other wild resources, but the tools normally associated with farming are largely absent. Despite this, the inhabitants lived in a permanent settlement and invested substantial labor into communal construction projects. One of the greatest mysteries involves the settlement's unusual architecture. Excavations revealed a sequence of circular stone buildings constructed in several phases. Some structures measured 5 to 6 meters in diameter and were built with carefully arranged stone foundations. Even more puzzling were special buildings located near the center of the settlement. These structures appeared different from ordinary houses. Their construction required greater effort. Their placement suggests communal importance, and their repeated rebuilding over centuries indicates that they served functions beyond simple shelter. Archaeologists have proposed that they were gathering halls, ritual buildings, or communal meeting spaces. No consensus exists. The mystery is why a society without farming, cities, or political elites invested so heavily in public architecture. The central area of Hallan Cemi produced another astonishing discovery. Large quantities of animal bones were concentrated around communal spaces. The deposits were not random household refuse. Instead, they suggest repeated episodes of collective consumption on a scale far exceeding everyday meals. Researchers studying the faunal remains found evidence that wild boar became increasingly important through time, particularly in contexts associated with communal activities. This pattern resembles organized feasting rather than ordinary subsistence behavior. Such events would have required planning, cooperation, and social coordination. The implication is profound. Human societies may have developed large ceremonial gatherings before they developed agriculture. Rather than farming creating social complexity may have helped create farming. The mystery deepens when the animal remains are examined more closely. More than 2 tons of bones were recovered from the site. Deer, sheep, goats, foxes, bears, turtles, fish, and birds were represented, but pigs occupy a special place in the story. Some pig teeth display measurements that fall between typical wild boar and later domesticated pigs. This observation sparked a debate that continues today. Were the inhabitants simply hunting wild boar, or were they beginning to manage pig populations? If the latter interpretation is correct, Hallan Cemi may preserve one of humanity's earliest experiments in animal domestication. The pig mystery is among the most fascinating in prehistoric archaeology. Later Neolithic sites such as Chaionu provide stronger evidence for domesticated pigs, but Hallan Cemi appears to capture an earlier stage in the process. Some researchers suggest that local people may have controlled breeding opportunities, protected certain animals, or influenced wild populations without fully domesticating them. Modern analyses indicate subtle changes in pig tooth size during the roughly 3 centuries of occupation. These changes are not definitive proof of domestication, yet they may represent the first detectable step along a pathway that eventually transformed wild boars into one of humanity's most important domestic animals. Another mystery concerns long-distance exchange. Approximately 60% of the stone tools found at Hallan Cemi were made from obsidian. The nearest major obsidian source lies roughly 100 kilometers away. In a world without roads, carts, pack animals, or organized states, obtaining such quantities required either direct travel or exchange networks, extending across vast distances. Archaeologists also discovered malachite, a copper-bearing mineral not naturally available at the site. These materials imply that people living more than 11 millennia ago maintained social connections across surprisingly large regions. The scale and organization of those networks remain poorly understood. The decorated stone vessels discovered at Hallan Cemi introduce another layer of mystery. Many were carved from limestone and adorned with geometric patterns, including zigzags, cross-hatching, and wavy lines. Some feature possible representations of animals. Producing these vessels demanded patience, skill, and specialized knowledge. Yet they appeared in a society that supposedly existed before craft specialization. Similar objects later appeared at other early Neolithic sites, suggesting that Hallan Cemi participated in a broader cultural tradition whose origins remain obscure. Seasonality studies provide another surprise. Analysis of freshwater shell remains indicates that resources were collected during multiple seasons throughout the year. This evidence suggests permanent occupation rather than seasonal visits. In other words, Hallan Cemi was not merely a temporary camp, it was a settled community. That conclusion creates a major archaeological problem, because permanent settlement has traditionally been linked to agriculture. Hallan Cemi demonstrates that sedentary life could emerge among hunter-gatherers under the right ecological conditions. Comparisons with other prehistoric sites make the anomaly even more striking. Jericho possessed early monumental architecture, but agriculture played a larger role there. Göbekli Tepe contains spectacular ritual monuments, yet evidence suggests it was not a conventional village. Hallan Cemi occupies a unique position between these worlds. It combines permanent settlement, communal architecture, ritual behavior, extensive feasting, and possible animal management within a community that still depended heavily on hunting and gathering. Few sites preserve such an early snapshot of humanity, experimenting with multiple pathways towards civilization simultaneously. Perhaps the greatest mystery is philosophical rather than archaeological. Why did civilization begin at all? Traditional explanations focus on food production. Hallan Cemi suggests another possibility. Human beings may first have been motivated by social bonds, ceremonies, feasts, shared identities, and communal gatherings. The desire to bring people together may have encouraged larger settlements, stronger cooperation, and eventually the management of plants and animals. If this interpretation is correct, then civilization was not born in a field of wheat. It was born around communal gatherings, where people shared food, stories, rituals, and collective purpose. More than 11,000 years later, the stones of Hallan Cemi remain silent. Archaeologists can measure the buildings, analyze the bones, study the artifacts, and reconstruct fragments of daily life. Yet they still cannot fully explain why hunter-gatherers built communal monuments, organized large feasts, established long-distance exchange networks, and possibly began the domestication of animals before agriculture had truly emerged. Hallan Cemi stands as one of the most important archaeological puzzles ever discovered, a place where the earliest chapters of civilization appear to have been written in an order nobody expected. Mapungubwe is a place that should not have been forgotten. Rising above the meeting point of the Limpopo and Shashe rivers in present-day South Africa, near the borders of Botswana and Zimbabwe, Mapungubwe was once the centre of the most powerful kingdom in southern Africa. Between roughly AD 1220 and 1290, its rulers controlled vast trade networks, accumulated extraordinary wealth, and oversaw a society whose complexity surprised archaeologists when the site was scientifically rediscovered in the 1930s. Yet despite decades of excavation, Mapungubwe remains surrounded by mysteries. Researchers can examine gold artifacts, stone structures, imported goods, and royal burials, but many of the systems that made this kingdom possible remain only partially understood. The greatest mystery is not whether Mapungubwe existed. The mystery is how a civilization of such sophistication emerged, flourished, and disappeared while leaving behind so few written records. Archaeological evidence confirms its existence. Understanding exactly how it worked is another matter entirely. The first scientific investigation began after local reports led researchers to Mapungubwe Hill in 1932. What they found challenged long-standing assumptions about African history. Buried within royal graves were gold artifacts, ivory objects, imported glass beads, and evidence of a highly stratified society. Among the discoveries was a small rhinoceros made from thin sheets of hammered gold wrapped around a carved wooden core. Today known as the Golden Rhinoceros of Mapungubwe, the artifact has become one of the most important archaeological symbols in Africa. Comparable in cultural significance to famous treasures such as the Mask of Tutankhamun, it demonstrated that highly organized kingdoms existed in southern Africa centuries before European arrival. The existence of the golden rhinoceros immediately raises one of Mapungubwe's greatest mysteries, the source of its wealth. Gold objects discovered on the hill were not isolated ornaments. Archaeologists uncovered gold beads, bangles, scepters, and decorative objects associated with elite burials. Producing these artifacts required specialized craftsmen capable of hammering gold into extremely thin sheets without modern tools. The techniques themselves are partly understood through experimental archaeology, but many details remain uncertain. Researchers know the artisans succeeded. They do not fully understand the workshops, training systems, or technical knowledge that allowed such craftsmanship to flourish. The mystery deepens because evidence suggests that gold production was not merely symbolic. It formed the foundation of a regional economy connected to international trade routes stretching thousands of kilometers beyond southern Africa. The trade network associated with Mapungubwe remains one of the most astonishing aspects of the site. Excavations have recovered Chinese porcelain, Persian glass beads, imported ceramics, and other luxury goods originating far beyond the African interior. These artifacts demonstrate that Mapungubwe participated in a commercial system linked to East African coastal ports, and through them to India, the Middle East, and China. The distance involved is extraordinary. Some trade connections extended more than 3,000 kilometers. Modern researchers can trace the movement of goods through chemical analysis and comparative archaeology. What remains unclear is how the kingdom managed the logistics. No archives survive. No accounting records have been found. Yet vast quantities of gold and ivory moved through the system while imported luxury goods flowed in the opposite direction. The organizational knowledge required for such trade remains largely invisible. Another mystery concerns political power. Archaeologists discovered that Mapungubwe developed a form of social organization unlike earlier communities in the region. The ruling elite occupied the summit of Mapungubwe Hill, while ordinary people lived below. This physical separation reflected a sophisticated political structure, often described as sacred kingship. The arrangement represented a major transformation in southern African society. Earlier settlements generally showed less separation between leaders and commoners. At Mapungubwe, power became centralized, visible, and spatially organized. Researchers can observe the outcome in the archaeological record. The process that produced this transformation remains debated. Some scholars argue that long-distance trade created unprecedented wealth inequalities. Others emphasize religious authority and ritual control. Both explanations may be partially correct. The challenge is that the most important institution of the kingdom, the government itself, left almost no direct evidence behind. The engineering of Mapungubwe presents additional puzzles. Unlike monumental stone cities such as Great Zimbabwe, the site contains a mixture of stone walls, terraces, pathways, and carefully organized habitation zones integrated into a sandstone hill. The builders adapted architecture to difficult terrain while maintaining clear social divisions. Constructing such a settlement required planning, labor coordination, and environmental knowledge. Archaeologists can measure the walls and map the terraces, but many practical questions remain unanswered. How was labor organized? How were materials transported? How were construction projects coordinated without written plans? Similar questions arise at numerous ancient sites around the world, from Andean mountain settlements to Iron Age hill forts in Europe. The structures survive. The management systems that created them do not. Environmental adaptation may be the most underrated achievement of all. The Limpopo region experiences significant climatic variability. Droughts can devastate agriculture, while seasonal river systems create unpredictable conditions. Yet Mapungubwe supported a substantial population through farming and livestock management. Archaeological evidence indicates the cultivation of grains and the maintenance of large cattle herds. This success implies detailed environmental knowledge accumulated over generations. Researchers increasingly suspect that climate played a role in the kingdom's eventual decline. Around the late 13th century, changing environmental conditions may have reduced agricultural productivity and weakened political authority. However, climate alone does not fully explain what happened. Many societies endure drought. Not all disappear. The precise relationship between environmental stress and political collapse remains unresolved. Perhaps the greatest mystery is why Mapungubwe vanished. By approximately AD 1300, the kingdom had been abandoned as the dominant center of power. Trade routes shifted northward. Political influence moved elsewhere. Populations migrated. The once powerful hilltop capital fell silent. Several explanations have been proposed. Climate change may have reduced agricultural output. Economic competition may have redirected trade. Political fragmentation may have weakened central authority. None of these theories fully explains the transition. Historians often compare Mapungubwe's decline to the disappearance of other influential centers such as Angkor, the classic Maya cities, or Great Zimbabwe's later transformations. In each case, multiple forces likely interacted. The archaeological record preserves evidence of change, but rarely provides a complete explanation. The mystery becomes even deeper when considering the scale of what has been lost. Archaeologists have recovered thousands of artifacts, including ceramics, beads, metal objects, ivory carvings, and gold treasures. These discoveries reveal wealth, trade, social hierarchy, and technological skill. Yet they reveal surprisingly little about knowledge itself. We know that administrators coordinated trade. We know that craftsmen worked gold with remarkable precision. We know that leaders governed a large territory. What we do not know is how they learned, recorded, transmitted, and preserved that knowledge. The workshops vanished. The instructions disappeared. The expertise passed through generations and then largely vanished from the archaeological record. 3200 BC. While the first dynasties of Egypt had only recently begun consolidating power along the Nile, and more than 6 centuries before the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, a community on the Mediterranean island of Sardinia was already carving entire houses for the dead directly into stone. They left no written language, no surviving names of kings, no chronicles of battles, and no monuments proclaiming their achievements. Yet scattered across a quiet plateau near the modern municipality of Goni in southern Sardinia stands one of the most enigmatic prehistoric landscapes in Europe, Pranu Mutadu Necropolis. covering roughly 35 hectares and containing dozens of rock-cut tombs, alongside one of the largest concentrations of standing stones on the island. The site offers a rare glimpse into a society that vanished more than 5,000 years ago, while leaving behind questions that archaeologists are still trying to answer. Pranu Mutadu emerged during the late Neolithic, primarily associated with the Ozieri culture, a prehistoric civilization that flourished in Sardinia between approximately 3200 and 2800 BC. The people of this culture were skilled farmers, herders, and craftsmen known for producing finely decorated ceramics that have been discovered across the island. Unlike many ancient societies that are known through temples, palaces, or fortifications, the Ozieri people are often understood through their treatment of the dead. Nowhere is this more evident than at Pranu Mutadu. Archaeological investigations conducted throughout the 20th century revealed a vast funerary complex containing more than 60 rock-cut tombs, known locally as Domus de Janas, a Sardinian term meaning houses of the fairies. The name comes from medieval folklore, but the structures themselves are far older, dating back thousands of years before the first fairy tales were ever told. What makes these tombs remarkable is that they were not designed as simple burial chambers. Instead, many were carefully carved to resemble the interiors of houses used by the living. Some contain multiple rooms connected by passageways. Others feature carved door frames, niches, benches, and architectural details that imitate domestic spaces. Archaeologists interpret this design as evidence that the dead were believed to continue existing in another realm after death. Rather than creating a separate environment for burial, the builders reproduced familiar living spaces underground. The dead were not merely buried, they were symbolically given another home. This concept appears repeatedly throughout Neolithic Sardinia, but the scale of Pranu Mutadu makes it one of the clearest examples ever discovered. Excavations have uncovered human remains, pottery vessels, stone tools, and ritual objects within several of the tombs. These findings suggest that burials were often accompanied by offerings intended for use in the afterlife. Such practices fit within a broader pattern observed across Neolithic Europe, where communities increasingly invested significant labour into funerary monuments. Yet Pranu Mutadu stands apart because the necropolis was not simply a cemetery. The surrounding landscape appears to have been transformed into a ceremonial environment shaped by symbolism, memory, and ritual activity extending far beyond individual burials. The most striking features visible today are the menhirs, large upright stones deliberately erected around the necropolis. More than 20 standing stones have been documented at the site, although some researchers believe additional examples once existed before erosion, agriculture, and later human activity altered the landscape. Several of these monoliths rise more than 4 meters above the ground. Their presence immediately raises a question that has no definitive answer. Why did a relatively small prehistoric farming community invest enormous effort into quarrying, transporting, and erecting such massive stones? The transportation alone would have required planning, cooperation, and technical knowledge. Without metal tools, wheeled vehicles, or draft animals capable of heavy hauling on the scale known from later civilizations, moving multi-ton stones would have demanded coordinated labour from large groups of people. Archaeologists generally agree that the stones held ceremonial significance, but precisely what that significance was remains uncertain. Some scholars interpret them as territorial markers connected to sacred landscapes. Others suggest they represented ancestors, clan identities, or supernatural beings. A third hypothesis proposes astronomical functions, arguing that certain alignments may have been associated with solar observations or seasonal cycles important for agricultural communities. None of these interpretations has been conclusively proven, and the absence of written records leaves researchers dependent on archaeological evidence alone. One particularly intriguing aspect of Pranu Mutadu is the relationship between the tombs and the standing stones. At several locations, menhirs appear closely connected to burial structures, creating deliberate visual associations between the dead and the towering monoliths. This pattern has encouraged theories that the stones may have served as symbolic guardians, memorial markers, or ritual focal points where ceremonies honouring ancestors took place. Similar relationships between megaliths and funerary monuments are known elsewhere in Atlantic and Mediterranean Europe, but Pranu Mutadu presents one of the most extensive examples in Sardinia. The mysteries deepen inside some of the tombs. Across Sardinian rock-cut necropolises, archaeologists have documented carvings interpreted as stylized bull horns, often called the bull's horn motif. Variations of this symbol appear in several prehistoric burial contexts and are widely believed to have carried religious significance. Cattle occupied an important economic and symbolic role in many early agricultural societies. Strength, fertility, renewal, and continuity were frequently associated with bovine imagery throughout the ancient Mediterranean. Yet, despite decades of research, no one can say with certainty what the symbol meant to the people who carved it. Without texts explaining their beliefs, archaeologists must reconstruct ancient religion from fragments of material evidence. The horn motif may have represented a deity, a cosmological concept, ancestral power, or something entirely different that has been lost to history. The broader setting of Pranu Mutadu also contributes to its mystery. The site occupies a landscape that appears intentionally selected rather than randomly chosen. The plateau provides visibility across the surrounding countryside while maintaining a degree of separation from ordinary habitation areas. Such positioning suggests that the necropolis functioned as a special zone, distinct from daily life. Modern archaeological approaches increasingly emphasize the importance of landscape archaeology, studying how ancient peoples organized space to create meaning. Viewed through this lens, Pranu Mutadu was not merely a collection of tombs, but a carefully constructed sacred landscape where movement, visibility, memory, and ritual were interconnected. Scientific investigations over the past several decades have provided valuable information while simultaneously highlighting how much remains unknown. Excavations and surveys conducted by Sardinian archaeologists have refined the chronology of the site, confirming its primary use during the late Neolithic and early Copper Age. Comparative studies linking Pranu Mutadu to other Ozieri culture settlements have helped place the necropolis within a broader cultural network extending across Sardinia. Yet fundamental questions persist. What social structure organized the labor necessary to build such a complex? Were the tombs reserved for elites, family groups, or entire communities? Did the standing stones commemorate specific individuals, or were they expressions of collective identity? How were ceremonies conducted, and what beliefs guided those rituals? The mystery begins with a question that archaeologists still cannot answer with certainty. Why would an entire community choose to build its homes on a narrow rocky peninsula exposed to the full force of the Atlantic Ocean when safer and more fertile land existed only a short distance away? For centuries, the waves of northwestern Spain have crashed against the stone walls of Castro de Baroña, one of the most remarkable Iron Age settlements in Europe. Perched on a rugged headland in what is now the municipality of Porto do Son in Galicia, this ancient fortified village seems to challenge common sense. It offered little farmland, limited freshwater, and constant exposure to violent storms, yet generations of people lived there, defended it, and invested enormous effort in its construction. More than 2,000 years later, the reasons behind that decision remain one of the site's greatest mysteries. Castro de Baroña is located on the Atlantic coast of Galicia, a region famous for its dramatic shorelines, Celtic heritage, and hundreds of ancient hill forts known as castros. Archaeological evidence indicates that the settlement was occupied between approximately the 1st century BC and the 1st century AD, a period that coincided with the final centuries of indigenous Iron Age culture in northwestern Iberia and the gradual expansion of Roman influence into the region. The site was first documented by scholars in the 19th century, but systematic archaeological investigations began during the 20th century. Major excavations were carried out between 1933 and 1934 under the supervision of Sebastián González García Paz, and later by other Spanish archaeologists who revealed the layout of the settlement and many of its surviving structures. What makes Castro de Baroña immediately unusual is its location. Unlike many Iron Age settlements that occupy defensible hills overlooking valleys and agricultural land, Castro de Baroña sits on a rocky peninsula connected to the mainland by a narrow strip of land. Anyone approaching the settlement had to pass through a heavily fortified entrance protected by multiple defensive walls. Beyond those walls stood a compact community of circular and oval stone houses clustered together within a relatively small area. Today, around 20 stone structures remain visible, creating one of the best preserved examples of an Atlantic Iron Age village in Spain. The first mystery concerns the settlement's strategic logic. At first glance, the site appears ideal for defense. The surrounding ocean forms a natural barrier on 3 sides, while the narrow approach from land could be controlled by a relatively small number of defenders. Archaeologists have identified 2 successive defensive walls guarding the entrance, as well as ditches and other fortification features. Yet this explanation alone does not fully solve the puzzle. Many nearby locations offered strong defensive advantages while also providing access to better farmland and freshwater sources. The people of Castro de Baroña deliberately chose one of the most exposed locations imaginable. The decision suggests that defense was only part of the story. Another possibility is that the settlement was closely connected to maritime activity. Excavations have uncovered evidence indicating that fishing and the exploitation of marine resources played a significant role in daily life. The surrounding Atlantic waters were rich in fish, shellfish, and other resources. Animal remains recovered from the site include species associated with both terrestrial and marine environments. Some researchers believe the inhabitants may have participated in coastal trade networks that linked communities across the Atlantic facade of Europe. If so, the ocean may not have been viewed as a dangerous boundary, but rather as a vital highway connecting distant settlements. However, no definitive evidence has emerged to reveal the true scale of this maritime activity, leaving the question open. The architecture of Castro de Baroña provides additional clues while simultaneously raising further questions. The circular houses are characteristic of Iron Age communities in Galicia and northern Portugal. Constructed from local stone without mortar, these buildings demonstrate considerable engineering skill. Their walls were designed to withstand powerful Atlantic winds, and many have survived for more than 2 millennia, despite constant exposure to harsh weather. Yet the exact social organization of the settlement remains uncertain. Archaeologists can identify homes, defensive structures and pathways, but they cannot determine with confidence how power was distributed within the community. Was there a local chief who ruled the settlement? Did a council of elders make decisions? Was the community part of a larger political network extending across Galicia? The absence of written records means these questions remain unanswered. The lack of writing represents another layer of mystery. The people who built Castro de Baroña left behind stone walls, pottery fragments, tools and traces of daily life, but they did not leave written histories explaining who they were or why they chose this location. Unlike the Romans, who documented their activities extensively, the indigenous communities of Iron Age Galicia relied primarily on oral traditions. As a result, modern researchers must reconstruct entire societies from archaeological remains alone. Every interpretation is therefore incomplete, shaped by evidence that survived largely by chance. One of the most intriguing debates surrounding the site concerns its relationship with Rome. During the late 1st century BC, Roman power expanded throughout the Iberian Peninsula. Historical sources describe military campaigns in northwestern Spain, including the Cantabrian Wars fought between 29 and 19 BC under the reign of Emperor Augustus. These campaigns ultimately brought the region under Roman control. Castro de Baroña was occupied during this transformative period, yet archaeologists have found only limited evidence of Romanization compared with some other settlements. Roman objects have been discovered at the site suggesting contact with the empire, but the settlement retained many indigenous characteristics. This raises an important question. Did the inhabitants willingly adopt aspects of Roman culture while preserving their traditions, or did they resist outside influence until the community eventually declined? The archaeological record does not provide a clear answer. The question of abandonment is equally mysterious. Most evidence suggests that Castro de Baroña ceased to be occupied sometime during the 1st century AD. However, the reasons for its decline remain uncertain. Environmental changes may have affected local resources. Economic shifts associated with Roman administration could have redirected trade and settlement patterns. The population may have moved to locations offering greater opportunities within the emerging Roman world. Alternatively, a combination of factors may have gradually reduced the settlement's importance until it was finally deserted. No dramatic destruction layer has been identified that would indicate a catastrophic end, making the disappearance of the community all the more enigmatic. The surrounding landscape has also fueled speculation about possible ritual significance. The Atlantic coast of Galicia possesses a long tradition of sacred places associated with the sea. Throughout prehistory, coastal promontories often held symbolic meaning connected to navigation, religion, and cosmology. Some researchers have suggested that the location of Castro de Baroña may have carried cultural or spiritual importance beyond its practical functions. While no conclusive evidence proves that the settlement served as a ceremonial centre, its striking position overlooking the ocean would certainly have made a powerful impression on both residents and visitors. Standing among the ruins today, it is easy to understand why such theories persist. Modern archaeological work continues to reveal new information about Iron Age Galicia, but Castro de Baroña remains one of the region's most compelling puzzles. The settlement occupies a place between history and mystery, where stone walls preserve evidence of human ingenuity while concealing the motivations of the people who built them. every surviving house, every section of fortification, and every artifact recovered from the site contributes another fragment to a story that is still incomplete. More than 2,000 years after its inhabitants walked its narrow pathways and looked out across the Atlantic, the fundamental question remains unresolved. Why did they choose this isolated rocky peninsula as their home when countless easier options existed nearby? Until new evidence emerges, Castro de Baroña will continue to stand on the edge of the ocean as one of ancient Europe's most fascinating unsolved mysteries. Old Dongola was never supposed to disappear from history. For more than 6 centuries it stood as the political and religious heart of one of Africa's most powerful medieval kingdoms, controlling a strategic stretch of the Nile in what is now northern Sudan. Yet despite ruling a kingdom that successfully resisted repeated invasions and maintained diplomatic relations with neighbouring powers, its name eventually faded from public memory. Today, the ruins of Old Dongola lie on the eastern bank of the Nile, roughly 80 kilometres upstream from modern Dongola, surrounded by desert and silence. What archaeologists have uncovered there over the last century reveals a story that is far stranger than the ruins themselves. It is the story of a forgotten African capital, a Christian kingdom that survived where many expected it to fall, and a city whose buried walls continue to challenge assumptions about the history of medieval Africa. The rise of Old Dongola is closely tied to the Kingdom of Makuria, one of the 3 major Nubian kingdoms that emerged after the collapse of the ancient kingdom of Kush. By the 6th century AD, Christianity had spread throughout much of Nubia through missionary efforts connected to the Byzantine Empire. Makuria adopted Christianity and eventually established Old Dongola as its capital. The city occupied a highly advantageous position along the Nile, controlling trade routes that connected sub-Saharan Africa, Egypt, and the wider Mediterranean world. Historical sources from the period describe a prosperous kingdom with organized administration, monumental architecture, and a military capable of defending its territory. One of the most remarkable chapters in Old Dongola's history began during the 7th century. In 639 AD, Arab Muslim armies conquered Egypt and rapidly expanded across North Africa and the Middle East. Many contemporary observers likely assumed that Nubia would soon suffer the same fate. Instead, Makuria proved to be an unexpectedly formidable opponent. Arab forces launched campaigns into Nubian territory during the 640s, but historical accounts describe fierce resistance. Medieval Arab chroniclers wrote about Nubian archers whose accuracy was so feared that they earned a reputation for striking enemies directly in the eyes. After a series of inconclusive conflicts, a treaty known as the Bact was established around 652 AD between Makuria and Muslim Egypt. The agreement created a long-lasting diplomatic arrangement that allowed the Christian kingdom to remain independent while maintaining trade relations with its powerful northern neighbour. Few states confronting the early Islamic expansion achieved a similar outcome. For centuries afterward, Old Dongola flourished. Archaeological excavations have revealed a city filled with churches, monasteries, administrative complexes, residential districts, and defensive structures. Massive mud brick walls protected the urban centre, while religious buildings demonstrated a level of artistic sophistication that surprised many early researchers. The city became not only a political capital but also one of the most important Christian centres in medieval Africa. Travellers and visitors described impressive architecture that reflected both local traditions and influences from the Mediterranean world. The image of medieval Africa presented by Old Dongola differs sharply from outdated stereotypes that once portrayed the region as isolated from broader historical developments. Among the most important discoveries made at the site are the extraordinary wall paintings uncovered within churches and religious buildings. Many survived because of the region's arid climate and centuries of burial beneath collapsed structures. These paintings depict kings, bishops, saints, angels, and scenes from Christian tradition rendered in vivid colours. Some murals are so well preserved that facial expressions, garments, and decorative details remain visible after hundreds of years underground. The artistic style combines Byzantine influences with distinctly Nubian characteristics, creating imagery unlike anything found elsewhere in the Christian world. For archaeologists, these paintings provide direct evidence of a sophisticated religious culture that once thrived along the Nile. The discoveries became even more intriguing during recent excavations led by Polish archaeologists from the Polish Center of Mediterranean Archaeology at the University of Warsaw. Polish teams have worked at Old Dongola since the 1960s, gradually uncovering large sections of the ancient city. In 2021 and 2022, researchers announced findings from a massive church complex that may have served as the seat of one of the highest-ranking religious authorities in Nubia. Excavations revealed monumental architecture, inscriptions, and richly decorated interiors, suggesting that Old Dongola was not merely a regional capital, but one of the most influential religious centers in medieval Africa. These findings significantly altered scholarly understanding of the city's importance. One discovery in particular attracted international attention. Archaeologists uncovered a previously unknown mural depicting a Nubian king protected by Christ and accompanied by religious figures. The artwork provided rare insight into how rulers of Makuria presented their authority. Rather than separating political and religious power, the image portrayed kingship as directly connected to divine protection. Such depictions help explain how Makuria maintained internal cohesion for centuries despite existing between powerful neighbours and facing recurring political pressures. Yet the greatest mystery surrounding Old Dongola is not how it rose, but how it declined. Historical records become increasingly fragmented after the 13th century. Several factors appear to have contributed to the weakening of Makuria. Political instability, succession disputes, economic changes, and external pressures all played roles. The Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt intervened repeatedly in Nubian affairs during the late medieval period. Trade routes shifted, regional power balances changed. Environmental conditions may also have affected agricultural productivity along parts of the Nile Valley. Instead of collapsing in a single dramatic event, the kingdom appears to have experienced a prolonged period of decline stretching across generations. By the 14th century, Old Dongola had begun transforming. Evidence suggests that Islamic influence became increasingly prominent within the region. Some churches were abandoned, repurposed, or replaced by new structures reflecting changing religious realities. One of the most famous examples is the so-called Throne Hall, an imposing royal building constructed during the 9th century. Archaeological evidence indicates that the structure later functioned as a mosque after the decline of the Christian kingdom. Few buildings in Africa illustrate such a dramatic sequence of political and religious transformations. Within a single structure, researchers can trace the story of an entire civilization shifting across centuries. Despite its importance, Old Dongola remained largely forgotten outside specialist circles for generations. European attention focused heavily on ancient Egypt, while the history of medieval Nubia received comparatively little study. As a result, one of Africa's most fascinating kingdoms remained absent from many popular histories. Only through decades of archaeological work has a clearer picture emerged. Every excavation season adds new pieces to the puzzle, revealing additional neighborhoods, inscriptions, artworks, and architectural remains hidden beneath the desert surface. What makes Old Dongola especially compelling is that it challenges several assumptions simultaneously. It demonstrates that powerful Christian kingdoms existed deep within Africa long after the fall of the Western Roman Empire. It shows that African states participated in international diplomacy, trade, and cultural exchange on a scale often overlooked in mainstream narratives. It reveals artistic traditions of remarkable quality and originality. Most importantly, it reminds us that historical memory can be selective. Entire capitals, kingdoms, and civilizations can fade from global awareness, even when they once shaped the destinies of thousands of people. The mystery of Dinurgetia begins with a question that has puzzled historians for generations. Why would a fortress repeatedly destroyed by invasions, abandoned after catastrophic wars, and exposed to the harsh frontier conditions of the lower Danube, continue to be rebuilt for more than 1,000 years? Few ancient settlements in Europe demonstrate such extraordinary resilience. Standing near the modern village of Garvan in Tulcea County, Romania, close to the banks of the Danube River before it reaches the Black Sea, Dinurgetia appears at first glance to be just another ruined frontier fortification. Yet beneath its stone walls lies a remarkably complex story involving the Dacians, the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, migrating peoples from the Eurasian steppe, and one of the most contested military frontiers in ancient history. Layer after layer of destruction, reconstruction, and occupation have transformed Dinurgetia into a historical puzzle, where every excavation uncovers evidence of a civilization attempting to survive at the edge of a changing world. The earliest known occupation of the site dates back to the Dacians, the ancient people who inhabited large parts of modern Romania before the Roman conquest. The first historical reference to Dinurgetia appears in the works of the Greek geographer Claudius Ptolemy during the 2nd century AD, who listed it among the settlements of Lower Moesia. However, archaeological evidence suggests that the location had strategic importance long before Roman records documented it. Positioned on a major crossing point along the Danube, the settlement controlled movement between the Balkan provinces and the northern territories beyond the river. Geography alone helps explain why so many powers fought for control of the site. Whoever controlled Dinurgetia could monitor trade routes, military movements, and communication networks stretching across southeastern Europe. The Roman conquest of Dacia under Emperor Trajan between AD 101 and 106 transformed the entire region. During the following decades, the Roman military established a stronger presence along the Danube frontier, known as the Limes Moesiae. Dinurgetia became part of a vast defensive system designed to protect imperial territory from raids originating north of the river. Archaeological discoveries indicate that a Roman fort was established at the site during the 2nd century AD, probably under Emperor Trajan or one of his immediate successors. Soldiers stationed there were responsible not only for military defense, but also for supervising trade and maintaining order along one of the empire's most sensitive borders. Yet the first major mystery emerges during the 3rd century AD, a period historians call the crisis of the 3rd century. The Roman Empire faced civil wars, economic collapse, and repeated invasions from Gothic tribes. Dinurgetia suffered severe destruction during these turbulent decades. Excavations have revealed burned layers, damaged structures, and evidence of violent attacks. The exact sequence of events remains uncertain because written records are incomplete. Archaeologists know the fortress was attacked, but they cannot always determine which invading groups were responsible for each phase of destruction. Goths, Carpi, and other tribal confederations operated in the region, leaving behind a confusing archaeological record that continues to generate debate among specialists. Instead of abandoning the site, the Romans rebuilt it. During the late 3rd and early 4th centuries, under emperors such as Diocletian and Constantine the Great, major efforts were undertaken to strengthen the Danube frontier. Dinurgetia received new fortifications and improved military infrastructure. The reconstructed fortress featured substantial stone walls, towers, and internal buildings designed to support a permanent garrison. This decision raises another intriguing question. Why invest enormous resources in rebuilding a fortress that had already proven vulnerable to invasion? The answer may lie in the strategic value of the location. Roman military planners apparently considered the site too important to lose regardless of the cost. The most visible remains found today largely belong to a later phase associated with the Byzantine Empire. In the 6th century AD, Emperor Justinian I launched one of the largest fortress restoration programs in Roman history. His goal was to reinforce imperial defences throughout the Balkans and along the Danube. The historian Procopius, writing during Justinian's reign, described extensive construction projects intended to secure the empire's northern frontier. Archaeological evidence confirms that Dinurgetia was among the fortresses rebuilt during this period. Massive defensive walls were erected, existing structures were repaired, and the settlement was transformed into a major military centre once again. This Byzantine phase contains some of the site's most fascinating discoveries. Excavations conducted during the 20th century uncovered not only military structures, but also evidence of civilian life. Archaeologists found houses, workshops, storage facilities, coins, ceramics, religious objects, and the remains of an early Christian church. These findings revealed that Dinurgetia was not simply a fortress occupied by soldiers. It was a living community where families worked, worshipped, traded, and attempted to build stable lives despite constant threats from beyond the frontier. The existence of a church is particularly important because it demonstrates the spread of Christianity throughout the region during late antiquity. One of the most remarkable discoveries was a Christian basilica dating to the 6th century. Its presence suggests that the settlement had become an established urban centre rather than merely a military outpost. Yet this discovery introduces another mystery. How large was the population living inside the walls? Archaeologists have recovered enough material culture to confirm substantial habitation, but estimates vary widely. Some scholars argue that several hundred people lived there permanently, while others believe the population may have exceeded 1,000 during periods of stability. Because written census records do not survive, the true size of the community remains unknown. The 6th century also marked the beginning of Dinurgetia's greatest crisis. Throughout the Balkans, the Byzantine Empire faced increasing pressure from Avars and Slavic groups moving southward. Historical sources describe repeated invasions that overwhelmed frontier defences. Archaeological evidence at Dinurgetia mirrors these accounts. Burned buildings, collapsed walls, and abandoned structures indicate that the settlement experienced violent destruction sometime during the late 6th or early 7th century. The exact date remains debated, but many historians associate the devastation with the major invasions that swept across the Danube frontier around AD 602, when Byzantine control in the region effectively collapsed. At this point, many frontier settlements disappeared permanently. Dinajeshia, however, presents another puzzle. Evidence suggests that occupation did not entirely cease. Various groups continued to use the area during the early medieval period. Archaeologists have uncovered artifacts linked to Slavic populations and later medieval communities. The fortress itself may have lost its original military function, but the location remained attractive. This continuity reinforces a recurring pattern visible throughout the site's history. Empires rose and fell, armies arrived and departed, but people repeatedly returned to the same stretch of land. Modern archaeological research has played a crucial role in uncovering these stories. Systematic excavations began during the 20th century, particularly under Romanian archaeologists such as Gheorghe Stefan and later researchers associated with the Institute of Archaeology in Bucharest. Their work revealed multiple occupation layers spanning more than a millennium. Each layer represents a different chapter in the site's history, allowing archaeologists to reconstruct cycles of destruction and renewal with remarkable precision. Coins bearing the images of Roman and Byzantine emperors provide chronological anchors, while ceramics, tools, and architectural remains offer insight into everyday life. The discovery began not in the deserts of Egypt, but beneath the rising waters of a massive modern engineering project. During the early 1960s, as Egypt prepared to construct the Aswan High Dam, archaeologists realized that hundreds of ancient sites across Lower Nubia would soon disappear beneath the waters of Lake Nasser. In response, UNESCO launched one of the largest archaeological rescue operations in history, bringing together international teams to excavate as much as possible before the flooding began. Among those teams was an expedition from the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago, led by archaeologists working in the Qustul region of Lower Nubia, near the modern border between Egypt and Sudan. Between 1964 and 1966, while investigating a vast cemetery known as Cemetery L, researchers uncovered a collection of elite tombs belonging to the so-called A-group culture, a Nubian civilization that flourished roughly between 3,800 and 3,100 BC. Most of the discoveries were impressive but expected. Pottery, stone vessels, jewelry, and luxury goods that suggested the existence of a wealthy local elite. Then archaeologists recovered a small incense burner carved from stone, an object that would eventually spark one of the most controversial debates in African archaeology. At first glance, the artifact seemed unremarkable. Measuring only a few inches across, the incense burner appeared to be another ceremonial object placed within a high-status burial. Yet when researchers carefully examined the carved imagery decorating its surface, they noticed something astonishing. The scenes displayed a royal procession that appeared strikingly similar to symbols associated with the earliest Egyptian kings. Among the carvings were a figure wearing what looked like the white crown traditionally linked to the rulers of Upper Egypt, a falcon resembling the god Horus, a palace facade motif connected with royal authority, ceremonial boats, and attendants participating in what appeared to be a state ritual. The imagery seemed so familiar that some archaeologists immediately recognized parallels with symbols that would later become central components of pharaonic kingship. The problem was that the incense burner came from Nubia, not Egypt, and its estimated date overlapped with or possibly preceded the formation of Egypt's first unified state. The artifact became widely known as the Qustul incense burner, and its significance grew after detailed analysis by American archaeologist Bruce Williams, who published his findings during the 1980s. Williams argued that the imagery on the burner suggested the existence of a sophisticated Nubian kingdom that may have developed royal traditions before the emergence of Egypt's first dynasty. According to his interpretation, the symbols traditionally associated with the earliest pharaohs may not have originated exclusively within Egypt. Instead, some of the foundations of kingship could have developed in Nubia or within a broader cultural zone stretching along the Nile Valley. This proposal challenged decades of conventional scholarship. For generations, historians had viewed ancient Egypt as the dominant cultural force in northeastern Africa, with neighbouring Nubian societies largely influenced by Egyptian developments. Williams' interpretation appeared to reverse that relationship, suggesting that Nubia may have played a far more active role in shaping the political symbols of the ancient Nile world. The controversy intensified because the timing seemed plausible. During the late 4th millennium BC, Egypt was not yet the unified kingdom familiar from later history. Instead, the Nile Valley was divided into competing regional powers. Archaeological evidence from sites such as Hierakonpolis, Abydos, and Nakada shows that political consolidation was still underway. The traditional narrative holds that King Narmer unified Upper and Lower Egypt around 3100 BC, creating the first Egyptian dynasty. The Kustul incense burner appeared to belong to precisely this transformative era. If the imagery truly represented kingship, then it suggested that organized political authority existed in Nubia at the same time Egypt was developing its earliest state structures. This possibility raised an uncomfortable question for many scholars. What if Egypt and Nubia were developing complex royal systems simultaneously rather than one simply influencing the other? Further discoveries from Cemetery L strengthened the argument that Kustul was no ordinary settlement. The cemetery contained large elite tombs filled with imported luxury goods, finely crafted ceramics, stone vessels, and evidence of long-distance trade. Some burials were substantially richer than others, indicating social hierarchy and concentrated wealth. Archaeologists concluded that the A-group people living in Lower Nubia controlled valuable trade routes linking Central Africa, the Nile Valley, and Egypt. Ivory, gold, exotic animal products, and other prestige goods moved through the region, creating opportunities for political elites to accumulate power. These findings demonstrated that Nubian societies were more sophisticated than many earlier researchers had assumed. The image of Nubia as a peripheral region, dependent entirely upon Egypt, became increasingly difficult to sustain. Despite the excitement surrounding the incense burner, many Egyptologists remained skeptical. One of the main criticisms concerned chronology. Although the artifact dates to the late pre-dynastic period, establishing exact years for sites from this era remains difficult. Critics argued that even if the burner was contemporary with Egypt's earliest rulers, this did not necessarily prove that the symbols originated in Nubia. Cultural exchange along the Nile was extensive, and ideas could move in multiple directions. Some scholars suggested that Nubian elites may have adopted royal imagery from emerging Egyptian kingdoms to enhance their own authority. Others questioned whether the figure on the burner truly wore the white crown or whether modern observers were imposing later Egyptian symbolism onto an earlier and more ambiguous image. Small differences in interpretation could dramatically alter the meaning of the entire artifact. Additional evidence from Egypt complicated the debate. Excavations at Abydos and Hierakonpolis uncovered royal iconography dating to roughly the same period as the Kustul material. Early ceremonial palettes, decorated mace heads, and elite tombs revealed that Egyptian kingship was already taking shape before the first dynasty formally began. Artifacts such as the Nama palette demonstrated that royal symbolism was deeply rooted within pre-dynastic Egyptian society. For many researchers, this evidence suggested that Egyptian kingship emerged primarily from developments inside Egypt itself, rather than being imported from Nubia. Over time, the majority of specialists came to reject the idea that the pharaonic state originated in Qustul. The discovery of Watson Brake did not begin with a dramatic excavation or a famous archaeological expedition. Instead, it started in the early 1980s when aerial surveys and local observations in northeastern Louisiana revealed a series of low earthen ridges and mounds hidden among farmland near the Ouachita River floodplain. For decades, many people had assumed these features were natural formations created by river activity. The landscape appeared ordinary, and nothing about the shallow rises suggested that they might represent one of the most important archaeological sites ever found in North America. Everything changed when archaeologist John L. Gibson of the University of Southwestern Louisiana, now the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, began investigating the area in the late 1980s. Detailed mapping and excavation demonstrated that the mounds were not natural at all. They had been deliberately constructed by human hands thousands of years ago. Radiocarbon dating conducted on charcoal and organic materials recovered from the site produced astonishing results. The dates clustered between roughly 3,500 and 3,000 BC, making Watson Brake approximately 5,400 years old, and placing its construction centuries before Stonehenge reached its most recognizable form, and long before the rise of the great civilizations traditionally associated with monumental architecture in North America. The implications of those dates immediately challenge some of the most deeply held assumptions in archaeology. For much of the 20th century, scholars believed that large-scale monuments could only be built by societies possessing agriculture, permanent settlements, social hierarchies, and centralized leadership. According to this model, people first learned to cultivate crops, agricultural surpluses then supported larger populations, and eventually complex societies emerged with the ability to organize major construction projects. Watson Brake appeared to violate that sequence entirely. Evidence recovered from the site indicated that its builders were not farmers in the conventional sense. They were hunter-gatherers who relied heavily on fishing, collecting wild plants, hunting deer and small animals, and exploiting the rich ecological resources of Louisiana's wetlands. Yet these same people somehow organized the labor necessary to create a massive engineered landscape unlike anything previously known from that period in the Americas. The site itself consists of 11 earthen mounds connected by ridges that form an oval or elongated ring, stretching roughly 280 meters from north to south. Some of the mounds rise several meters above the surrounding terrain, while the connecting ridges create a continuous architectural design that is clearly intentional. Excavations revealed that the builders transported enormous quantities of soil by hand, likely using baskets and simple tools made from wood, bone, and stone. There were no draft animals, wheeled vehicles, or metal implements available to assist the work. Every basket of earth had to be collected, carried, and deposited through human effort alone. Archaeologists estimate that construction occurred over several centuries rather than during a single building episode. Layers of fill demonstrate repeated additions, modifications, and expansions, indicating that generation after generation returned to the site and continued developing it. This long construction history suggests a level of cultural continuity and social organization that few researchers once believed possible among hunter-gatherer communities. One of the most fascinating aspects of Watson Break is that archaeologists still cannot explain exactly why it was built. Excavations have uncovered evidence of human activity throughout the complex, including hearths, cooking areas, stone tools, bone fragments, and remains of fish, deer, birds, turtles, and other animals. These discoveries indicate that people spent significant amounts of time at the site. However, the evidence does not fit neatly into any single interpretation. Watson Break does not resemble a defensive fortification. There are no walls, ditches, or obvious military features. It does not appear to have functioned as a simple village either, because the arrangement of the mounds suggests a deliberate architectural plan extending far beyond ordinary domestic needs. The site occupies a position overlooking ancient waterways and seasonal resources, leading some scholars to propose that it served as a gathering place where different groups met periodically for ceremonies, trade, social interaction, and communal activities. Another possibility is that Watson Break functioned as a ceremonial centre tied to religious beliefs that are now impossible to reconstruct. Monumental architecture often serves symbolic purposes rather than practical ones. Building large structures can strengthen group identity, reinforce traditions, and create shared memories that bind communities together. If Watson Break served such a role, its construction may have represented a collective expression of cultural identity among populations spread across the lower Mississippi Valley. The repeated expansion of the site over hundreds of years supports this idea, because each generation would have contributed to a project already considered important by their ancestors. The monument itself may have acted as a physical reminder of social connections, extending beyond individual families or villages. Some researchers have also explored whether the layout possessed astronomical significance. Throughout the world, ancient societies frequently incorporated celestial observations into architecture. While Watson Break has not produced definitive evidence of astronomical alignments comparable to sites such as Stonehenge, questions remain regarding whether certain features were intentionally positioned in relation to the sun, seasonal cycles, or environmental events. Because the builders left no written records, every interpretation must rely on archaeological evidence rather than direct testimony. This absence of written documentation is one reason the site remains so intriguing. The people responsible for creating it left behind an enormous monument, but almost no explanation for their motivations. The environmental setting of Watson Break may provide additional clues. During the 4th millennium BC, northeastern Louisiana offered abundant aquatic resources, including fish, shellfish, waterfowl, and other food sources capable of supporting relatively dense populations without agriculture. Scholars increasingly recognize that productive wetland environments could sustain communities far more effectively than older models assumed. Rather than constantly wandering across vast territories, some hunter-gatherer groups may have occupied favorable locations for extended periods, allowing social complexity to emerge without farming. Watson Break has become a key piece of evidence in this broader re-evaluation of prehistoric societies. Instead of representing an exception, it may reveal that archaeologists underestimated the organizational abilities of early hunter-gatherers for decades. The importance of Watson Break extends beyond North America because it contributes to a global debate about how and why monument building began. Traditional theories often portray monumental architecture as a consequence of political power, economic inequality, or agricultural development. Yet Watson Break demonstrates that large-scale construction projects can emerge under very different conditions. The people who built the monument apparently lacked kings, bureaucracies, cities, and intensive agriculture, but they still possessed the ability to coordinate labour across generations. Their achievement suggests that cooperation, shared beliefs, and cultural traditions may have played a more significant role in human history than previously recognised. 508 BC. Athens was undergoing one of the most dramatic political transformations in the ancient world. The reforms introduced by the statesman and lawgiver Cleisthenes were dismantling the power of aristocratic families and laying the foundations of what would later be remembered as democracy. Yet a difficult question immediately emerged. If power was supposed to belong to ordinary citizens rather than a handful of wealthy elites, who could be trusted to choose the officials, jurors, and administrators who would govern the city, elections were vulnerable to influence, bribery, and political alliances. Powerful families could dominate voting blocs, and ambitious politicians could manipulate public opinion. The Athenians responded with a solution so unusual that archaeologists initially struggled to understand it when fragments were rediscovered more than 2,000 years later. They carved a machine from stone. Today it is known as the Cleroterion, and although it appears at first glance to be nothing more than a slab of marble covered in rows of slots, it was one of the most sophisticated political technologies of the ancient world. Most surviving examples were discovered in and around ancient Agora of Athens, the political heart of classical Athens. The first fragments came to light during excavations in the 19th century, but their purpose remained unclear for decades. Archaeologists found tall stone blocks pierced by dozens or even hundreds of rectangular openings arranged in neat columns. Some specimens also contained a narrow tube running down one side. The objects did not resemble known religious altars, military equipment, or funerary monuments. Early theories suggested they might have held inscriptions, records, or administrative documents. Others believed they served ceremonial functions. None of these explanations fully accounted for their strange design. Only after scholars compared the archaeological finds with surviving ancient texts, particularly descriptions written by Aristotle in the 4th century BC, did the true purpose become clear. The mysterious stones were machines designed to randomly select citizens for public service. To understand why such a device existed, it is necessary to understand how Athenian democracy differed from most modern democracies. In Athens during the 5th and 4th centuries BC, many government positions were not filled through elections. Athenians believed elections naturally favoured wealthy, famous, and influential individuals. If the same people continually won office, democracy could gradually evolve into oligarchy. Instead, many public responsibilities were assigned through a process called sortition, the random selection of citizens. The principle was simple. Every eligible citizen should have an equal chance to participate in governing the state. Randomness was not viewed as chaos, it was viewed as fairness. The Cleroterion transformed that ideal into reality. Citizens possessed bronze identification tokens known as pinakia. Each token carried the citizen's name and information identifying his tribe. When a selection process began, participants inserted these bronze cards into the slots of the stone machine. The arrangement was carefully organised so that members of different tribes were distributed across the device. Once the cards had been placed, officials introduced a series of black and white balls into the vertical tube attached to the side of the Cleroterion. As the balls descended, they determined whether entire rows of citizens would be accepted or rejected. A white ball might mean a row was selected for service, while a black ball could eliminate the next row. The exact procedures varied depending on the office being filled, but the essential purpose remained constant. Human choice was removed from the process as much as possible. What makes the system remarkable is not merely its age, but its sophistication. Ancient Athens had effectively created a mechanical randomization device nearly 25 centuries before the emergence of modern computing. There were no gears, springs, or complex moving parts. The machine relied entirely on physical processes and carefully designed procedures. Yet it performed a task that modern societies still struggle with: reducing opportunities for corruption. No politician could secretly choose favourable jurors. No wealthy family could easily stack a court with supporters. No official could openly manipulate the outcome without attracting attention. The mechanism converted a political ideal into a transparent public procedure. The cleritarian was especially important in the operation of Athenian courts. Legal cases in Athens were often decided by extraordinarily large juries. Some trials involved hundreds of jurors, while major cases could involve more than 1,000 participants. Such numbers were intended to make bribery difficult. Convincing a handful of judges might be possible. Influencing several hundred randomly selected citizens was vastly more challenging. Before each court session, jurors were chosen through procedures involving the cleritarian, ensuring that neither prosecutors nor defendants knew in advance who would hear their case. This represented one of history's earliest large-scale attempts to protect judicial independence through random selection. The machine also revealed something important about how Athenians understood human nature. They did not assume citizens were immune to greed, ambition, or manipulation. On the contrary, the entire system was built around the expectation that individuals would attempt to gain advantages whenever possible. Rather than relying solely on personal virtue, they designed institutions that made abuse more difficult. In many respects, this philosophy resembles modern approaches to cybersecurity and fraud prevention. The goal is not to eliminate bad actors entirely, but to create systems that limit their opportunities. Yet the cleritarian also exposes the contradictions at the heart of Athenian democracy. The system was remarkably egalitarian for those allowed to participate, but participation itself was highly restricted. Women could not serve, enslaved people could not serve. Foreign residents living in Athens could not serve. Even though Athens is often celebrated as the birthplace of democracy, the majority of people living within its territory were excluded from political life. Historians estimate that only a fraction of the total population possessed full citizenship rights. The machine therefore distributed power fairly among citizens while simultaneously reflecting a society built upon exclusion. This tension remains one of the most discussed aspects of classical Athens. By the late 4th century BC, Athens had reached the height of its democratic institutions, but the political landscape of the Mediterranean was changing rapidly. The rise of Philip II of Macedon and later Alexander the Great transformed the balance of power. Independent city-states gradually lost influence. Over the following centuries, democratic institutions weakened, evolved, or disappeared altogether. As the classical world gave way to Hellenistic kingdoms and eventually Roman rule, the cleritarian faded from use. Its purpose was forgotten. Generations passed without understanding what the strange stone blocks had once accomplished. When archaeologists eventually uncovered the surviving examples, they were not rediscovering a weapon, a temple, or a royal treasure. They were rediscovering evidence of an idea. The significance of the cleritarian lies not in its physical appearance, but in what it represents. Long before modern constitutions, long before voting machines, and long before digital algorithms, a society confronted the problem of concentrated power and attempted to solve it through a carefully engineered process of randomness. The machine demonstrates that some of the political questions debated today are far older than many people realize. How can corruption be reduced? How can fairness be protected? How can institutions resist manipulation? More than 2,000 years ago, the citizens of Athens believed they had found an answer carved into marble. The Cleritarian survives as a reminder that one of humanity's earliest democratic experiments was not built solely on speeches and laws, but also on a mysterious stone machine that transformed chance into a tool of government. For centuries, one question has lingered over the sands southwest of Bukhara in present-day Uzbekistan. How could a city that once stood at the centre of one of the world's greatest trade networks simply disappear? Today, the ruins of Paikend, also known as Paykend or Poykent, lie isolated on the edge of the Kizilkum Desert, their crumbling walls surrounded by silence. Yet between the 5th and 10th centuries AD, this was one of the wealthiest cities in Central Asia, a place so deeply connected to long-distance commerce that medieval writers referred to it as the City of Merchants. The mystery is not that Paykend existed, but that a city built on wealth, strategic importance, and centuries of prosperity ultimately vanished, leaving behind little more than archaeological traces and fragments of historical records. Paykend was located approximately 50 kilometers southwest of Bukhara, in the lower Zarafshan Oasis, a fertile region sustained by irrigation channels branching from the Zarafshan River. Its position placed it directly on one of the most important arteries of the Silk Road, the vast network of trade routes linking China, India, Persia, the Middle East, and the Mediterranean world. Archaeological evidence suggests settlement activity in the area began centuries before the Common Era, but the city emerged as a major urban centre during the early medieval period when Sogdian merchants dominated trade across Central Asia. The Sogdians were among the greatest commercial intermediaries of the ancient world, transporting silk, spices, precious metals, glassware, textiles and ideas across thousands of kilometers. Paykend became one of their strongest economic strongholds. The city's importance was recognized by medieval historians long before modern archaeologists began excavating its ruins. Arab geographers writing between the 9th and 10th centuries described Paykend as a prosperous settlement filled with wealthy traders whose influence extended far beyond the region. Unlike many cities that depended primarily on agriculture, Paykend's identity was tied directly to commerce. Merchants from the city established trading colonies across Central Asia and even reached China. Historical accounts suggest that some of the richest merchant families in the region originated from Paykend, accumulating fortunes through caravans that crossed deserts, mountains, and political borders. This extraordinary concentration of wealth created a city unlike many of its neighbours. Modern archaeological investigations have revealed just how sophisticated Paykend actually was. Systematic excavations began during the Soviet period in the 20th century, particularly under the direction of archaeologists such as Vasily Shishkin and later research teams from Uzbekistan and Russia. Excavators uncovered massive defensive walls, residential districts, workshops, storage facilities, religious structures and caravanserais designed to accommodate merchants and travellers. The city was organised into distinct sections, including a heavily fortified citadel, a central urban area, and extensive suburbs. The defensive system alone demonstrates the importance of the settlement. Multiple layers of walls surrounded the city, some reaching several meters in thickness, reflecting both the wealth of the inhabitants and the constant threat posed by regional conflicts. One of the most fascinating discoveries at Pike End concerns its role as a crossroads of cultures and religions. Before the spread of Islam into Central Asia, much of the region followed Zoroastrianism, the ancient Iranian religion traditionally associated with the prophet Zoroaster. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence indicating that religious practices connected to Zoroastrian traditions were present in the city. Certain structures and ritual objects suggest the continued importance of fire-centered worship and funerary customs characteristic of the faith. This makes Pike End an important window into a transitional era when Central Asia stood between older Iranian traditions and the rapidly expanding Islamic world. The city also produced remarkable evidence of international trade. Excavations have recovered coins originating from different regions, including Sogdian issues, Arab coins, and Chinese currency from the Tang dynasty. These discoveries confirm what historians long suspected. Pike End was not merely connected to Silk Road commerce, it was deeply embedded within it. Goods and travellers arriving from China could pass through the city on their way westward, while merchants from Persia and the Middle East travelled east using the same routes. Every coin, imported object, and foreign artifact discovered in the ruins serves as proof that Pike End participated in a trading system spanning much of Eurasia. Yet despite its prosperity, Pike End repeatedly found itself at the centre of military conflict. One of the most dramatic episodes occurred during the Arab expansion into Central Asia in the early 8th century. In 706 AD, the Umayyad commander Qutayba ibn Muslim launched a campaign against the city as part of the broader effort to establish Arab control over Transoxiana. Contemporary and near-contemporary sources describe a fierce siege. Pike End's inhabitants resisted intensely, relying on their fortifications and resources to withstand the attackers. The battle became one of the defining moments in the region's history. Although the city eventually fell to Qutayba's forces, the struggle demonstrated both its military strength and strategic importance. The conquest helped accelerate the spread of Islam throughout Central Asia, permanently altering the religious and cultural landscape of the region. Surprisingly, the Arab conquest did not immediately destroy Pike End. The city continued to exist and remained economically significant for centuries afterward. This is where the real mystery begins. Many ancient cities disappeared because they were conquered, burned, or abandoned following a single catastrophic event. Pike End's decline followed a different path. It survived invasions, political transformations, and shifts in dynastic power. Instead, evidence suggests that environmental changes gradually undermined the foundations of its prosperity. The Zarafshan Oasis depended on a complex irrigation network that distributed water across the region. Maintaining these canals required constant labour, organisation, and political stability. Over time, changes in river flow, sediment accumulation, and the deterioration of irrigation systems appear to have reduced the availability of water. As agricultural productivity declined, supporting a large urban population became increasingly difficult. Simultaneously, broader economic transformations were affecting the Silk Road itself. Trade routes rarely remained fixed forever. Political instability, changing commercial priorities, and the emergence of alternative routes could redirect caravans away from previously prosperous centres. Archaeological evidence indicates that Pike End gradually lost population during the late 1st millennium AD. Buildings fell into disrepair, sections of the city were abandoned, and economic activity diminished. Unlike Pompeii, which was destroyed in a single volcanic catastrophe in AD 79, or Troy, which experienced repeated episodes of warfare and destruction, Peikend appears to have faded slowly. The process may have taken generations. Families moved elsewhere. Merchants followed new opportunities. Irrigation channels became less reliable. The desert steadily advanced toward the city that had once flourished on its margins. By the 11th century, Peikend had largely ceased to function as a major urban centre. Windblown sand began covering abandoned structures. Walls collapsed. Streets disappeared beneath layers of sediment. Eventually, the city became little more than a forgotten ruin. For centuries, travellers passed through the region with little understanding of what once stood there. The wealth, influence, and international connections that had made Peikend famous vanished from living memory. What makes Peikend particularly compelling as an archaeological mystery is that its disappearance was not caused by a single dramatic disaster. Instead, it demonstrates how even the most prosperous civilizations can depend upon fragile systems that are easy to overlook. Water management, trade networks, political stability, and environmental conditions all work together to sustain the city. When those systems gradually weakened, Peikend's remarkable success could no longer be maintained. The ruins visible today are not simply the remains of buildings. They are evidence of how interconnected ancient societies truly were. Modern excavations continue to reveal new information about daily life within the city. Archaeologists have identified workshops, domestic spaces, fortifications, and imported goods that help reconstruct the experiences of the people who lived there. Each discovery adds another piece to the puzzle of how a wealthy Silk Road metropolis functioned and why it ultimately failed. Yet many questions remain unanswered. Exactly how severe were the environmental changes that affected the oasis? How much of the decline resulted from shifting trade routes? Did political instability accelerate the process? Scholars continue debating these issues because the available evidence supports multiple interpretations. Standing among the ruins today, it is difficult to imagine that this silent landscape once echoed with the sounds of merchants negotiating deals, craftsmen producing goods, travellers arriving from distant kingdoms, and caravans preparing to cross some of the most challenging terrain on Earth. Peikend's story is not merely about a lost city, it is about the vulnerability of success itself. For centuries, the city seemed indispensable to the Silk Road. Then, little by little, the forces that sustained it disappeared, and the city of merchants followed them into history. Patamarca is one of the most overlooked mysteries of the Inca world. Perched high in the Andes of modern Peru at an elevation of roughly 3,650 meters, the site sits along the famous Inca Trail leading toward Machu Picchu. Its name is commonly translated as the city above the clouds, an appropriate description for a settlement that often disappears beneath drifting mountain fog. Unlike Machu Picchu, which attracts millions of visitors and endless academic attention, Patamarca remains comparatively unknown. Yet many archaeologists argue that some of the most remarkable examples of Inca engineering can be found here. The mystery is not whether the site existed or who built it. The mystery is why the Inca invested enormous resources to create such a sophisticated settlement in one of the most inaccessible locations imaginable, and how they managed to build hydraulic systems that continue to function centuries after the collapse of their empire. The ruins were first documented by modern explorers during the early 20th century as investigations of the Inca Trail intensified. Researchers expected to find another small waypoint along the mountain route. Instead, they discovered a carefully planned complex containing terraces, ceremonial structures, plazas, stairways, and one of the most sophisticated water management systems ever created by the Inca civilization. The settlement occupies a narrow ridge surrounded by steep valleys and unstable mountain slopes. Constructing anything substantial in such an environment would have been difficult even with modern equipment. The Inca possessed neither iron tools, wheeled transport, nor draft animals capable of hauling heavy stone. Nevertheless, they transformed the ridge into a highly organized architectural landscape. The greatest mystery of Fuyupatamarca is its hydraulic engineering. Water flows through the site with a precision that continues to impress modern engineers. Numerous channels cut through carefully shaped stone, directing water from natural springs toward a series of ceremonial fountains. Unlike many ancient water systems that have long ceased to function, parts of the Fuyupatamarca network still carry water today. This raises an important question. How did Inca engineers calculate gradients with such accuracy that water continues to move efficiently after more than 5 centuries of exposure to earthquakes, erosion, and extreme weather? Every channel had to maintain a precise slope. Too steep and the water would erode the stone. Too shallow and the flow would stagnate. The margin for error was remarkably small, yet the system performs exactly as intended. Even more impressive is the fact that the site exists within one of the wettest environments along the Inca Trail. Mountain storms can release large amounts of rain in a short period of time. Modern engineers often struggle to control runoff in similar terrain. Excess water can trigger landslides, undermine foundations, and destroy infrastructure. The builders of Fuyupatamarca somehow anticipated these dangers centuries in advance. Beneath the visible architecture lies a hidden engineering network designed to stabilize the mountain itself. The terraces surrounding the settlement are not merely agricultural platforms, they function as part of a larger drainage system. Layers of stone, gravel, and permeable material allow water to pass through the terraces rather than accumulate behind them. By reducing hydrostatic pressure, the Inca dramatically decreased the risk of slope failure. In many respects, the terraces function like modern retaining structures designed by geotechnical engineers. This hidden infrastructure creates another mystery. How did the Inca acquire such a detailed understanding of mountain hydrology? No written engineering manuals survive from their civilization. The empire left no mathematical treatises comparable to those of ancient Greece or Rome. Yet the practical knowledge embedded within Fuyupatamarca rivals solutions used in modern landscape engineering. Some researchers argue that this expertise emerged from centuries of observation and experimentation across the Andes. Others suggest that many of the techniques were transmitted through specialized groups of builders whose knowledge vanished after the Spanish conquest. Whatever the explanation, the site demonstrates a level of environmental understanding far beyond what many people assume for pre-industrial societies. The location itself presents another puzzle. Most major settlements throughout history developed near fertile farmland, trade routes, rivers, or strategic military positions. Fuyupatamarca does not fit neatly into any of these categories. The ridge offers limited space for large-scale agriculture. It lacks the defensive advantages of a major fortress. It was never a large urban centre, yet the quality of construction indicates that the site was extremely important. Some archaeologists believe it functioned as a ceremonial station for pilgrims travelling toward Machu Picchu. Others argue that it served as a retreat for elites or priests. A third theory proposes that the settlement acted as a sacred landscape where water rituals played a central role. None of these explanations fully account for the extraordinary engineering investment visible throughout the complex. The ceremonial fountains strengthen the argument that water held special significance here. Water occupied a central place within Inca cosmology, connecting mountains, ancestors, agriculture, and divine power. At Puyupatamarca, water does not simply flow through the settlement, it appears to have been carefully choreographed. Streams pass through carved channels before emerging from precisely shaped outlets that create controlled visual and acoustic effects. The experience would have been both practical and symbolic. Visitors arriving through the clouds may have encountered flowing water integrated into architecture in ways that reinforced religious beliefs about the sacred nature of the landscape. The transportation of construction materials presents yet another challenge. Many stones used throughout the site were shaped with impressive precision. Moving building materials across steep mountain terrain would have required enormous labour. Archaeologists estimate that thousands of workers participated in major Inca construction projects. However, manpower alone does not explain the logistics. Builders had to coordinate quarrying, transportation, shaping, drainage planning, and architectural alignment simultaneously in an environment where a single mistake could have catastrophic consequences. Every terrace, wall, and channel had to integrate with the surrounding mountain rather than fight against it. Some researchers have also explored the possibility that astronomical considerations influenced the layout of the settlement. Certain architectural features appear to align with prominent mountain peaks and solar events. Similar relationships are documented at other Inca sites where architecture often interacted with celestial cycles. However, evidence at Puyupatamarca remains inconclusive. While possible astronomical functions cannot be dismissed, they remain secondary compared to the overwhelming evidence for hydraulic and environmental engineering. Zemplja Heritage Trail is one of the most unusual archaeological landscapes in the Mediterranean, not because of a single monument, but because it compresses thousands of years of human activity into a narrow stretch of rocky coastline on the island of Malta. Within a relatively small area, prehistoric tombs, mysterious stone tracks, Roman engineering works, ancient agricultural installations, and lost ceremonial structures coexist in ways that continue to challenge archaeologists. Most visitors see a pleasant walking trail overlooking the sea. Researchers see something very different. They see a location where multiple civilizations returned again and again for reasons that are still not fully understood. The greatest mystery is not any individual structure. The greatest mystery is why this specific landscape remained important for so many different cultures across several millennia. Among all the remains scattered along the trail, nothing generates more debate than the famous cart ruts carved into the limestone bedrock. These parallel grooves cut deeply into the stone and follow routes that often seem irrational. Some descend steep slopes, some cross uneven terrain, and others simply vanish at cliff edges or disappear beneath later deposits. Their spacing is remarkably consistent, suggesting some form of standardized transportation system, yet no consensus exists regarding who created them or how they were used. The traditional explanation proposes that repeated movement of heavily loaded carts gradually wore grooves into the soft limestone. However, many researchers point out that certain ruts are far too deep and occur in locations where wheeled transport would have been impractical. Even more puzzling is the fact that similar tracks appear throughout Malta, creating what looks like a vast prehistoric network whose original purpose remains unknown. Were they transportation corridors for megalithic builders? Routes connected to long-distance trade? Or remnants of a technological system that archaeologists have not yet identified? Centuries of investigation have failed to provide a definitive answer. The mystery becomes even more intriguing when the cart ruts are viewed in relation to the surrounding prehistoric landscape. Nearby are rock-cut tombs dating back thousands of years before the Roman period. These burial chambers demonstrate that the area already possessed cultural and possibly religious significance long before written history reached Malta. The presence of both funerary monuments and cart ruts in the same landscape raises difficult questions. Were the tracks connected to rituals involving the dead? Did they guide processions towards sacred locations that have since disappeared? Or were later communities merely reusing a landscape whose original purpose had already been forgotten? Archaeologists can document the physical remains, but reconstructing the intentions of people who lived thousands of years ago remains far more difficult. Another remarkable feature of Zemcija is a series of Roman-era apiaries carved directly into the bedrock. At first glance, these structures seem straightforward. They were used for beekeeping and honey production. Yet closer examination reveals a surprising degree of environmental engineering. The installations were positioned to maximize sunlight, shelter colonies from prevailing winds, and maintain favorable temperatures throughout the year. Honey was an extremely valuable commodity in the ancient world, serving not only as food but also as medicine, preservative, and trade product. The precision with which these apiaries were integrated into the natural landscape suggests an advanced understanding of local climate conditions. What remains uncertain is how this knowledge was accumulated and transmitted. The engineering appears sophisticated, but the historical record provides only fragments of the techniques behind it. The trail also preserves evidence of ancient water management systems, including large rock-cut reservoirs whose original functions remain debated. Some researchers believe they served as storage facilities for agricultural products before later conversion into cisterns. Others argue they were designed from the beginning for water collection. Both interpretations raise important technological questions. Malta possesses limited natural freshwater resources, making water management one of the most important challenges faced by every civilization that settled on the islands. The ability to collect, store, and distribute water efficiently would have determined the success or failure of entire communities. Yet the exact methods employed at Zemcija remain partially hidden behind centuries of modification and reuse. Scattered among these better-known remains are traces of structures that have almost vanished from the archaeological record. Fragmentary evidence suggests that parts of the area may once have contained megalithic ceremonial architecture, similar to Malta's famous prehistoric temples. If true, this would mean that Zemcija was not merely a practical settlement zone but also a place of ritual importance. Unfortunately, later construction, stone robbing, erosion, and natural weathering have destroyed much of the evidence. Archaeologists are left with incomplete clues that hint at a much larger story than the surviving remains can fully reveal. Perhaps the most fascinating aspect of Zemcija Heritage Trail is the continuity of occupation itself. Prehistoric communities used the landscape. Later populations buried their dead there. Roman engineers modified and expanded its infrastructure. Subsequent generations continue to exploit the same terrain. Across thousands of years, cultures with different languages, beliefs, and technologies repeatedly return to this small stretch of Malta. Such continuity is rarely accidental. Something about the location provided enduring value, whether strategic, economic, religious, or environmental. Yet despite decades of archaeological investigation, no single explanation accounts for every feature found along the trail. The result is a landscape that functions almost like a historical puzzle assembled from pieces belonging to different civilizations. the cart ruts remain unexplained. The full purpose of several rock-cut installations remains uncertain. Lost ceremonial structures may once have stood where only fragments survive today. Every generation appears to have inherited a landscape already shaped by the people who came before. In many cases, they reuse structures without necessarily understanding their original purpose. Zemzija therefore preserves not only physical remains, but also evidence of forgotten knowledge, cultural transformation, and technological adaptation spanning thousands of years. Far from being a simple archaeological trail, it stands as one of Malta's most compelling ancient mysteries, a place where the deeper researchers investigate, the more questions emerge from the stone itself. A civilization spends decades, perhaps generations, moving stone across mountains. Thousands of workers carve terraces into steep slopes. Engineers build channels to control water in an environment where every mistake could trigger erosion and collapse. Vast ceremonial plazas appear at an altitude where farming is difficult, transportation is exhausting, and survival itself demands constant effort. Then one question ruins everything. Why build any of it here? That question has followed archaeologists ever since they began studying Maukalakta, a sprawling ancient complex high in the Peruvian Andes. Unlike many famous archaeological mysteries, Maukalakta does not hide giant statues, royal tombs, or lost treasures. Its mystery is far more unsettling because it challenges a basic assumption about ancient civilizations. Human societies usually invest enormous resources where resources already exist. They build major centers near fertile land, rivers, trade routes, ports, or strategic crossroads. Maukalakta appears to ignore every one of those rules. Spread across a rugged mountain landscape more than 3,000 meters above sea level, the site contains hundreds of structures, large plazas, retaining walls, ceremonial spaces, terraces, and evidence of sophisticated planning. The scale immediately creates a problem. Every stone had to be moved, every terrace had to be carved into difficult terrain, every worker had to be fed, every construction project required coordination. The amount of labour represented by the site is staggering. Yet modern researchers still struggle to explain why such a monumental effort was directed toward this particular location. The mystery becomes even more interesting when viewed from above. Maukalakta does not resemble a settlement that simply grew over time. Many ancient communities expanded gradually as populations increased, creating irregular layouts shaped by generations of change. Maukalakta often appears different. Portions of the complex seem deliberately organized. Structures relate to plazas. Pathways connect important sectors. Open spaces appear carefully positioned rather than randomly distributed. The result feels less like a village and more like a project planned according to a larger vision. That raises another difficult question. Who possessed the authority necessary to organize construction on this scale? Building even a small mountain settlement requires coordination. Building an enormous ceremonial and administrative complex requires something far more sophisticated. Labor must be mobilized. Food must be supplied, construction schedules must be maintained, materials must arrive where they are needed. Ancient engineers had to solve logistical problems that would challenge planners even today. Yet no written records survive to explain how this system functioned. The site's hydraulic infrastructure may represent the strongest evidence of advanced engineering. Water management was one of the greatest challenges faced by Andean civilizations. In mountainous environments, controlling water is rarely simple. Excess flow can destroy terraces and foundations. Insufficient flow threatens agriculture and daily life. Successful hydraulic systems require precise understanding of gradients, drainage, and long-term maintenance. Archaeological investigations at Maukalakta have revealed channels and water control features, indicating that its builders possessed exactly this kind of knowledge. The remarkable part is not that water channels existed. Ancient civilizations around the world built them. The remarkable part is where they were built. Moving water efficiently across uneven mountain terrain demands constant adaptation to local conditions. A channel that works perfectly on one slope may fail completely on another. Small errors accumulate into major structural problems. Yet the people responsible for Maukalakta succeeded in creating systems capable of supporting a large complex in one of the most demanding environments imaginable. Even today, researchers continue debating how these hydraulic networks operated and how they were maintained across generations. The architecture itself presents another layer of mystery. Maukalakta is not famous for the perfectly fitted polygonal masonry seen at some elite Inca sites, but many surviving walls demonstrate impressive durability. The Andes are among the most seismically active regions on Earth. Earthquakes have repeatedly shaken these mountains for centuries. Seasonal temperature changes place additional stress on structures. Heavy rainfall accelerates erosion. Despite these challenges, significant portions of the complex remain standing. This durability was not accidental. Ancient builders clearly understood principles of stability long before formal engineering sciences existed. They selected building locations carefully. They created retaining structures capable of resisting slope failure. They designed walls that could survive environmental stresses over long periods. Their knowledge may not have been recorded in books, but it survives in stone. Every surviving structure is evidence of practical engineering refined through generations of experience. Perhaps the most fascinating possibility involves the relationship between Maukalakta and the surrounding mountains. Throughout the Andes, mountains were often regarded as sacred beings rather than geographic features. Certain peaks were believed to possess spiritual significance and influence over the communities living nearby. Several researchers have suggested that parts of Maukalakta may have been intentionally positioned in relation to specific mountain landmarks. If true, this would fundamentally change how the site is interpreted. From a modern perspective, the location appears impractical. From an ancient ceremonial perspective, however, it may have been perfect. A mountain considered sacred could justify construction efforts that seem irrational when measured purely in economic terms. The enormous plazas, ceremonial spaces, and carefully organized architecture may have been designed not simply for human use, but for interaction with a sacred landscape. In that context, the site's remote position becomes less of a problem and more of a requirement. Yet this explanation creates another mystery. If the location was chosen primarily for ceremonial reasons, why invest so heavily in infrastructure? Why build such extensive hydraulic systems? Why create such a large and complex architectural network? The scale of the project still appears extraordinary, even when religious motivations are considered. Something about this place inspired generations of effort on a level that archaeologists have yet to fully explain. The deeper researchers investigate Maukalakta, the more attention shifts away from individual structures and toward the broader question of organization. Ancient societies are often underestimated. Modern observers see mountains and imagine isolation. Ancient planners saw challenges and developed systems to overcome them. The existence of Maukalakta demonstrates that large-scale coordination, engineering expertise, and long-term planning were operating in regions once assumed to be peripheral. The site forces archaeologists to reconsider how much knowledge ancient Andean societies possessed, and how effectively they could transform difficult environments. Then there is the final mystery. For all the labour invested in its construction, Maukalakta was eventually abandoned. The plazas emptied. The channels ceased functioning. The buildings slowly surrendered to time. No dramatic evidence of conquest explains the transition. No single catastrophic disaster clearly marks the end of the site. Instead, one of the most ambitious mountain complexes in the Andes gradually faded from active use. The excavation team expected pottery. Instead, they found faces. As archaeologists cleared layers of soil from an ancient sanctuary on the Greek island of Kea, fragments of human-sized terracotta statues began emerging from the ground. One face appeared, then another. Soon it became clear that these were not ordinary figurines. They were large female figures, some approaching the size of real people, buried for more than 3,000 years beneath the ruins of a forgotten Bronze Age settlement known as Aia Irini. The discovery immediately created a mystery. Small clay figurines are common throughout the ancient Aegean. Nearly life-size terracotta statues are not. The deeper researchers investigated, the stranger the sight became. The statues were standing inside a sanctuary that belonged to a settlement far larger, richer, and more sophisticated than anyone expected to find on a relatively small island. What began as an archaeological excavation slowly turned into one of the most intriguing mysteries of the Bronze Age Mediterranean. Aia Irini flourished on the island of Kea between roughly 2000 and 1500 BCE, occupying a strategic position near maritime routes that connected mainland Greece, Crete, and the Cycladic Islands. From this location, ships carrying goods, raw materials, and ideas moved across the Aegean Sea. Archaeologists have recovered evidence showing that the settlement participated in these networks for centuries. Pottery styles from different regions appear throughout the site. Imported materials travelled hundreds of kilometres to reach the island, and local craftsmen produced goods that circulated far beyond Kea itself. Yet the settlement's importance seems strangely disproportionate to its size. Aia Irini was not a royal capital. It was not the centre of a major kingdom. Nevertheless, it possessed characteristics normally associated with much larger and more powerful communities. One of the first clues is found in its fortifications. Massive defensive walls surrounded the settlement, requiring enormous quantities of labour and resources to construct. Archaeologists estimate that maintaining and expanding these defences would have demanded long-term planning across multiple generations. Such efforts raise an uncomfortable question. Why did a settlement of this scale need defences of this magnitude? Historians often describe the Bronze Age Aegean as a world linked together by trade and cultural exchange. But the walls of Aia Irini tell a different story. They suggest fear, instability, and threats significant enough to justify continuous investment in military infrastructure. Some researchers believe piracy may have been responsible. Others argue that competition over maritime trade routes created tensions between neighbouring communities. The problem is that direct evidence for any specific threat remains frustratingly limited. The walls clearly existed for a reason, but the enemy they were built to resist has vanished from history. The settlement itself reveals another layer of complexity. Unlike many prehistoric communities that developed gradually and irregularly, Aia Irini displays evidence of deliberate planning. Residential areas, workshops, storage facilities, and public spaces were arranged with a degree of organization rarely expected from an island settlement of this period. Streets connected different sectors of the town, and construction appears to have followed coordinated patterns rather than random expansion. This level of planning implies some form of administrative system capable of organizing labor and controlling development. Yet no written records survive to explain how the settlement was governed. Archaeologists can see the results of that organization, but the people responsible remain invisible. Even more surprising is the scale of economic activity suggested by the archaeological evidence. Imported ceramics, exotic materials, and manufacturing debris indicate that Aya Irini was deeply integrated into regional trade networks. Its position allowed it to function as a waypoint between larger powers operating throughout the Aegean. Some scholars have proposed that the settlement served as a commercial hub, where goods were exchanged, redistributed, and transported onward to distant destinations. If true, this would help explain its prosperity. However, it creates another mystery. Why did this particular settlement become so important while many comparable island communities remained relatively insignificant? The answer is still debated. All of these questions become secondary once attention turns to the sanctuary and its extraordinary terracotta statues. The figures discovered at Aya Irini remain among the most unusual religious artifacts ever found in the Bronze Age Cyclades. Many depict women standing upright with carefully modelled faces, elaborate clothing, and distinctive hairstyles. Several exceeded 1 meter in height, making them dramatically larger than the small figurines commonly associated with prehistoric Aegean cultures. Their presence suggests that the sanctuary held exceptional importance within the community. Producing statues of this scale required significant resources, specialized knowledge, and skilled craftsmen. These were not objects created casually. They represented a sustained artistic tradition maintained over long periods of time. Yet their purpose remains unknown. Some researchers believe the figures represented goddesses worshipped by the inhabitants of the island. Others suggest they portrayed priestesses involved in ceremonial activities. A few scholars have argued that they may have symbolized ancestors, elite women, or supernatural beings whose identities disappeared long ago. The absence of written records prevents any definitive conclusion. Every interpretation relies on comparisons with other sites rather than direct evidence. More than 3,000 years after their creation, the statues continue to conceal the beliefs that inspired them. The technology required to produce the figures presents another mystery. Large terracotta sculptures are notoriously difficult to manufacture. Clay shrinks during drying and firing. Internal stresses can create fractures, and uneven temperatures can destroy months of work within hours. The artisans responsible for the Aya Irini statues clearly understood how to overcome these challenges. The figures demonstrate careful control of structure, balance, and material properties. Yet archaeologists still cannot reconstruct every stage of the production process. Some details of the techniques used by these Bronze Age craftsmen remain uncertain, leaving unanswered questions about how such advanced ceramic traditions developed on a relatively small island. The sanctuary itself hints at a religious system far more complex than previously imagined. Monumental statues require patrons, workshops, resources, and social institutions capable of supporting long-term projects. Their existence suggests that ritual activity played a central role within the community. However, almost nothing is known about the ceremonies performed there. No myths survive. No inscriptions explain the meaning of the statues. No historical accounts describe the rituals that once filled the sanctuary. The physical evidence remains, but the ideas that gave it purpose have largely disappeared. Aerini may also preserve clues about ancient engineering knowledge. The Aegean region is prone to earthquakes, and archaeological investigations indicate that parts of the settlement were repeatedly repaired and rebuilt. Certain architectural features suggest that builders adapted their techniques in response to seismic risks. Whether this reflects formal engineering knowledge or generations of practical experience remains uncertain. What is clear is that the inhabitants demonstrated an impressive ability to maintain their settlement in an environment shaped by geological instability. Then, sometime during the later Bronze Age, the settlement entered a period of decline. Unlike cities destroyed by invasion or catastrophic natural disasters, Aerini does not appear to have experienced a single dramatic ending. Instead, its importance gradually faded. Trade networks changed, political structures across the Aegean transformed, economic systems that once supported the settlement weakened or disappeared. Archaeologists continue debating the exact causes because no single explanation fully accounts for the available evidence. Feddersen-Veerde is not the kind of ancient site that immediately captures attention. There are no towering stone walls, no colossal temples, and no mysterious monuments rising above the landscape. Instead, what survives today is something far more unusual. Buried beneath the marshlands of northern Germany lies the remains of a settlement that may preserve one of the most overlooked engineering achievements of the ancient world. For centuries, people lived here on the edge of the North Sea, surrounded by a landscape that should have made permanent settlement almost impossible. Storm surges regularly flooded the coast. Saltwater threatened crops and livestock. The ground itself was unstable, waterlogged, and constantly changing. Yet somehow, generation after generation continued to thrive in this hostile environment. The mystery is not how they built something magnificent. The mystery is how they managed to stay alive at all. Feddersen-Veerde stands near the modern North Sea coast in Lower Saxony, Germany. The site belongs primarily to the Roman Iron Age and was occupied between the 1st and 5th centuries CE. Archaeologists first became interested in the location during the 20th century, but it was the large-scale excavations conducted between the 1950s and 1960s that transformed understanding of the settlement. What emerged from the soil was one of the most completely preserved Iron Age communities ever discovered in Europe. Unlike many archaeological sites where only fragments survive, Feddersen-Veerde preserved houses, roads, livestock enclosures, workshops, and countless traces of everyday life. For researchers, it was almost like uncovering an entire frozen community, rather than a collection of ruins. Yet the more evidence they uncovered, the more puzzling the settlement became. The greatest mystery revolves around the very ground beneath the village. Feddersen-Veerde was built on a type of artificial mound known as a veerd or wharft. These elevated platforms were created by accumulating layers of clay, sod, organic material, and household waste over long periods of time. At first, this may sound simple, but the scale of the achievement becomes apparent when viewed within its environmental context. The North Sea coast has always been vulnerable to flooding. Even modern communities rely on sophisticated dikes, pumps, and flood control systems to remain safe. The inhabitants of Feddersen-Veerde possessed none of these technologies. Nevertheless, they succeeded in creating a stable settlement that endured for centuries. Every generation appears to have understood exactly when and how much the mound needed to be raised. Too little elevation would leave the village vulnerable to catastrophic floods. too much weight could destabilize the soft marshland beneath. Somehow they found a balance that worked. This raises an uncomfortable question for modern researchers. How did these people acquire such detailed environmental knowledge without scientific instruments, written engineering manuals, or centralized planning institutions? The evidence suggests that they developed a practical understanding of coastal dynamics that allowed them to anticipate long-term environmental changes. Their survival depended on reading subtle shifts in tides, storm activity, soil conditions, and water levels. In effect, they were conducting a form of environmental engineering centuries before the discipline existed. Some scholars have even suggested that the accumulated knowledge required to maintain settlements like Feddersen-Veerde may represent one of the earliest examples of large-scale climate adaptation in northern Europe. Equally remarkable is the way the village was organized. Many ancient farming communities developed gradually, with houses appearing wherever space was available. Feddersen-Veerde tells a different story. Excavations revealed a surprisingly structured layout. Houses were arranged according to patterns that appear deliberate rather than random. Certain buildings occupied central positions. Others were grouped around shared spaces. Roads and pathways connected different parts of the settlement with unusual efficiency. This level of organization has fueled debate about the social structure of the community. Was there a local elite directing development? Did village leaders coordinate construction projects? Or did generations of residents collectively maintain a settlement plan that persisted for centuries? The archaeological evidence provides hints but no definitive answers. Among the most intriguing discoveries are the large farmsteads that dominate portions of the site. Some structures were significantly larger than ordinary dwellings and appear to have controlled substantial agricultural resources. These buildings may have belonged to influential families whose authority extended over surrounding households. If this interpretation is correct, then Feddersen-Veerde was far more socially complex than traditional models of Iron Age communities once suggested. Rather than representing a collection of isolated farmers, it may have functioned as a carefully organized economic center, supported by sophisticated systems of resource management. The engineering challenges become even more impressive when considering the construction methods themselves. Building on marshland is notoriously difficult. Modern engineers often rely on deep foundations, concrete reinforcement, and extensive soil stabilization techniques when constructing on similar terrain. The inhabitants of Feddersen-Veerde had access only to timber, earth, and local materials. Yet their buildings remained stable despite being erected on soft, waterlogged ground. Archaeological investigations have revealed carefully designed timber frameworks capable of distributing weight across unstable surfaces. Posts were positioned strategically to reduce sinking. Structural loads appear to have been balanced with remarkable effectiveness. These solutions were developed through experience rather than mathematics, yet they demonstrate an intuitive understanding of engineering principles that continues to impress specialists today. The settlement also provides valuable insight into ancient economic networks. Excavations uncovered evidence of livestock breeding on a substantial scale. At its peak, the community likely supported around 300 inhabitants and hundreds of animals. Maintaining such numbers within a fragile coastal environment required careful planning. Grazing land had to be managed efficiently. Freshwater resources needed protection from saltwater intrusion. Food storage systems had to withstand harsh seasonal conditions. The survival of the settlement suggests that its inhabitants solved these problems successfully for generations. What remains uncertain is how they coordinated such complex activities without the administrative systems commonly associated with larger urban centres. Trade may offer part of the answer. Archaeologists have identified imported goods that indicate connections extending beyond the immediate region. Feddersenweerde was not an isolated settlement at the edge of the world. It participated in broader economic networks linking communities across northern Europe and, indirectly, the Roman frontier. These contacts likely facilitated the exchange of materials, technologies, and ideas. Yet, despite these connections, many aspects of local knowledge remained unique to the environment of the North Sea marshes. The techniques that allowed the settlement to survive cannot simply be explained as this imported innovations. They appear to have been developed locally through centuries of adaptation. Perhaps the most haunting mystery concerns the settlement's final chapter. After centuries of successful occupation, Feddersenweerde was eventually abandoned during the 5th century. The reasons remain uncertain. Environmental pressures may have increased. Rising sea levels could have made maintenance of the mound increasingly difficult. Economic networks may have collapsed as political conditions changed across Europe. Population movements associated with the migration period may have drawn inhabitants elsewhere. Each explanation has supporting evidence, yet none fully accounts for the disappearance of a community that had overcome so many challenges in the past. This unresolved ending gives the site a strangely modern relevance. Feddersenweerde was built by people confronting environmental instability, rising waters, and uncertain futures. They responded not with monumental architecture or military power, but with knowledge, adaptation, and engineering solutions tailored to their landscape. For centuries their approach worked. They transformed a vulnerable stretch of marshland into a thriving settlement capable of supporting hundreds of people. The real mystery is not whether they possessed advanced technology. It is whether they understood their environment so well that their achievements only appear simple from a modern perspective. Long before modern climate science, before flood control systems, and before coastal engineering became professional disciplines, the people of Feddersenweerde created an artificial island of stability in one of Europe's most challenging environments. Nearly 2,000 years later, archaeologists are still trying to understand exactly how they did it. Castri is perched on a rugged headland on the island of Syros in the Aegean Sea, a place that at first appears insignificant among the countless rocky islands scattered between mainland Greece and Anatolia. Yet more than 4,500 years ago, long before the rise of classical Greece, before the pyramids reached their final form in Egypt, and before many of Europe's first fortified settlements even existed, a small community chose this exposed hilltop for a project that still raises difficult questions today. Archaeologists classify Castri as an early Bronze Age settlement dating roughly between 2700 and 2300 BCE, but that simple description hides a deeper mystery. Why would a relatively small island population invest enormous amounts of labour into constructing one of the earliest known fortified communities in the Aegean world? What danger forced them to transform a remote hill overlooking the sea into a defensive stronghold? And perhaps most intriguingly, how did a society living at the edge of the prehistoric world acquire architectural ideas and engineering concepts that appear surprisingly advanced for their time? The story of Castri began when archaeologists investigating the island's prehistoric remains discovered the ruins of a settlement unlike most other Cycladic communities. Instead of scattered houses spread across open terrain, they found evidence of a densely organized settlement enclosed by a defensive wall. The wall itself was unusual. Rather than following a simple perimeter, it incorporated projecting semicircular bastions, structures designed to provide defenders with wider fields of view and greater control over approaching enemies. Such features are common in later military architecture, but finding them in a settlement over 4,000 years old immediately attracted attention. The people of Castri were not merely building homes, they were building defences. The greatest mystery surrounding Castri is not the wall itself, but the reason it existed. Archaeological evidence suggests that the settlement housed only a few hundred inhabitants. By ancient standards, it was a small community, yet its builders devoted significant resources to fortifications that seemed disproportionate to its size. Constructing defensive walls on a steep rocky hill required quarrying stone, transporting materials, organising labour, and maintaining a level of social coordination rarely associated with small island populations of the early Bronze Age. Such an investment suggests fear, but fear of what? No written records survive, no chronicles describe invading armies, no inscriptions identify enemies. The fortifications imply a serious threat, yet the nature of that threat remains unknown. Some researchers propose increasing competition between island communities. Others suggest maritime raiders operating throughout the Aegean. Neither explanation fully answers why Castri appears more heavily defended than many contemporary settlements. The defensive system becomes even more remarkable when examined closely. The bastions built into the wall were not random additions. Their placement suggests an understanding of visibility, blind spots, and defensive coverage. Anyone approaching the settlement would have remained under observation from multiple angles. This indicates planning rather than improvisation. The builders understood how to maximize the effectiveness of limited resources. Such knowledge raises another question. Was this engineering tradition developed locally, or did it arrive from elsewhere? Many archaeologists believe the answer may lie across the sea in western Anatolia. During the period when Castri flourished, settlements along the Anatolian coast displayed architectural features that bear striking similarities to those found on Syros. Certain fortification styles, pottery traditions, and metalworking practices appear connected. This has led to the theory that Castri was part of a broader network of cultural and technological exchange, stretching across the Aegean. If true, the implications are extraordinary. More than 4,000 years ago, communities separated by hundreds of kilometres of open water may have shared ideas, techniques, and specialised knowledge through maritime routes that remain only partially understood. The sea that appears as a barrier on modern maps may have functioned as a highway connecting distant societies. Evidence for these connections appears in the artefacts discovered at Castri. Archaeologists have recovered pottery styles associated with Anatolian traditions, along with metal objects suggesting access to wider trade networks. This is particularly important because the Bronze Age depended upon materials that were rarely found together in the same location. Copper and tin often originated from different regions, requiring complex systems of exchange before bronze could be produced. The presence of metal objects at Castri indicates participation in these networks despite the settlement's relatively modest size. The inhabitants were not isolated islanders. They were connected to economic systems extending far beyond the horizon visible from their walls. This leads directly to one of the most fascinating mysteries surrounding the settlement. How did prehistoric sailors navigate such distances? The people who built Castri possessed no magnetic compasses, no accurate charts, and no modern navigational instruments. Yet archaeological evidence throughout the Aegean demonstrates sustained contact between islands and distant coastal regions. Raw materials, pottery styles, and technological innovations moved across the sea with surprising efficiency. Ancient mariners apparently mastered routes that linked dozens of islands into a functioning network long before written navigation manuals existed. The precise methods they used remain uncertain. Some scholars believe they relied on stars, coastal landmarks, seasonal winds, and inherited knowledge passed down through generations. Even so, the consistency of these connections suggests a degree of maritime sophistication that continues to impress researchers. Within the settlement itself, another mystery emerges from its layout. The houses of Castri were built closely together, sharing walls and forming compact clusters. Narrow passageways wound through the community, creating a dense urban environment within the protective perimeter. Every available space appears to have been used efficiently. This arrangement was not merely practical, it also enhanced defense. A compact settlement required fewer resources to protect while maximizing the number of inhabitants who could shelter behind the walls. Such planning demonstrates an understanding of spatial organization rarely associated with prehistoric villages. Castri appears less like a primitive settlement and more like an intentionally designed stronghold. The settlement's elevated position contributes another layer to the mystery. From the hilltop, inhabitants could monitor large portions of the surrounding sea. Ships approaching the island would have been visible long before reaching shore. Some researchers suggest that Castri's location was chosen not only for defense but also for surveillance. Control of maritime routes may have been one of the settlement's primary functions. If so, Castri may represent an early example of a community built around monitoring and protecting trade. This interpretation transforms the site from a simple village into a strategic centre within a wider regional network. Recent archaeological investigations have complicated the picture even further. New analyses suggest the possibility that the settlement's internal organisation was more complex than previously believed. Evidence hints at additional defensive structures or internal divisions that may have separated different social groups. If confirmed, such features could indicate social hierarchies, administrative functions, or specialized areas within the community. Instead of a homogeneous village, Castri may have contained distinct zones reflecting political or economic organization. Yet the available evidence remains incomplete, leaving many questions unresolved. A wall more than 100 meters long was built by people who apparently had no need for walls. That contradiction sits at the heart of one of the strangest archaeological mysteries in Europe. 5,000 years ago, on a narrow strip of land between two lochs in what is now Orkney, Scotland, Neolithic builders invested an extraordinary amount of labour into constructing a massive stone barrier now known as the Great Wall of Brodgar. The problem is that nobody can explain why. It was not protecting a city, it was not defending farmland, it was not blocking an invasion route. Unlike the great defensive walls that would appear throughout history, this structure seems to have served no obvious practical purpose at all. Yet its builders devoted resources, manpower, engineering skill, and generations of effort to create it. Today, after decades of excavation, archaeologists understand far more about how the wall was built than why it existed. And that unanswered question has transformed the Great Wall of Brodgar into one of the most fascinating technological and architectural mysteries of the ancient world. The wall stands within the remarkable ceremonial complex of Ness of Brodgar, positioned between the famous Ring of Brodgar and the stones of Stenness. Excavations beginning in the early 21st century revealed that this was not a simple settlement, but a vast monumental landscape filled with large stone buildings, paved courtyards, ceremonial spaces, and evidence of organised construction on a scale few researchers expected to find in Neolithic Britain. As more of the site emerged from beneath the soil, archaeologists uncovered an enormous wall running across the southern boundary of the complex. In places it measured several metres thick, making it one of the largest stone constructions known from the British Neolithic. The discovery immediately created a problem. Walls of this size normally exist for a reason. The Great Wall of Brodgar seemed to have none. From an engineering perspective, the structure should not exist. The people who built it possessed no metal tools, no wheeled vehicles, no beasts of burden capable of hauling heavy stone, and no written system for managing large construction projects. Yet they somehow organised the quarrying, transportation, shaping and placement of thousands of stone slabs. The wall was constructed primarily from local sandstone, a material that naturally fractures into relatively flat layers. Even so, transforming raw stone into a stable monument required careful planning. The stones had to be selected, positioned and balanced in a way that distributed weight evenly across the structure. Thousands of years later, surviving sections still demonstrate remarkable stability despite enduring some of the harshest weather conditions in Northern Europe. The transportation challenge alone remains difficult to visualize. Modern construction equipment can move multi-ton blocks with relative ease. Neolithic builders had only human labor. Every stone incorporated into the wall had to be extracted from the landscape and transported to the construction site using methods that remain largely speculative. Experimental archaeologists have shown that ropes, wooden sledges, rollers, and coordinated teams can move surprisingly heavy loads. Yet when those techniques are applied to the scale of the Great Wall of Brodgar, the project becomes astonishing. Researchers estimate that constructing the wall would have required the movement of enormous quantities of stone over an extended period. For a society with a relatively small population, the effort represents a commitment that appears almost irrational. This raises one of the most important mysteries surrounding the site. Where did the workforce come from? Archaeological evidence suggests that Neolithic Orkney was prosperous by the standards of its time, but it was hardly a densely populated region. The islands could not have supported massive urban populations comparable to later civilizations. Nevertheless, the scale of construction visible at Ness of Brodgar implies access to labour resources far beyond what a single local community should have been able to provide. Some researchers believe the site functioned as a ceremonial centre, attracting people from across the Orkney archipelago and perhaps from distant regions of Britain. Seasonal gatherings may have brought together hundreds or even thousands of individuals who participated in rituals while contributing labour to ongoing construction projects. If this interpretation is correct, the Great Wall of Brodgar may represent evidence of one of the earliest large-scale cooperative building efforts in European history. Yet the labour mystery is overshadowed by a more fundamental question. Why build the wall in the first place? Archaeologists have searched for signs that it served a defensive role, but the evidence is unconvincing. The structure does not enclose the settlement in a way that would effectively repel attackers. It lacks the characteristics typically associated with fortifications. There are no indications of military architecture, defensive gateways, or strategic positioning designed to maximize protection. Instead, the wall appears to divide rather than defend. It separates the monumental complex from the surrounding landscape, creating a distinct boundary between two different worlds. Many scholars now believe that the wall functioned as a symbolic barrier. The idea sounds simple until its implications are considered. If the wall was intended primarily to define sacred space, its builders invested an astonishing amount of effort into creating an architectural statement. The structure effectively announced that the land beyond it was different from ordinary territory. Crossing the boundary may have represented a transition from the everyday world into a place reserved for ceremonies, gatherings, and activities of profound social importance. In that sense, the wall may have been less about keeping people out and more about changing how they thought. This possibility becomes even more intriguing when the wall is examined within its broader landscape. Ness of Brodgar occupies a strategic position between two of the most important ceremonial monuments in prehistoric Britain. Anyone approaching the complex would have encountered carefully arranged architecture, controlled movement routes, and sight lines that appear deliberately planned. Some archaeologists argue that the Great Wall of Brodgar was part of a sophisticated effort to manipulate perception. By blocking certain views and revealing others, the wall may have created a carefully choreographed experience for visitors entering the ceremonial centre. Similar techniques appear in much later monumental architecture, from Egyptian temples to medieval cathedrals. The possibility that Neolithic builders were already experimenting with architectural psychology 5,000 years ago remains one of the most remarkable aspects of the site. The mystery deepens further when the surrounding buildings are considered. Excavations have revealed structures of extraordinary complexity, some featuring walls several meters thick, finely crafted stonework, internal fittings, and evidence of repeated rebuilding. Rather than appearing as isolated constructions, the buildings seem connected through an overall plan. Their positions, orientations, and relationships suggest that the entire complex may have been designed according to a unified vision. If that is true, the Great Wall of Brodgar was not an independent monument, but part of a much larger architectural project extending across the landscape. Such planning would imply a level of social coordination rarely associated with Neolithic societies. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of the mystery concerns what happened at the end. Around 2300 BCE, activity at Ness of Brodgar came to an abrupt conclusion. The monumental complex that had dominated the region for centuries ceased to function. Archaeologists found evidence that some structures were deliberately dismantled. Walls were pulled down, buildings were filled with rubble. Certain areas contained deposits suggesting ceremonial closure rather than destruction by warfare or natural disaster. The evidence creates a strange impression. It appears that the people who built the complex intentionally ended its existence. No single explanation fully accounts for this decision. Climate change, shifting belief systems, population movements, and social transformations have all been proposed. Yet none completely explains why one of the most ambitious construction projects of Neolithic Britain was abandoned and systematically closed. Whatever knowledge motivated the construction of the Great Wall of Brodgar seems to have disappeared along with the society that created it. More than 5 millennia after the first stones were laid, the wall continues to challenge conventional ideas about prehistoric engineering and social organization. Its builders left no written records, no inscriptions, and no direct explanation of their intentions. What survives is a structure that appears too large for symbolism, too impractical for defense, and too carefully planned to be accidental. The Great Wall of Brodgar remains trapped between categories, neither fortress nor temple, neither settlement boundary nor simple monument. It is a reminder that some of humanity's most impressive achievements were created for reasons that have vanished from history. And among all the mysteries preserved within the stones of Ness of Brodgar, the greatest question remains the simplest one of all. Why did an entire society decide that this wall had to be built? When explorers began documenting the ruins of Chakmultun in the 19th century, they believed they had found another abandoned Maya city hidden among the forests of the Yucatan Peninsula. The buildings were impressive, the architecture was unmistakably Maya, and the surrounding landscape seemed similar to many other archaeological sites scattered across the region. But as researchers spent more time studying the city, a far more interesting question emerged. Chakmultun should not have existed where it did. Unlike many ancient urban centres that grew beside rivers, lakes, or dependable water sources, this city occupied a series of elevated limestone ridges in one of the driest parts of the Maya world. There were no major rivers flowing through the landscape. There were no permanent lakes capable of sustaining a large population. Yet archaeological evidence suggests that thousands of people once lived here. Monumental palaces rose above the hills. Ceremonial complexes dominated the skyline. Elaborate architectural programs required generations of skilled labour. The mystery was not how the city disappeared. The mystery was how such a city could have survived in the first place. The problem becomes obvious when the environment is examined. Water controlled the success of nearly every ancient civilization. Egypt depended on the Nile. Mesopotamian cities relied upon the Tigris and Euphrates. Even many Maya centers developed near reliable water supplies. Chakmultun followed a completely different path. The limestone bedrock beneath the region is highly porous. Rainwater quickly disappears underground. During dry seasons, surface water becomes extremely limited. Modern communities would struggle under such conditions without wells, pumps, and modern infrastructure. Yet more than 1,000 years ago, the inhabitants of Chakmultun somehow transformed this difficult environment into a thriving urban centre. Archaeologists eventually discovered that the city itself functioned as an enormous water collection system. Rainwater was too valuable to waste. Every rooftop, plaza, courtyard, and paved surface became part of a carefully engineered network designed to capture seasonal rainfall. Water was directed into reservoirs and underground storage chambers known as chultuns. These features were not simple pits dug into the ground. Many were carefully shaped and lined to reduce water loss while maximizing storage capacity. The system demonstrates an extraordinary understanding of hydrology, but it has not solved the mystery completely. Population estimates for Chakmultun continue to create problems. Some calculations suggest that the known reservoirs may not have held enough water to support the number of people believed to have occupied the city during its peak. Either hidden storage systems remain undiscovered, or the true population was very different from current estimates. More than a century after serious archaeological investigations began, researchers still debate how the city balanced water supply and population demands. If water explains survival, it does not explain ambition. Solving the water problem would have allowed a settlement to exist. It does not explain why the inhabitants invested enormous resources into creating one of the most visually striking cities of the Puruk region. Chakmultun is famous for its unusual geological setting. The limestone ridges surrounding the city contain iron-rich minerals that produce distinctive reddish tones. Ancient builders appear to have deliberately incorporated these dramatic natural formations into the urban design. Against these red cliffs rose buildings covered with bright white stucco. Under the intense sunlight of the Yucatan, the contrast would have been extraordinary. Travelers approaching the city may have seen white temples and palaces glowing against deep red stone formations. The effect must have transformed Chakmultun into one of the most recognizable landmarks in the region. Creating that appearance required technology that is often overlooked. Stucco was not simply painted onto walls. It began as limestone that had to be heated to extremely high temperatures before being converted into lime plaster. Experimental archaeology suggests temperatures approaching 900 degrees Celsius were necessary to produce high-quality lime. Generating such heat demanded enormous quantities of fuel. Every palace, every temple, every courtyard covered in white plaster represented a substantial industrial effort. Across the city, the cumulative amount of stucco suggests production on a scale that remains difficult to reconstruct. Researchers continue to debate how local communities supplied enough fuel to maintain construction projects without exhausting nearby resources. The white surfaces that made Chakmulton visually spectacular may also represent one of the largest hidden engineering achievements of the city. The structures themselves reveal another layer of sophistication. Chakmulton contains some of the finest examples of Puug architecture, a style renowned for geometric precision and decorative complexity. At first glance, visitors are often drawn to the intricate stone mosaics decorating the upper facades. Hundreds of carefully shaped blocks form repeating patterns that appear almost mathematical in their accuracy. Massive masks associated with the rain god Chak project outward from walls in elaborate compositions requiring exceptional craftsmanship. Yet behind these decorations lies a more important mystery. Many of the city's buildings were covered by corbel vaults, one of the most demanding architectural features developed by the Maya. Unlike Roman arches, which distribute weight through curved geometry, corbel vaults rely on successive layers of stone projecting inward from opposite walls until they meet near the top. The technique creates enormous structural challenges. Every stone affects the stability of the entire vault. Small errors accumulate. Weight must be distributed with remarkable precision. Modern engineers understand the mechanics involved, yet the consistency achieved throughout the Puug region continues to impress specialists. At Chakmulton, numerous vaults survived centuries of storms, tropical humidity, vegetation growth, and natural settlement. Their durability suggests that Maya builders possessed a practical understanding of structural behavior that exceeded what many people assume ancient societies could achieve. Perhaps the most overlooked mystery is why the city was built on these ridges at all. Constructing monumental architecture across uneven terrain dramatically increases complexity. Foundations become more difficult. Transportation of materials requires additional labor. Urban planning becomes significantly more challenging. From a purely practical perspective, flatter locations existed elsewhere. Yet the inhabitants of Chakmulton deliberately embraced the landscape. Rather than levelling the hills, they integrated them into the city's design. Buildings seem to emerge naturally from the ridges beneath them. Plazas adapt to the contours of the terrain. Architecture and geology become inseparable. Some researchers believe elevated locations may have carried religious significance connected to sacred landscapes. Others argue the ridges provided visibility, prestige, or defensive advantages. No explanation has achieved universal acceptance. The decision remains one of the most intriguing aspects of the site. The final mystery arrived centuries later. During the 9th and 10th centuries, many Maya cities experienced profound transformations. Political systems weakened, trade networks shifted, populations moved, construction projects slowed. Chakmulton followed the same pattern. New monuments became less common, public building programs declined. Eventually the city was abandoned. Yet unlike sites destroyed by conquest or catastrophe, Chakmulton left behind no obvious explanation for its decline. Archaeologists have proposed prolonged droughts, environmental stress, political fragmentation, economic disruption, and regional instability. Each theory may explain part of the story, but none fully explains why a society capable of solving such extraordinary engineering challenges ultimately failed to preserve the city it had created. The Vulture Stone, known to archaeologists as Pillar 43, stands inside Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey, a prehistoric sanctuary constructed around 9600–8200 BC near the modern city of Sanliurfa. Discovered during excavations led by German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt beginning in 1995, Göbekli Tepe transformed humanity's understanding of prehistory. Before its discovery, most researchers believed large ceremonial monuments emerged only after agriculture and permanent settlements. Yet Göbekli Tepe was built by hunter-gatherers thousands of years before Stonehenge, more than 7 millennia before the Great Pyramid of Giza, and long before the invention of writing, metalworking, or the wheel. Among dozens of massive limestone pillars decorated with animals, one monument has generated more debate than any other. Pillar 43, commonly called the Vulture Stone, contains a complex arrangement of carved creatures, symbols, and human imagery that some researchers believe may preserve the memory of one of the most catastrophic events in human history. What makes the Vulture Stone so unsettling is not the quality of its craftsmanship, but the possibility that it records a real disaster witnessed by people more than 11,000 years ago. The pillar displays an unusual collection of animals, including a vulture, scorpion, snake, crane-like bird, fox, and several other creatures arranged in a highly structured composition. At first glance, the carvings appear to be symbolic religious art similar to imagery found throughout the ancient world. However, the arrangement is so deliberate that researchers have spent decades attempting to decode its meaning. Unlike many prehistoric carvings that consist of isolated figures, the Vulture Stone appears to tell a story. The challenge is that nobody knows exactly what that story is. The most controversial interpretation emerged in 2017 when researchers from the University of Edinburgh proposed that the carvings may represent constellations and astronomical observations rather than ordinary animals. According to their analysis, several figures correspond to star patterns visible in the night sky around the end of the last ice age. Using astronomical software to reconstruct ancient celestial positions, the researchers suggested that the pillar records a cosmic event associated with the onset of the Younger Dryas, a dramatic climatic period that began approximately 10,900 BC. During this transition, global temperatures in parts of the northern hemisphere dropped rapidly after thousands of years of warming. Glaciers advanced again, ecosystems changed, and human societies faced major environmental challenges. The exact cause of the Younger Dryas remains one of the most debated questions in climate science. Some scientists have proposed that a fragmented comet or asteroid impact contributed to these sudden changes. This idea, known as the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, remains controversial and is not accepted by all researchers. Nevertheless, supporters point to evidence including microscopic impact-related materials, unusual sediment layers, and signs of large-scale environmental disruption found at several sites across North America and beyond. The Edinburgh team argued that the Vulture Stone may represent humanity's oldest surviving record of such an event. If correct, the pillar would not merely be a religious monument. It would be a prehistoric warning carved into stone by people who witnessed devastation on a scale almost impossible to imagine. The implications are extraordinary. The proposed date encoded within the carvings corresponds remarkably closely to the beginning of the Younger Dryas. If hunter-gatherers at Göbekli Tepe were documenting astronomical events more than 12,000 years ago, they possessed observational skills far beyond what many historians once assumed possible. Modern societies often associate advanced astronomical knowledge with civilizations such as Babylon, Egypt, Greece, or China. Yet those cultures emerged thousands of years later. The vulture stone raises an uncomfortable question. Could people living before agriculture have developed sophisticated systems for tracking celestial movements that have largely vanished from history? Not all scholars agree with this interpretation. Many archaeologists argue that the astronomical correlations are speculative and that the carvings are better understood within a symbolic or ritual context. This disagreement is precisely what makes the mystery so compelling. Unlike many fringe theories that lack evidence, the debate surrounding the vulture stone occurs among serious researchers attempting to explain a genuine archaeological puzzle. Both sides agree that the carvings were intentional and meaningful. The disagreement concerns what message the builders intended to preserve. Another disturbing aspect of the pillar involves its human imagery. Near the lower section appears a headless human figure. Above it, a severed head-like symbol occupies a separate position. Decapitation imagery is not unique at Göbekli Tepe. Excavations have uncovered evidence suggesting that human skulls may have held special ritual significance at the site. Several modified skull fragments discovered during excavations show signs of deliberate alteration, including grooves apparently designed for suspension or display. Researchers published evidence for this so-called skull cult in 2017, suggesting that the treatment of human remains formed part of the site's ceremonial practices. The vulture stone therefore may reflect beliefs involving death, ancestors, or the transition between life and the spiritual realm. Yet the exact meaning remains unknown. The prominence of the vulture itself adds another layer of mystery. Throughout the ancient Near East, vultures often appeared in funerary symbolism because of their association with death and the exposure of human bodies. In some prehistoric societies, birds of prey were believed to carry souls toward the heavens. Similar concepts appear thousands of years later in cultures separated by vast distances. On Pillar 43, the vulture dominates the composition, creating the impression that it serves a central symbolic role. Whether it represents death, cosmic forces, divine messengers, or something entirely different remains a matter of debate. The mystery becomes even greater when viewed within the broader context of Göbekli Tepe itself. Many of the site's pillars weigh between 10 and 20 tons. Some stand more than 5 meters tall. Quarrying, transporting, carving, and erecting such monuments would have required coordinated labor from large groups of people. Yet the builders left behind no known writing system, no cities, and no evidence of the complex state structures normally associated with monumental construction. For comparison, Stonehenge began around 3000 BC, roughly 6,000 years after the earliest phases of Göbekli Tepe. The Great Pyramid of Giza was built around 2560 BC, more than 7,000 years later. In terms of age, the gap between Göbekli Tepe and the pyramids is larger than the gap between the pyramids and the modern world. Excavations have revealed that the site was not a single monument but a vast ceremonial complex consisting of multiple circular and rectangular enclosures. Many pillars contain reliefs of animals including boars, foxes, snakes, wild cattle, birds, and predators. The carvings are often remarkably detailed despite being created with stone tools. What is particularly striking is the consistency of symbolism across different structures. This suggests the existence of a shared belief system understood by communities over a large region. Yet because no written records survive, archaeologists must reconstruct meaning entirely from stone. December 26, 1900. A relief ship named Hesperus arrived at the remote Flannan Isles, a small group of rocky islands in the North Atlantic west of Scotland's Isle of Lewis. The voyage was routine. Supplies were due to be delivered to the lighthouse on Eilean Moor, where 3 keepers were stationed to maintain one of Britain's most isolated navigational beacons. Instead, the crew encountered a mystery that would remain unsolved for more than a century. The lighthouse was empty. The 3 men assigned to it had vanished without leaving a single confirmed trace. The lighthouse had entered service only a year earlier, on December 7, 1899. Built by the Northern Lighthouse Board, it stood atop steep cliffs overlooking some of the most dangerous waters around the British Isles. In December 1900, the keepers on duty were James Duckett, Thomas Marshall, and Donald MacArthur, an experienced replacement keeper. All 3 were accustomed to harsh weather and difficult working conditions. Nothing in their background suggested that they were likely to abandon their post or disappear voluntarily. The first signs of trouble appeared before the relief vessel arrived. Several passing ships reported that the lighthouse light was not visible during the middle of December. Bad weather delayed the supply ship, preventing an immediate inspection. When Hesperus finally reached Eilean Moor on December the 26th, Captain James Harvey noticed something unusual. No keeper was waiting at the landing area. No signal flags were flying. No one appeared on the cliffs to greet the vessel. For a station that depended upon strict routine, the silence was alarming. Relief keeper Joseph Moore was sent ashore to investigate. As he climbed the path toward the lighthouse, he later recalled a strong feeling that something was wrong. The buildings were locked, but inside everything appeared largely normal. The lighthouse itself was unattended, and there was no sign of any of the 3 men. A search quickly confirmed the shocking reality. The keepers had vanished. What made the case extraordinary was the complete absence of evidence. There were no signs of violence, no indications of a struggle, no message explaining what had happened. Search teams examined the island, but found neither bodies nor meaningful clues. Eilean Moor was isolated, exposed, and relatively small. Escaping unnoticed was almost impossible, yet 3 experienced men had disappeared from the island without a trace. Investigators soon focused on the western landing area where supplies were often brought ashore. Here they discovered evidence that powerful seas had recently struck the island. A storage box had been damaged, equipment had been displaced, and signs of wave impact were visible around the cliffs. These observations became the foundation of the official explanation. Superintendent Robert Muirhead of the Northern Lighthouse Board concluded that 1 or more keepers had gone outside during rough weather to secure equipment. A massive wave may then have swept a man into the sea. The others, attempting a rescue, could have been caught by subsequent waves and carried away as well. Given the conditions around the Flannan Isles, the theory appeared reasonable. The islands face the full force of the North Atlantic, where winter storms generate enormous seas capable of damaging structures and sweeping people from exposed coastlines. Yet despite being the most widely accepted explanation, the wave theory leaves several unanswered questions. Lighthouse regulations generally required at least 1 keeper to remain inside the station. Why would all 3 men be outside simultaneously? If 1 keeper had gone to inspect damage, why would the others leave the safety of the lighthouse as well? These questions have never received definitive answers. The mystery deepened because no bodies were ever recovered. Although the North Atlantic is capable of carrying victims far from the point of disappearance, the complete lack of physical evidence helped transform the incident into one of history's most famous unsolved cases. Had even 1 body been found, the story might have ended as a tragic maritime accident. Instead, the absence of proof allowed uncertainty to survive. Over time, the case became surrounded by myths and exaggerations. Some later accounts claimed that strange entries were found in the lighthouse logbook, describing terrifying storms, unusual fear among the keepers, and emotional behaviour inconsistent with their personalities. However, historians have found no reliable evidence that these dramatic passages ever existed. Most researchers now believe such stories were added years later by writers and journalists seeking to make the mystery more sensational. Removing these embellishments does not solve the case, but it helps separate documented facts from legend. Even when restricted to verified evidence, the disappearance remains deeply unsettling. 3 experienced lighthouse keepers vanished from one of the most isolated locations in Europe. No witnesses observed what happened. No final message was left behind. No physical remains have ever been identified. The official explanation is plausible, but it cannot be proven. Alternative theories have appeared for decades. Some suggest that a rogue wave struck unexpectedly and carried away all 3 men. Others proposed that one keeper fell into the sea and the others died attempting a rescue. More speculative ideas involve conflict among the men or encounters with unknown visitors, but none are supported by evidence. The further theories move away from the documented facts, the weaker they become. Perhaps the reason the Flannan Isles mystery continues to fascinate people is its simplicity. Many historical mysteries involve ancient civilizations, lost treasures, or complicated conspiracies. This case involves only 3 men, 1 lighthouse, and a few missing days in December 1900. The facts are remarkably limited, yet they refuse to fit neatly into a complete explanation. Historians know who disappeared, where they disappeared, and approximately when they disappeared. What remains unknown is the final sequence of events. More than a century later, the lighthouse still stands on Eilean Moor, overlooking the same cliffs and the same ocean that confronted the keepers in 1900. Modern technology can explain the immense power of Atlantic storms and the destructive force of rogue waves, but it cannot reveal exactly what happened during those missing days. The most likely answer may be that the men were victims of the sea, yet because the crucial evidence vanished with them, certainty remains impossible. The Flannan Isles lighthouse mystery endures not because it offers supernatural possibilities, but because it represents a rare historical event in which the most reasonable explanation cannot be conclusively proven. 3 men went missing from a remote island. No trace of them was ever found. More than 125 years later, their fate remains one of the most haunting unsolved mysteries in modern history. The missing princes of Angkor is one of the most unsettling historical mysteries in Southeast Asia, because it involves people who should have been impossible to lose. Angkor was the capital of the Khmer Empire, one of the most powerful civilizations of the medieval world. Between the 9th and 15th centuries, Khmer rulers built enormous temples, controlled vast territories across mainland Southeast Asia, and created one of the most sophisticated urban and water management systems of the pre-industrial era. The empire left behind hundreds of inscriptions carved into stone that recorded royal lineages, religious foundations, political events, and important members of the court. Yet, despite this unusually rich historical record, several princes and potential heirs to the throne appear to vanish from history without explanation. Their names are recorded, their existence is certain, and then the evidence suddenly stops. What makes the mystery so compelling is that these were not ordinary people. They were members of the royal family living at the centre of one of the most organised states in Asia. Historians can often trace the careers of Khmer kings through inscriptions found across Cambodia and neighbouring regions. In some cases, princes appear in official records as military leaders, administrators, or important members of the court. They seem positioned for future power. Then, without any recorded death, burial, or official explanation, they disappear from the historical record entirely. This pattern becomes especially noticeable during periods of royal succession. Throughout history, transitions of power have often been dangerous moments. Medieval Europe, Imperial China, and the Byzantine Empire all witnessed assassinations, coups, and political purges when rival claimants competed for the throne. Many historians believe Angkor may have experienced similar struggles behind palace walls. The difference is that, unlike Europe or China, the Khmer Empire left very few written narratives describing internal political conflicts. As a result, historians can see the gaps in the record but cannot clearly identify what caused them. The most widely accepted theory is that some princes became victims of succession disputes. A prince with a strong claim to the throne could represent a serious threat to a newly established ruler. Removing such rivals was a common practice throughout much of human history. However, there is currently no direct evidence proving that these missing royal figures were murdered or deliberately eliminated. The theory remains plausible, but it remains a theory. The mystery becomes even stranger when researchers examine the inscriptions themselves. Some inscriptions have survived remarkably well, while others contain damaged or missing sections. Tropical weather, vegetation, and centuries of erosion account for much of this destruction. Yet in certain cases, scholars have wondered whether some names or passages were intentionally removed. Similar practices occurred in several ancient civilizations. In ancient Rome, rulers sometimes ordered the removal of a disgraced individual's name from monuments in a process known as damnatio memoriae. Ancient Egypt and other civilizations practiced comparable forms of historical erasure. If something similar occurred at Angkor, it could explain why certain royal figures seem to disappear despite previously holding important positions. Archaeology has provided many answers about Angkor, but not about the missing princes. Large-scale archaeological investigations began under French researchers during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Since then, decades of excavation and restoration have transformed understanding of the Khmer Empire. The greatest breakthrough came in the 21st century with LiDAR technology. By firing laser pulses through dense forest canopy, researchers revealed an enormous hidden urban landscape surrounding Angkor's temples. Roads, canals, reservoirs, embankments, and entire districts emerged from beneath the jungle. The discovery showed that Angkor was far larger than previously believed, comparable in scale to some of the largest cities on Earth before the Industrial Age. Yet despite uncovering vast sections of the ancient city, researchers have found no evidence capable of explaining the fate of the missing royal heirs. This highlights one of archaeology's greatest limitations. Technology can reveal buildings and infrastructure, but it cannot always recover individual human stories that were never fully recorded. Another reason the mystery remains unsolved is the lack of clearly identified royal burials. Unlike Egypt, where royal tombs often preserve names and bodies for thousands of years, Khmer funerary practices leave far fewer traces. Cremation was common during many periods of Khmer history, meaning fewer physical remains survived. Without royal tombs containing inscriptions or identifiable remains, archaeologists possess little evidence that could reveal how specific princes died or where they ended up. The reign of Jayavarman VII provides an especially fascinating backdrop to the mystery. After ascending the throne around 1181 AD, he launched one of the largest construction programs in medieval history. Massive temples, such as Bayon, Taprom, and Preah Khan, were built during his reign, along with roads, bridges, and public works stretching across the empire. His projects transformed Angkor on a scale comparable to the greatest building programs of ancient Rome. Yet despite the relative abundance of inscriptions from this period, uncertainties still surround members of the royal family and the succession that followed his death. Several figures known from inscriptions appear only briefly before fading from the historical record. The deeper researchers investigate Angkor, the more surprising this mystery becomes. At its height, the city covered nearly 1,000 square kilometers, making it one of the largest pre-industrial urban centers ever discovered. Its reservoirs contained millions of cubic meters of water. Its engineers managed a hydraulic network so vast that some scholars compare it to a machine built into the landscape itself. This was not a small kingdom struggling to keep records. It was one of the most sophisticated civilizations of its era. Yet somehow, individuals standing near the very center of power could disappear almost without a trace. Modern science continues to improve understanding of Angkor. Advanced mapping, digital imaging, and epigraphic analysis allow researchers to recover details that previous generations could not see. New inscriptions are occasionally re-examined, and damaged texts can sometimes be read more clearly than before. Nevertheless, no discovery has yet solved the mystery. The missing princes remain trapped between history and silence, known well enough to prove they existed, but not well enough to explain what became of them. The curse tablets of ancient Rome represent one of the most unsettling mysteries ever uncovered from the ancient world. Across the vast territory of the Roman Empire, from Britain to North Africa, and from Spain to the Near East, archaeologists have recovered more than 1,600 lead tablets, inscribed with curses, pleas for revenge, and appeals to supernatural powers. Known by the Latin term defictiones, these objects were not rare curiosities created by a few eccentric individuals. They were part of a phenomenon that persisted for centuries and involved people from nearly every level of Roman society. The greatest mystery is not that such tablets existed. Ancient civilizations around the world practiced forms of magic. The real mystery is why one of history's most advanced civilizations, famous for its engineering, legal systems, architecture, and military organization, maintained an extraordinary belief in written curses for more than 700 years. Even today, historians can document the practice, translate many of the inscriptions, and reconstruct the rituals surrounding them. Yet they still struggle to fully explain why so many people were convinced these objects possessed genuine power. The first major discoveries emerged during the 19th and 20th centuries as archaeologists excavated Roman settlements, temples, cemeteries, wells, and public buildings. One of the most important collections was recovered from the sacred spring at Bath in Roman Britain, where hundreds of curse tablets had been thrown into the water as offerings to the goddess Sulis Minerva. Similar discoveries later appeared throughout the former empire. What surprised researchers was the consistency of the practice. The tablets were usually made from thin sheets of lead measuring only a few centimeters across. Names were carefully inscribed onto the metal together with requests for divine punishment. The sheets were then folded, pierced with nails, buried in graves, deposited in temples, or thrown into sacred waters. Although separated by thousands of kilometers and several centuries, many of the rituals followed remarkably similar patterns, suggesting the existence of a widespread magical tradition that transcended regional boundaries. The most disturbing aspect of the tablets is the extraordinary detail with which people attempted to destroy the lives of others. Many inscriptions target thieves, rivals, competitors, lovers, business opponents, and athletes. One tablet asks a deity to deprive a victim of sleep, health, and happiness until stolen property is returned. Others call for illness, paralysis, blindness, financial ruin, or death. Unlike modern expressions of anger written in private diaries or online messages, these curses were intended as formal contracts with supernatural forces. The writers believed that gods, spirits, or underworld entities could intervene directly in human affairs. What continues to puzzle scholars is the emotional intensity visible in the texts. Many inscriptions reveal a level of certainty that resembles legal petitions rather than desperate wishes. The writers often speak as if divine punishment is not merely possible but inevitable. Some of the most fascinating tablets were associated with Roman chariot racing, one of the largest spectator sports in the ancient world. The Circus Maximus in Rome could accommodate more than 150,000 spectators, making it larger than many modern sports stadiums. Racing teams attracted intense loyalty, and rivalries could become obsessive. Archaeologists have recovered curse tablets specifically targeting opposing drivers and horses. In some cases, individual animals are named directly. The authors ask supernatural powers to weaken muscles, break bones, induce fear, or cause crashes during competitions. The level of detail is astonishing. Modern fans may place bets, wear team colours, or engage in heated arguments, but the Roman equivalent often involved commissioning magical attacks against competitors. Historians continue to debate whether such practices reflected genuine belief or whether they functioned primarily as psychological reassurance in situations beyond an individual's control. Another mystery concerns who actually produced the tablets. Some inscriptions display elegant handwriting and sophisticated language, indicating the involvement of educated individuals familiar with legal formulas and religious traditions. Others contain spelling errors, inconsistent grammar, and crude lettering that suggest authors with little formal education. This diversity indicates that curse tablets were not restricted to priests or specialists. Wealthy citizens, merchants, soldiers, slaves, and ordinary labourers all appear to have participated. Yet evidence also suggests the existence of professional practitioners. Certain tablets use highly complex formulas, rare vocabulary, and elaborate invocations that would have required specialised knowledge. Ancient literary sources occasionally mention magicians and curse writers, but direct evidence remains limited. As a result, historians cannot fully reconstruct the networks through which magical expertise was transmitted across the empire. The language itself introduces another layer of mystery. While many tablets are written in Latin or Greek, numerous examples contain strange words and sequences of letters that appear meaningless. Terms such as abrasax and other mysterious combinations occur repeatedly across different regions and centuries. Scholars have proposed various explanations. Some believe these were secret names of supernatural beings. Others suggest they were magical sounds believed to possess inherent power regardless of literal meaning. Comparisons have been made with sacred words used in later mystical traditions, yet no consensus exists. Despite decades of linguistic analysis, many inscriptions remain only partially understood. The result is a collection of texts that continue to resist complete interpretation nearly 2,000 years after they were created. Particularly intriguing are the tablets discovered in graves. Roman practitioners often believed that the spirits of the dead could carry messages to the underworld. For this reason, curse tablets were frequently deposited alongside burials, especially those of individuals who had died prematurely or violently. Archaeological evidence shows that graves served as important locations for magical rituals. The logic appears straightforward, yet unsettling. If the deceased occupied a liminal space between worlds, they could potentially deliver requests directly to supernatural powers. Similar beliefs appear in various cultures throughout history, but the scale of the Roman evidence is exceptional. Hundreds of tablets have been found in funerary contexts, demonstrating that this was not an isolated superstition, but an established component of religious practice. The discoveries at Bath provide one of the clearest windows into the phenomenon. Most of the tablets recovered from the sacred spring date between the 2nd and 4th centuries AD. Many concern theft. Victims who had lost clothing, jewellery, coins, or personal belongings appealed to the goddess for justice. One recurring pattern is particularly striking. Rather than asking for property to be returned, the writers frequently request severe punishment for the unknown thief. Some demand illness, madness, or misfortune until the culprit confesses. The emotional intensity preserved in these texts creates a surprisingly human connection across 2 millennia. Yet it also raises questions. Why did so many individuals believe a sheet of inscribed lead thrown into a spring could influence events in the real world? The archaeological evidence proves that the belief existed. Explaining its psychological power is far more difficult. Modern science offers several possible interpretations. Psychologists point to the placebo effect, social pressure, cognitive bias, and the human tendency to seek control during uncertainty. Anthropologists emphasize the role of ritual in reducing anxiety and reinforcing social norms. Historians note that Roman religion did not sharply separate the natural and supernatural realms in the way modern societies often do. These explanations undoubtedly illuminate part of the puzzle. However, they do not entirely account for the remarkable longevity and geographical spread of the practice. For centuries, millions of people living under Roman rule continued to invest time, money, and emotional energy into a system that produced no measurable evidence of supernatural effectiveness. Unlike temporary fads or local traditions, curse tablets survived political upheaval, economic crises, military conflicts, and major cultural transformations. The curse tablets of ancient Rome therefore remain one of history's most revealing mysteries. They expose a hidden dimension of Roman civilization, rarely visible in monumental architecture or official inscriptions. Beneath the empire's roads, aqueducts, and engineering achievements existed a world of fear, jealousy, revenge, hope, and belief in unseen forces. Thousands of lead sheets buried in graves, temples, wells, and sacred springs testify to a practice that endured for generations despite the absence of proof that it worked. Archaeologists continue to discover new examples, and each inscription adds another fragment to the story. Yet the central question remains unanswered. Were these tablets merely expressions of human psychology, or do they reveal something deeper about the universal need to believe that hidden powers can influence fate when ordinary solutions fail? The lead sheets remain silent, but their persistence across the Roman world continues to challenge our understanding of one of the most sophisticated civilizations ever known. December 5th, 1872. About 400 nautical miles east of the Azores in the North Atlantic Ocean, the crew of the British brigantine Dei Gracia spotted a ship drifting aimlessly across calm seas. As they approached, they identified the vessel as the Mary Celeste, an American merchant brigantine that had departed New York on November 7th, carrying 1,701 barrels of industrial alcohol bound for Genoa, Italy. At first glance, nothing seemed unusual. The ship remained afloat, its hull was intact, and much of its rigging was still functional. Yet when a boarding party climbed aboard, they discovered one of the most disturbing mysteries in maritime history. Every person on the ship had vanished. The disappearance itself was not what made the case extraordinary. Throughout history, countless ships have been lost to storms, collisions, and piracy. What transformed the Mary Celeste into a legend was the condition in which it was found. Captain Benjamin Briggs, his wife Sarah, their 2-year-old daughter Sophia, and 7 crew members were gone, yet the vessel remained largely seaworthy. Food supplies were still aboard, drinking water was available, personal possessions remained in the cabins, valuable items had not been stolen. The cargo was still in the hold. There were no signs of violence, no bloodstains, no evidence of a struggle, and no indication that pirates had boarded the vessel. It appeared as though 10 people had simply stepped off the ship and disappeared into the Atlantic Ocean. This mystery becomes even more puzzling when considering the experience of Captain Briggs. Born in 1835, He came from a respected New England seafaring family and had spent much of his life at sea. Contemporary accounts described him as careful, disciplined, and highly competent. Before leaving New York, Briggs had personally selected his crew and had enough confidence in the voyage to bring his wife and young daughter aboard. Nothing in his background suggests a man likely to panic or abandon a functioning vessel without a compelling reason. If Briggs ordered everyone into a lifeboat, he must have believed a serious threat existed. The problem is that investigators have never been able to identify what that threat was. The evidence recovered from the ship offered remarkably few clues. The last entry in the official logbook was dated November 25, 1872, near Santa Maria Island in the Azores. Nothing in the entry suggested danger. Weather conditions appeared normal and no emergency was recorded. When the ship was discovered 10 days later, one important item was missing: the lifeboat. The ship's chronometer and some navigational instruments had also disappeared. These details indicate that the crew most likely left voluntarily rather than vanishing suddenly. Yet abandoning ship in the middle of the Atlantic would have been an extremely dangerous decision. A lifeboat offered little protection compared to the relative safety of a large vessel capable of remaining afloat. Naturally, early investigators considered piracy. During the 19th century, attacks on merchant vessels were not unknown. However, the theory quickly collapsed under scrutiny. Pirates typically sought cargo, valuables, or the ship itself. On the Mary Celeste, valuable property remained untouched. The cargo was still present, and there was no evidence of theft. Equally problematic were theories involving mutiny. No signs of conflict were found, and there was no known dispute between officers and crew. A successful mutiny would likely have resulted in the ship being taken rather than abandoned. Weather presented another possible explanation. The North Atlantic is famous for violent storms, rogue waves, and dangerous sea conditions. Some researchers suggested that a sudden natural event frightened the crew into abandoning the vessel. However, the condition of the ship raises serious doubts. The Mary Celeste showed no major structural damage. Its hull remained sound and its masts were still standing. While some sails required attention, the vessel did not resemble a ship that had narrowly survived a catastrophic storm. Experienced sailors who examined the ship believed it could have completed its voyage. One of the most influential modern theories focuses on the ship's cargo. The Mary Celeste carried industrial alcohol, a highly volatile substance capable of producing dangerous vapours. Investigators later discovered that several barrels were empty when the vessel was found. Researchers proposed that alcohol fumes may have leaked into the cargo hold, creating the possibility of a sudden pressure explosion. In 2006, forensic scientist Andrea Sella conducted experiments demonstrating that alcohol vapor could generate a powerful blast without leaving obvious burn marks or fire damage. According to this theory, Briggs may have heard a loud explosion or feared that a larger one was imminent. Believing the ship was about to be destroyed, he could have ordered everyone into the lifeboat as a temporary precaution. This explanation solves several parts of the mystery. It accounts for the lack of fire damage, the absence of violence, and the apparent decision to leave the vessel voluntarily. Some researchers believe the lifeboat may have remained attached to the ship by a rope, allowing the crew to return once the danger had passed. If rough seas or strong winds caused the rope to snap, the occupants of the lifeboat would have been left helpless while the Mary Celeste drifted away. Yet even this theory cannot be proven. No direct evidence confirms that such an event occurred, and no trace of the lifeboat was ever found. Other historians have suggested navigational error. Briggs may have incorrectly believed the ship was taking on dangerous amounts of water. Soundings of the bilge could have produced misleading measurements, convincing him that the vessel was in immediate danger of sinking. Combined with poor visibility or uncertainty about his position near the Azores, he may have chosen evacuation as the safest option. Once again, however, the theory leaves important questions unanswered. Why did none of the occupants survive? Why was no wreckage discovered? And why did an experienced captain make a decision that appears so irrational in hindsight? More than 150 years have passed since the Mary Celeste was discovered drifting across the Atlantic. During that time, countless books, documentaries, and investigations have attempted to explain the mystery. Some theories rely on established science, while others venture into speculation involving sea monsters, supernatural forces, or extraterrestrial encounters. Yet none of these extraordinary explanations are necessary. The true mystery is compelling enough on its own. A real ship carrying real people was found abandoned under circumstances that remain difficult to explain. Every major theory accounts for some evidence while failing to explain the rest.